Welcome in, everyone. This is Night Shift. ZP here with Dan and Jake, and no one saw anything. A mute button was definitely not hit. Night Shift, though, 42 coming here in the works. And gentlemen, a lot of change here in the scene. Once more, the urn has been changed between broadcasts.
Yeah, it has been changed. I think it's in its best possible place right now. And I think that's pretty good, because I'm kind of worrying that so much developer time has just been taken on messing with the urn that we're not getting other things, you know? So I'd be happy for it to stay like this for a bit.
I will say, I mean, I'm a big fan of the current urn. I think it's really interesting, and I think it has like a lot of unique, play options in a sort of an objective that forces you into a certain area is unique in Deadlock right now. And so I think I like it. I'm pretty excited to see what the top teams do with it. I'm also not mad at them, toying around trying to get it right. I feel like, coming from Dota, it's like in 5 years, there's going to be like 24 things to do on the map. And you really want like the first thing to be like settled and done right. So, I'm curious to see what the top teams do and how they approach it today.
Well, speaking of the top teams, if you're new to the show, we got to tell you about the bracket that's coming down today. Same as always here on the Night Shift, we open up with our challenger match in each region and follow through into the money match. And in EU, it's the same top three most weeks here, but it's for good reason. You look at some of the results of the recent open tournaments, Jake, and it's Abraham's Leviathan, Lowkey W on top in EU.
Yeah, I mean, these three, they're breathing rarefied air in EU at this point. I think they've really risen above the rest, but they continue to be competitive with one another. Like, Lowkey W has been on top recently, has been on a really hot streak where they look super dominant. But you got to remember, historically, a few weeks of dominance doesn't mean much historically in EU, right? These teams constantly are vying for those top spots. I'm curious to see if Leviathan, with a rebuilt roster, can put up more of a challenge this week.
And then, Dan, speaking of rebuilds, you look at NA, it's not just FPS Lounge, it's the FPS Lounge that devoured Floormen. Floormen are gone, but many of their players have taken new refuge within FPS Lounge, taking on what has been a newly rejuvenated Bird with Clock, who looked good over the Night Shift Open.
Yeah, it feels like something that when we saw the good performances from Night Shift Open with BWC, like at first I was like, oh yeah, BWC up against Medicreeps, that's going to be somewhat of a stomp. But then you kind of like look at it and you recognize, hey, hang on, all of these players, we've seen them before, they've been at the top for quite a while in different iterations, and actually, yeah, they've just been cooking over some time here, and they gave Medicreeps a serious run for their money. Deadlock might be a new sort of top 2 level team coming into this, especially with some of the changes, because maybe it's going to take FPS Lounge some time to get on their feet with Floormen kind of merging rosters there. So, I mean, we'll have to see.
Look, it's a tradition in Deadlock. You get some big tournaments, you get some roster mania. But before we go any deeper into the broadcast, gentlemen, we got to thank those who help make it happen. And of course, I'm talking about our patrons here on the night shift. There's our wall of fame, as it is the board members, executives, managers, all the way down the list. Dan, these are people that, without this, the show simply could not happen.
Yeah. I mean, it's so great to see all of the continued support here. Deadlock's still very, very early stages. It's pre-esport, kind of. We've created an esports ecosystem, but only because we've had the help of all of you. So massive appreciation every show. I feel like we usually pull a name, right? Is Jake? What are some names that stand out to you? Let's pull some names out here.
I'm gonna go with King Slime in the manager tier there. King Slime, that kind of jumped out to me. Kind of vibe with it.
Wait, do you know what King Slime is from, though? In terms of what video game series?
I don't actually. Enlighten me.
Dragon Quest.
Oh, okay. I've never played. I'm a Philistine. DF2 Overwatch player.
Hey, look, if you want to get into JRPGs, 2027 is going to be the most ridiculous year of JRPGs ever based on recent announcements. All I'm saying. But it isn't just the patrons to thank right now. We got thanks to our contributors in the community, starting off with Ozzy and Killager, who helped bring us a new silver skin. Of course, we were able to release that last week, and it's available. I don't know if we're showing a video again here today, but really, really cool looking skin that so far people have enjoyed. Not only watching, but I think it's at over like 4,000 downloads so far. Jake.
Yeah, so we hit the sub goal. Congrats to everybody. Thank you for your support. And, the mod is now available for everybody to download. So go check it out. You can play with this in your own games. And, of course, put together at the highest quality by our modding and art team. So really impressive stuff. Nice to see Silver a little bit freshened up, from her typical, I think, beer drinking self.
True. Yeah. Off to the job interview. Yeah. The next day, looking pretty fine. Again, I'm a big fan of the waistcoat, and otherwise known as a vest for your North American ears. But yeah, I think a great job here. I can't wait to see, what's next. I mean, the quality is pretty banging. I mean, is there going to be a day when we've done the entire cast? I wonder.
Honestly, I don't think we're beating the rate of newly released heroes at our rate of releasing skins. So I feel like the answer to that is no, but we can hit the most popular ones, and that is what's important. What's also important, though, are the rosters to talk about here today. And I'm going to defy the run of show here and get directly into the main storyline, which is the Leviathan roster that we have to look at, because there's been all sorts of changes coming on in. You have Rayek, Irizumi, and Sai out, Demov, Hapex, and Warcom in. And Hapex, a player, Jake, if you think back to recent tournaments, subbed in for Lowkey W and was the rem of death over the course of that tournament. But now Hapex back to being a player, was in the coaching role for a while. And if anyone know about going from coach back to player and vice versa, you have a little bit of experience in that regard.
All I'm saying is we got to rework the hero portraits. The 5 Mo's on a holiday had way more aura than this. But we'll get it fixed. We'll get it resolved. But yeah, I mean, great to see players like Demov coming back into the squad. Why not? Why not? Another Mo and Krill. I mean, that actually, it does improve things. I'm not gonna lie. Definitely tough to see some of these players like Rayek, Irizumi, and Sai out. I'm excited to see them reforming back on other teams in the competition, because they've all been strong players. But I think it is kind of clear Leviathan did need some kind of a shakeup. They did need some changes, and they brought together some players that could make a real difference today in the competition.
Also, Dan, is it me or is Demov just trying to collect the Infinity Stones of being on every single top NA and EU team at one point? Subbed in for Melee Creeps last week, was winning with Floormen, also was on Buffenjors, which is mostly Lowkey W nowadays, had a tour of duty on Abraham's. Now we got Demov on Leviathan. He's just basically every team at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely doing the rounds. I think it was actually so cool to see him in North America. That was a... I mean, I can't imagine it's good for his health with the sleep schedule and all of that, but yeah, Demov is just capturing all the experience. He's making all the connections, so he's going to be in a prime position, when this game really does explode, to have the ability to know that he can play with anyone, anywhere, any time zone. I'm a fan.
Well, of course, moving right along to Abrahams. Of course, Abrahams has been looking really good recently, a runner-up in the Night Shift Open. And while they've been falling short to Lowkey W, very much the number 2 team in EU by recent performance. And, taking a look at their roster here, a little bit more stability, Jake. But, the last major roster change they had was bringing on Empty Dreams over Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, Empty Dreams, such a experienced, capable player. I mean, this is going to be really a standard bearer team in EU right now. Like, even if Lowkey W are the top squad, I mean, to take this team as a first-round draw for a new roster coming into competition, I mean, obviously for Leviathan, they had to have, this is the matchup you have to expect, right? You're going up against Abrahams, but this is not an easy one for your first major outing as a team. They're really going to have to, work hard on this one, because I really like what we've seen out of players like Arzo and Empty Dreams, Sonya showing the flexibility, and then, you have incredibly reliable stalwarts like Saint, Taz, and Together that are just almost always going to deliver a solid performance, a solid game. So Abrahams feels like this team is never out of it until it is completely over. Always excited to see what kind of a show they can put on in the night shift.
Dan, I leave the floor open for you to say good things about Sanya Sniper. I feel like that's where you're going to go anyways.
Yeah. Sanya's great. I mean, I think it's the versatility that we're seeing. We're seeing that part of the evolution of him as a player, which I think it just speaks to the greater point that we're at in Deadlock with all these roster changes. A lot of these situations can happen because teams eventually get limited by hero pool, versatility of players. And so if you really want to stay on the top, you got to prove it that you can be flexible. And Sanya Sniper, forever the M1 character that we kind of, I guess, associated with that role at the top level in Europe, has now shown that he can do something completely different, which unlocks a lot for his team. And just think about some of the crazy drafts that are going to be possible in the future. I mean, that's what we should expect with players becoming flexible like this. And I think Saint is another good example of that. Typically the support can flex onto a lot of different stuff. Oberkim, another great example of that. So it's another reason why I think EU is a little bit ahead of NA.
Well, the draft is a great point to bring up, because to decide who's going to get first pick or second pick in our draft here, we got to do our Mo and Krill 1v1. The winner, of course, gets choice of either. And a best of one that does carry a bit of weight, Jake.
Yeah, it's hard to say when these changes come, though, like which side is even better. Like, it's more of, I think, about teams' preference, whether they want to be first overall or getting those next two to maybe pick up like some sort of a nice combo setup. I'm really just curious overall to see what the meta looks like, because I think you make a change in an objective like Earn, it does kind of have huge implications for the wider game, because like the tools you need to contest a new objective are a little bit different, the ways you're going to build your heroes, the strategy you're going to go for. So always curious to see how the pick order comes out. And obviously the Mo 1v1 is where it all begins. Parry, but only a slight melee off of that, so it's still incredibly even despite the early parry.
All right, we got Dmov in. Dmov versus, of course, the reigning champion of Satan, who did end up with a little bit of a loss last week, so a little bit of the streak broken. And so far, Dmov gave him one of his better fights so far. It's neck and neck.
It's down to the parries here. Maybe some opportunities for a big heavy hit here. Saint's working in the lights, but this one is down to the wire. It's actually one of the closer ones we've seen. The mind games are on another level here.
Next hit wins, I think, right? Next hit wins. Oh, Dmov, and he actually takes down the goats. I mean, it's Dmov. I mean, he's good at everything. What a guy! What a man!
The melee minigame, I feel like it was a little overemphasized on the old Earn of like everybody heavy meleeing the Earn over and over again. I'm kind of glad we got off of that patch, but it is great to see. I mean, there's just like with this one tiny little slice of Deadlock has so much depth to it, even before you consider the wider game. So that will be draft advantage won by Dmov. See where they go with it.
Also, the players are taking a little bit of extra time to get in the draft, so we got a little bit of time to delve into the history, notably the head-to-head history between Abrahams and Leviathan, where, Leviathan have had some roster changes, but as a team that's been together for a long time, no stranger to going up against Abrahams. You take a look at the shift history here, it goes way, way back, Dan.
Yeah, this is a long history. I mean, this is getting close to a minor patch from Yoshi, but in terms of our tournament history here, Leviathan and Abraham's been going at it for a long time. But it's gonna be interesting, as you were talking about, we've got this dynamic now where we kind of reset this a little bit in our minds because of the new look Leviathan. And when we check out the overall winners here, after the back and forth where Abrahams, Lowkey W, Leviathan all copping wins week to week, finally, it kind of feels like Lowkey W have asserted themselves. Obviously, between last week's win and the previous loss that Lowkey W had was the Night Shift Open, where they really truly looked very, very dominant. And it kind of feels like where Lowkey W are right now, that they're going to continue to have a streak for the first time in EU for a while.
Okay,
have to see if they can hold it this week, I would say, because historically, Lowkey W has not had many runs on top, right? It's been a long, long time since Buff Enjoyers were running the table, like months and months. So, I mean, in the past, it was Abraham's to take that spot from them. Maybe the revamped Leviathan roster can put up a challenge today.
Also, I have to call out our chat for just being the most degenerate channel point users of all time, where we're just hearing the calls for people. It's like, let us throw down channel points on the Mo 1v1. Just add another hit. The hit before the actual draft is like, just let me say it's going to win. Where, by the way, a lot of people would have lost the house on channel points, but
we should, though. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Let the people have what they want, even if it's degeneracy. You know what? I'm not
we should do the pitch to DraftKings and just only do it for the Mo 1v1s.
Yeah, not for the real game.
Also, I am not allowed to participate in those because I usually see the result before it goes on broadcast, and that would actually be insider trading at
crazy,
that point.
CP. How'd you get 1 billion channel points?
I don't know. It just showed up in my account.
It's a really smart bettor.
Notice how you said usually and not doesn't. Kind of suspicious. TP.
Just how it is. But to take the light of guilt away from me here, we're gonna go into the draft, which is hopefully ready. Otherwise, it's gonna get real awkward. Production, save us or save me. There we go. The draft is coming up, and there's going to be changes in the draft here today. Here, Jake, taking a look at scrims over EU. There's different priorities coming about since the patch, and not the least of which is that Pocket may not be permabanned today.
Yeah, always interesting to see things shift over. And, I think there's going to be a real priority on heroes that can both stay in the earn zone, and ZP getting absolutely baited. Love it. Classic combo. Well, look, still not making it through.
He got through most of the scrims in EU yesterday, and Leviathan is like, well, no, it's the best of one. We're just going to let this go through. The interesting thing, though, Dan, in terms of heroes, is that we saw rumblings of maybe Calico getting played. We saw rumblings of Mirage coming back in actually for one game. We saw Mirage Calico actually win one of these scrims. So things have been changing a little bit.
Yeah, and then look at first ban GT. I don't think we've seen a GT banned at this stage. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, we've seen him getting picked, raising the priority of the picks, but a ban first round, I don't know about that, but that's really cool to see.
Ban over silver, right? Like, the silver, I think, would have been the more common. We see silver per first pick almost constantly, right, in that competitive play. Yeah. And to ban GT over it is quite a statement.
I can take whatever they throw at me.
And the other hero that was actually catching a lot of bans, Dan, was Abrams, where people have realized, wait, this hero is actually good again. Abrams is, to me, perpetually stuck in the Shiv cycle of the hero will get nerfed. People will be like, I don't know anymore. And then you give it a few weeks and be like, wait, no, he's still amazing. Still one of the best heroes in the game. But in this case, going to be backed up with the doorman.
Yeah.
That's a really nice combo.
Yeah, they're both. I mean, Abrams, I think it made a lot of sense just because obviously in these team fight areas where you get all of these, the circle meta, as it were, obviously Abrams was rising in popularity at the same time that was happening. And of course, that makes him just even better. With the new Urn fight too, the King of the Hill, obviously Abrams' performance was still really, really well in that. So it's no surprise. The Doorman also is interesting because Doorman's still really sick with the bell builds, are very annoying, and the utility, especially for those Urn fights, still very effective. So a pretty obnoxious opener for Abraham's, or rather for Leviathan's perspective.
Now, Jake, the other hero that's been coming back into play, which probably delights you a little bit, given your hero pool, is Viscous has been a higher priority than you, both for picking and banning, and oftentimes doesn't get through mid-stage bans nowadays.
Yeah, you can see why. I mean, I think with stuff like GT out of the pool, maybe it'll be less prior, but no, it still goes here early enough. And I do like the character right now. I mean, I had a crazy game the other day where I built not anything, only purple items. It actually brought me back to the old days of Viscous, just nuking people from across the map. And I think what makes this character feel good right now is that, you can save people inside of that King of the Hill with the cube, keep them contesting. You can roll and stay alive. Like, you're actually pretty powerful at challenging enemies who are confined to a small radius. So I think the Urn change has been great for Viscous. And frankly, suits him well. I'm interested to see how Victor plays out this game for Leviathan. I think there's good responses from Abraham's, whether you're putting him in the Baroness Hotel or, just disrupting him, poking him from range with Viscous. I like the draft so far from Abraham's.
So Dan, there's probably some people at home wondering why in the world would Shiv get banned here, for Leviathan? Doesn't Freemock play Shiv? And, the reality is that even if you have a really good hero or player on a hero, there's only so many people that can play the certain heroes. And for Leviathan, Freemock, he has other priorities on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, Freemock can
That's true, but I will say you have D-Mob on your team, right? True. So I feel like you're not hurting for Shiv players on Leviathan. They go McGinnis, who got nerfed pretty heavy, right, in that recent change, and people, I think, really shied away from her. So for Leviathan to go back and at 4th pick is pretty impressive here for McGinnis.
So I'll say there, I was more alluding to the fact that normally it's Freemock on Shiv and Silver, but for Paradox, that's been D-Mob's thing recently, where D-Mob is he's turned into the Paradox player in recent tournaments, where he's like, yep, I'm just going to be playing Paradox nonstop. I mean, who can blame him? He was doing well in Paradox on ping and now gets to come back to EU and play without the ping. But, take a look at the Abraham's end of things here, Dan. Mirage is back in play. And we saw this in scrims yesterday, so it's not entirely unexpected. In fact, it could still get backed up with Calico, with Sanya on the Calico, rather.
Maybe it's the case that people, there you go. CP knows his ball. This could be one of those things where it's just taking people a while to figure it out, like how to convert it in the way that it's supposed to. So I'm gonna reserve some faith in Abraham's here that they know what they're doing with this pick, especially because it's best of one. You don't want to be messing around too much with this draft. This does look kind of interesting. And speaking of interesting, we're getting to see Seven, who is someone that we see more of, someone we've been talking more about. Off camera, we were talking about the reappearance of Seven. So great to see it here in the opening matchup too.
I will say, if you think about the game right now as like the circle meta, this has to be not a free win for Leviathan, but they look drastically stronger to me when it comes to brawling on those urn contests, whether it's basically every single character on the team. Maybe Silver's not the best at it, but everyone has something pretty powerful to bring to the table on those urn fights. And even the Silver ult is just something that enemy really wants to run away from more often than not, which isn't such a good option for you when you're trying to defend the urn. So Abraham's, they're going to have to find a lot of kills, a lot of value on the side lanes from the Venator Mirage, I think, to justify this. I'm also very curious to see how the 7 plays out for Leviathan and how much farm prio it's getting, because as I look at this Leviathan draft, I'm like, is it going to be Victor Mina on the side lanes, or is 7 going to kind of get a side lane? Are we going to get to see the true hyper carry 7 come out in this match?
I think as I've looked at it in the drafts and how people were playing it, no one was playing Poverty 7. For the most part, 7 wants to actually get farm, even though I think realistically a more support build 7 could be more effective than expected. It's just not something teams have been going for. They've usually been putting your position 1 players on it more often than not. But Dan, as I look at the draft here, what are your takes on which team has the advantage early in the mid game? Because I think there's multiple ways it could play out, and also different ways that Abrahams wants to fight this relative to Leviathan.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Abrahams have a lot of really awesome ways to pick. Obviously, Calico is still amazing at being an assassin. And Mirage has a lot of mobility as well for either these ganks or the split pushes. And with the current urn, I think one of the things that has changed about it and why we needed to not have it all the objectives stacked in mid is that there is a value exchange that you can take, where you can say, well, we're going to split push the map. You can have that urn dominance. We don't have to play that game. So Abrahams definitely have good tools for that. Doorman also has a lot of ability to play around both objectives, but also ganks and just be really strong utility. And they've got good save. And so I do think that the stylistic differences in these compositions means that we do have to see completely different win conditions. And I mean, Abrahams, maybe they try to avoid what is strong for Leviathan, but then that puts it on Leviathan. How do they avoid stepping into the disadvantaged situations where all the invasions to the jungle and so on will happen for Abraham? So I like how we have that dynamic kind of presenting itself here.
So Jake, I got to ask, as far as roster changes go, let's go away from the draft here and go to the more meta elements of this game. Is that Leviathan just made an enormous roster change. When you change out 3 of your players, in many ways, you can almost argue it's practically a brand new team. Are we actually going to see a full strength Leviathan here today when clearly they've only been screwing with this roster for a little bit?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's like sometimes it can be a disadvantage, right, to be that new team and to be coming together, and maybe things aren't as coordinated. Maybe there's some friction about how your communication works. But also, I think there can be sometimes that honeymoon phase where everyone's excited about the new team together. Everyone puts their best foot forward, early on in the history of New Team. And, magic can happen in that kind of a scenario. So I definitely won't count Leviathan out, on top of the fact that these are all, at this point, like veteran players who have shown like really impressive results historically. That being said, Abrams, they're tried and true, right? I think like Saints Abrams has always been fantastic from my perspective. Although in this game, maybe he'll be on the Viscous or something else of that nature. But I really like the way Abrams has played. I think they, getting the Doorman here looks scary. I'm really curious to see how the Venator Mirage plays out. Like, I haven't seen the double carry setup in quite some time, especially in this meta around the Urn. Like, they need to have like a really strong macro game. So I think for both teams, those key objective fights on top of the early laning phase for somebody like Seven looks super important to me. Like, getting into that jungle, being pretty farmed, being pretty itemized to clear things quickly. I'm a Seven enjoyer myself, so I'm actually really curious to see how this character has like an insane win rate. People talk about this a lot. Really insane win rate, even at the highest ranks. But how he just doesn't get touched in pro play. So Leviathan, gonna give him a shot. I'm really excited to see if that one actually plays out for them.
Dan, we are desperately trying to fill time for the players as we're waiting for them to get in the lobby. EU normally doesn't do this to us. It's more of an NA specialty, but free space for you. What are you thinking right now on this draft?
Yeah, no, one thing I was thinking about was, I think it's actually really interesting how Abrahams, they do have some interesting tools to deal with some of the scarier teamfight stuff with Leviathan, and a lot of it, I think, comes back to the utility that Doorman provides with his ultimate, either being able to interrupt a 7 mid-ult, interrupt McGinnis mid-ult, interrupt Silver mid-ult, like throw them all into the Baroness. Also Victor, like taking out some of these particular heroes in the fight. I think most notably Silver when she goes into Lycan Curse. I think that's like very impactful, and there's a lot of variance, right, based on who is Doorman going to be able to ult? Is the ult going to be up? And that can swing, I think, some of these fights pretty drastically. So I do think that Abrahams do have options when they are pushed into this place where they have to team fight, but it is clear that they do need to approach the team fights a bit more specifically. And I think the job of Calico to dive the back line is gonna be really, really key, because otherwise I think that the team fights situations will be pretty heavily favored by Leviathan.
So while we're waiting, by the way, just to show how much has changed in even 1 week of the draft, we never did show the Shift 41 hero priority either here or on social media. Truthfully, I probably should have got a post up on that, or we should put on broadcast, but we have a perfect opportunity to reflect on what we saw last week and how it's already different from today, if production happens to have that handy. I just have a lot of faith that we have it, and yeah, there we go. So already you see, relative to last week, you have Seven who got picked once, and that was an NA, already making an appearance. You got Calico, who is not around forever, Jake, making her grand return. So already some changes here.
Interesting that Billy went completely uncontested in this draft, if I'm not mistaken. Also, yep. Lash, right? Needed those heroes, got contested at all, and these have both been very top tier picks for a long time, right? Like, teams just say, hey, we want to win these team fights, really valuing it. I wonder if part of that equation actually isn't the change of the urn itself. I think like the fact that you can play in all these different sort of corners while the urn dunk is going on, you can kind of like play that AoE and play under some structure, doesn't make Lash feel a little bit weaker if people are basically just going to hide from his ultimate and maybe mitigate some of the value. And same for Billy. It's like you go for this one big all-in play on Billy, but if people could just play the zone and kind of like time you out, maybe that's not paying off as well. I mean, just a little bit of theory crafting, but it is interesting to see such a huge shift for heroes that were not really changed. Major League Billy was buffed recently. Lash has been strong for a very long time, and for neither of them to get touched, I'm curious if NA has the same take, or if we won't see those heroes making a return.
Yeah. One thing I'll add here as well, ZP, is that I think we can also see the impact of Lowkey W on this as well, because Lowkey W actually changed the hero priority, I think, in quite a few ways. You had Warden, who I think until Lowkey W and Zergy playing him in the Night Shift Open wasn't really someone like people were going to for that M run role, but Zergy showed that it was really impactful and continued to show dominance on it. And then Rem, I think, is another one. Like, teams, where they were playing Rem, but no one was playing Rem nearly as well as Lowkey W. And so I think that kind of showed the potential there of how you can play Rem at the top level and make it work. And Viscous, I think, is another one. Viscous is another one that Lowkey W picked time and time again, was a core part of their drafts. And I think that's, I think that some of these, the ones I mentioned, I think it's all Lowkey W picks that we're seeing here in terms of priority.
You know, the heroes that you may see today that just based again off of some of the scrims we're done EU and NA is that Yamato is getting experimented with more a little bit, and so is Graves. So I don't know if either of those two heroes will stay at 0 over the course of the day. Also, I just kind of think that as far as Abrams go, Abrams is probably going to be in every single game today, whether it be pick or ban. And I think often in the first pick, first ban range from what we saw. Like Abrams has actually been on the rise, and if you were to go week over week, it'd be like, okay, Abrams a little bit more, and suddenly, yep, Abrams is back on top. And, you know, the one change is that while it didn't come out here, and, you know, comedically, Pocket was the very first hero banned, teams are still a little bit more willing to let Pocket through than they were a week or two ago, where he was just perma first banned no matter what.
I actually think Abrams, you know, maybe the forced movement of an Abrams charge has just gone up drastically in value, because if you're in a scenario where there's one enemy player, like their tankiest guy is just like holding it down inside of the urn zone, and, you know, biting is just like basically preventing you from capping, making a lot of time for the rest of the team to like put down damage. Now you really need to have more than one person in the urn zone, or Abrams can just like pin you out and the dunk is just going to go through, right? So even if you know, maybe can't deal with the tank in terms of actually finishing them off, dealing the damage, you know, being able to control people's movement and maybe punishing them for stacking up. I feel like Abrams just fights incredibly well in those little areas on the side lanes right around the bridge, right? Just a lot of, you know, tight corners where he can kind of jump out and catch you by surprise. On top of the tankiness to let him be one of those key frontliners holding the line. But that's enough yapping from us, man. We got some games to play.
Yep, the yapping is finally over, though little does Jake know it's going to be thrown directly back into our casters for this game. It's going to be DDK and Jake taking away the broadcast. Dan, you're first to speak. Go for it.
Yeah, we finally get to see this new Leviathan, which is very interesting. I'm super excited, because the other thing too, Jake, that's worth mentioning is I think Abrahams as well they've kept the continuity of their roster, and they've been looking to kind of work and iterate and improve, and so we could also see, you know, them level up, and, you know, at the same time seeing Leviathan have that kind of maybe honeymoon period. So it should be a really interesting game.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see who ends up piloting what for Leviathan in particular. With some of these new players coming in, I mean, you got players like Dimov, right, who we know are insanely flexible, but you know, I'm curious to see how they actually choose to sort the roster, who goes where, you know, what kind of style they're looking for. And okay, it is going to be together on the Abrams, Saint on the Viscous. Definitely, I think for me, eyes on this game on Saint and Taz. Like the explosive spirit nuking from Doorman and Viscous can be a game changer here, especially being able to do things like pop the Victor ulti or you know, punish the Mina if she oversteps. Definitely going to be crucial here. Sonya on the Calico. So I mean, once again, a lot of incredible flexibility being showcased here on the server.
Yeah, and OC's on the hero that I always associate with Zergy, I gotta say, on the 7. That's going to be really interesting. OC's is, I mean, if you play Deadlock, you've probably used an OC's build at some point, and he's, I think, considered by a lot of people to be maybe the best, like pound for pound for that M1 role. Like if we're talking the pure M1 in Europe right now, OC's is definitely in the argument, if not the best player. And so I'm super excited to see what he's going to do with 7. Now 7's made his way back in to the meta, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Little Zip Knocker ass here on the Together. Always a nice one for Workham, which somebody who we haven't talked about is a bit of a newcomer to the space. I don't know that Workham has played on the Night Shift before. Maybe I'm wrong, but definitely exciting. You know, for me, I think Deadlock, we started to have this idea of like, hey, the players have built real history, but I think more than just about any other game that's being played competitively right now, there's incredible room for newcomers. We've seen that in NA recently, and here in EU as well, right? Like, there is still the opportunity for people to break in. You know, you maybe think the top players are insanely good right now, but just you wait a couple of years, it's going to be a lot crazier. So excited to get fresh faces here on the competition.
Yeah, totally agree. It's going to be really cool to see what teams, new teams pop up over time. It's inevitable. I mean, we've been seeing it here on the Night Shift over time. So that said, is there any favorites here for you, Jake? You know, we talked a little bit about some of the, not necessarily the win conditions, but the strengths stylistically of these drafts, like where they're going to have the inherent advantage, whether that's the team fights or the pick game. And so I'm curious what your take is on which of these teams is going to have the advantages in the lane. Who needs to have who is it more important for to have that tempo coming out of the early lane phase?
Ooh, Sonya does get a kill onto OCs, and honestly, I can kind of see it both ways. I think Abrahams has a draft with, other than Mirage and Venator, right? There's a pretty sick fighting group of 4 here, which is typically how I'm looking at Deadlock drafts these days is like, who are the 4 that are going to fight around mid lane, and who are the 2 that are going to play side lane? I mean, it's oversimplification, right? The game ends up being a lot more nuanced than that, but at its most base level, that group of 4 looks insane for Abrahams. I'm also just super curious to see how the farm actually ends up stacking up between somebody like Seven and a more conventional carry. Obviously, Seven going down early definitely hurts. I mean, this is a hero who is not necessarily the best laner, but you just want to come out of the lane, reasonably farm the tower if you can hold it to provide a space for you to hit that jungle. It's really the goal on the Seven, so definitely eyes on OC to see how he can recover this game.
Good pressure here in the mid lane from Abrahams and the Mirage. Well, getting really aggressive as well. The quick parry on the tower. Something I'll also add on top of the point about Seven is the lane partner. You've got McGinnis there, which has been played by Hapex. And McGinnis is really interesting because she's very strong in the laning phase. And so what you could see is McGinnis helping to win that lane very quickly with Seven. And then you just move McGinnis elsewhere. And then you've got a Seven kind of more guaranteed that solo farm a little bit earlier.
Yeah, definitely. If they can, take that tower, would be huge. I will say Arzo and Sonya have done a fantastic job stabilizing things. This should just see Victor as well in the mid for overseas. I think definitely another character that wants to have a solid game here, right? Wants to be tanky enough that, that incoming damage on the earn fight is tolerable, even when it is these like heavy spirit nukes. Curious also to see what build Victor goes for. I mean, we've seen really committed gun builds on Victor. Obviously, I think the original Victor build is like the super heavy spirit and lifesteal strat. But, I think things are open, right? With an objective change, the priorities on the builds change too.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, we're getting to the 5-minute mark now. And so we have those bridge buffs coming up momentarily. It'll be cool to see, how those fights go. I think, one of the things that Abrams is really good at is definitely those bridge buff fights. We've got priority teams looking for priority on their waves so that they can manage to get to that bridge buff position quicker.
It's a nasty lane too. Silver Mina, like this is going to hit very hard. Viscous Abrams is incredibly durable, but even it's hard to imagine, I think, any lane really going to be tanking through the output from Silver and Mina when the ults come up.
Well, Abrams got both of the buffs too. I actually kind of felt like, especially with that little push right there on that Abrams lane, that Leviathan were going to have positioning for it, but they actually lost out on both buffs. Not the craziest buffs though, vitality and speed buff, but still definitely helpful as this tower goes down. And we talked about the importance for it to go the other way. This is great work here. And they're going very deep here. Oh, what a shot, the flick. The Iridomini, you love to see that. Sanya Sniper is still here fighting. But, I mean, this lane, I feel like, has gone very, very well here for the Abraham side.
Yeah, the fact you're able to get this take is definitely something very nice. I will say, I think Seven doesn't completely losing the tower. McGinnis is going to almost certainly roam and maybe look elsewhere. And there's a lot of space for Seven to maybe farm up. Very curious to see what the build is. It's really surprising me that Seven hasn't bought more items here. And with like the headshot booster, or what's it called? Is it crippling?
Weakening
it's
headshot.
not crippling. Weakening headshot. That is,
yeah.
It's like a very odd buy for me. I guess it works on creeps now, so
Yeah, it does, yeah.
It's not crazy, but I don't think I've ever seen this item bought this early on Seven.
Yeah, it should definitely speed up the farming a lot, but yeah, it is interesting. I mean, obviously it's OCs, right? OCs is the author of all the builds we all follow, so I guess we just have to trust that it makes sense.
Yeah, that's the thing. If anyone was going to show off a new build here, it would be OCs. That guy is definitely one of the leaders in terms of the meta right now. It's like we've lost a Victor ult on mid. A lot of pressure here coming in from Empty Dreams. This Vitality buff is paying crazy dividends. He's been healing the entire duration of this. McGinnis puts her life on the line to defend the tower, which will work for now, but feels like a matter of time. Calico's coming in, looking for the finish. No ulti on Victor, but doesn't think she can get that chase down.
Yeah, definitely good deflection from Leviathan on that mid lane. I thought Abrahams are going to have a better time of it with the 3-player aggression. But speaking of 3-player aggression, we do have the same thing now for Leviathan on the right side of the map, challenging into what is a very weak Guardian as McGinnis gets sent into the Baroness. I don't know if they can follow up on that, but in the meantime, this right side Guardian does go down.
Yeah, a couple Guardian takes coming in for Abrams. See if they can find more. Fremont on a little movement showcase here. But yeah, the Baroness, I think that's going to be good enough to open up this tower. And this is something that, I mean, with McGinnis, Victor in mid, you really wanted to avoid. So Taz showing the power of Doorman, just getting rid of your defender. But maybe the counter push is going to come right in. This looks to be shaping up for a major team fight.
Yeah, there's good zoning with the McGinnis wall, but a lot of defensive capabilities brought in by Abrahams, forcing the push back here. And now suddenly, very vulnerable players for Leviathan. They thought they were in a good spot there for that push, but the tables have been turned. I mean, to go all the way back to the Walker. Oh my goodness. Just barely surviving his free mark, but even if he survives, I mean, a lot of value, I would say, from Abrahams on that defense.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, you get pushed back. Sinners just spawned. I mean, there's going to be a price paid for this. Abrams already up to a 6K soul lead.
Hey, you see what Calico just bought? That is a trophy collector Calico.
I mean, hey, I think if there's a hero who's going to do it, right, it should be Calico. This makes way too much sense. Maybe she's a little bit too deep, though. Has ulti. Should be okay to play her way out of this, but pulling a lot of attention, and there's more fight on this side of the door as well.
Are they still going to keep chasing, though? I mean, they're getting blocked by a few other players. Might still be able to make it out. There's still a lead now available. So, oh yeah, they're cutting line of sight here. Wow, I love that. I love the ult through the door. That's pretty cool.
Taz pops everything for now. Delays things, but there could be an opportunity here. Demo picks up a Guardian. Remux still has ultimate, but it's going to maybe struggle to proc it. The damage is coming in. They're really trying to just burst this Silver down. That decay from Viscous is starting to bite, and with just a little bit of HP left, yeah, Silver just has to run for it. Abrams slams in over the top. Fremont can't really get into this fight, and Abrams throwing their weight around on the map right now.
I wonder if Fremont will live here, but if so, that'd be two just ridiculous escapes that Fremont has already had this game. Escaping the ball there, I thought that ball locked down, and that was like so cool and a little smart setup there, combined with the Doorman Baroness. But so far, we're seeing priority from Abrahams all across the map. The scoreline's pretty close at 6K advantage for them, but they are really winning all of these fights. You know, when they come in for the defense, they always push Leviathan back so far. Their presence across the entire map has been really annoying, and I think, you know, we talked about how Calico really adds to that, and we have seen that, I think, from Sanya Sniper. He's been very annoying, but with that said, you know, with Calico, you've got to be careful about your soul value, but the bridge bus come up here, and once again, looking good for Abrahams.
Yeah, big snipe. Dimov grabs the buff, but pays with his life. Does not feel worth there. Mina over the top, putting down a bit of damage, and she still has the Sanguine to play her way out, but in the end, Saint still stays alive here on the Viscous. And Leviathan get bullied back. They do not get to escape that with a buff, just denying the Spirit buff, but it feels like that's probably not worth your life on Dimov.
Absolutely. That's a nice Leaping Slash there. Return the Shadows to get out of dodge. But this is it. OC's farmed up, doing a nice bit of damage overhead, controlling the space, and that will secure this Guardian as well. So that's a nice pickup. We had an urn coming up in a minute, so you do need to do that setup work for the map control. And Fremont, I don't think he's getting out of it this time.
Yeah, surely he's going to take out. I mean, he cannot take the full damage here, but it looks like he will. Just gets popped. Trophy collector stacks maybe starting to get up here. I mean, Sanya's getting involved in all of these fights. The 7 ult from OC's, though, definitely showing threat, and he's going for, I think, pretty much a gun build on 7. I'm curious if he'll maybe go back towards Spirit now, or if he'll stick with a committed gun. I have seen that build look good before. Mirage goes all in, but maybe wasn't expecting this. Dimov showing up for the counter kill, walled in by McGinnis as well, and that's a really nice kill to find. Empty Dreams trying to make a play on the side lane, but Tation comes in to punish.
And here again, you know, this is exactly why Calico is so expert. I mean, I don't think anyone can do it better than Calico. Goodbye.
So close. Overseas was, I mean, what, like 20 HP, 10 HP, had to be down to the absolute wire. Kill would have been super worth if Sonic could find it, but in this case, just doesn't quite have the gas.
You got to worry about those stomps. They're much more dangerous now. Okay, quick escape there, but we do have one coming up here, Jake, and we talked about it. Leviathan have a really good setup. They got all the circles for these urn fights. So how will Abrahams handle it?
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment where they should be strong. They need to be strong. Mirage getting kind of swarmed, hit from all sides, but the roll comes in from Saint. Even he just doesn't have the HP. OCs brings him down. It's just that raw gun damage. And with the Lycan Curse proc, they're going to get a free pickup here.
Protect the Urn Runner.
Okay, across the map they go. And I don't know how this defense is going to look for Abrahams. They're going to be looking to take the Guardian down. They should be successful here. We've got Arzo picking that one up. So looking to be in position to potentially fight for this. And at the same time, Leviathan, they have to get more players over there. They will have 3 players for the initial drop-off, but looks like Abrahams will have 4 players, 5 players now for this contest. So this does get kind of interesting. In terms of the ultimates, there is plenty available for Abrahams, although we really think about Leviathan's ultimates more so for these team fights. And now having to just hold the urn. And one of the new dynamics, Jake, is you can't hold it forever anymore.
Yeah, right. It's, you know, you can juggle it for a little while, but eventually it's going to start to hurt. It's going to start to put that damage down. Sonya is scouted, which, I mean, there is real kill threat from D-Mob here with the slowing hex. Fremont holding the iron, but you can see it just doesn't last for long. Oh, this is a huge gank. Instant kill. Empty Dreams gets basically nothing off in that fight. Sonya ults and just tries to run away, but there's a chase down coming in. I mean, I don't think D-Mob is going to let this one go easy.
This is a very important kill to find. Long just before Sanya's able to cut line of sight. It's taken out and is going to be reset completely. So even on the overall souls, and we get pressure from both teams on either side of the map here on these walkers. So I feel like we're kind of resetting Jake into more of a neutral position, but now that the urn's been collected again, will Leviathan go for it this time?
It feels like I'm surprised they didn't go before. I mean, with both Seven ult and Victor ult, but the patience works out, right? They're able to punish Mirage on the side lane. A couple key ultimates are out, like Abrams ult not being available. Even the Calico ult, definitely something you'd like to have around the urn fight. Abrams are showing presence, though. It shows to me that they are not going to give this one up for free. McGinnis is going to defend mid, but it looks like a fight is going to break out around the urn. But meanwhile, Seven and Mina are on the other side of the map, so it looks like maybe another fake out of Leviathan. They just kill off Empty Dreams again. They bait the urn again, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I just can't seem to get it across, but big fight breaking up between. Nice swap under the walker. The stop won't come in time to really convert on top of that one. It looks like Abrahams have all the positioning here. They've managed to hold, but they don't have the walker just yet. They don't have the urn. But speaking of walkers, they're going to lose one of their own here on the left side. So this actually is a great trade for Leviathan.
Yeah, great macro from Leviathan. They just never had any intention of committing to that urn fight. Abrams, though, coming in, trying to collapse on these players. They're staying a little bit greedy. Seven and Mina sticking around after taking the tower, but looks like they're too much for just Saint and Empty Dreams to handle, even with the rotation in. Like, they get kind of bullied back here. And, I mean, the net worth is starting to explode a little bit here on OCs.
It's pretty scary. We'll get a pause. We can survey, you and I, Jake. We can survey the buys, the builds. He's got to charge his headset. All right, so we got like at least a minute, depending on how fast that thing charges. Hope it's USB-C. All right, what do we got here?
I like this build from Seven. Yeah. I will say this is a very this is extremely competitive build. Like, he's going full shred, so he's not really. This is not the solo carry Seven build in your pubs. This is a very powerful build at enabling your teammates, right? Like, the spirit damage he does from his third skill does disgusting status effects on the opposition here. I mean, it's like you're getting multiple kinds of bullet and spirit resist shred, the headshot shreds, your 3 maxed naturally shreds, you have suppressor on it. I mean, he has, I think it's every debuff you can get. I mean, he'd go like Mystic Slow or something. Yeah. Feels a little much, but it's looking really like powerful for enabling the rest of the squad. Like, if you're fighting the Seven and then things like Mina comes in, McGinnis comes in with an ult, the Victor's running in, like, that shred is going to add up like crazy. And, you know, I'm worried about Abrahams because their front line is essentially Abrams and like Calico, but for Arzo and Empty Dreams, if you get caught, like, you are not going to have the tankiness that you might expect on somebody like a Venator.
It's interesting because it's very reminiscent of these old Crow Vindicta builds. If you guys remember that version of Vindicta when the Crow was very different. Where, yeah, it's huge impact for the shred on these fights. And we're going to get a chase down now onto Taz.
Taz in trouble.
He doesn't have Baroness. Oh my god. Here comes the ball, though. Like a scene from Indiana Jones.
Yeah, running him down. Space created for the ball, but I think he's probably just going to have to be satisfied with saving Taz. Lycan Curse is procced from Fremont, which I don't think he's going to be super happy about. A chase down getting attempted here onto Victor, who doesn't have ultimate, which looks to be going very nicely here. Finally, Empty Dreams get us a little bit of revenge for these side lane ganks that have been so often turned against him. Overseas maybe getting a little bit greedy farming so deep.
Here comes Fremont looking to get a gank and got shotted away, so can't kind of get that slow down, that burst onto Alzo is looking for. But at least forces him back a little bit, and space control is important. And right now, the whole Leviathan team kind of blocking the put down of that urn at the moment for the urn fight. And it's been interesting how it's been challenging for both teams to really get that King of the Hill situation going. I don't think we've really... Have we had it? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think it shows both teams have basically opted to fake with control, right? Like, you know, they're going for a pretty committed. There's 3 players pushing the side lane here with the Mirage. So no intention from Abrahams to actually go for this dunk. See if Dimov could find a catch or a swap here. It's like they do need to punish. Urn is taking Abrams, though. I don't know about going for this dunk. Yeah, he is just faking, making them think that he's committed. But yeah, you just can't hold the Urn really any longer. Even Abrams, right, with his Infernal Resilience, it's like, it just hurts too much. You got to go back to the base, got to take a reset.
Yeah, really interesting situation. We didn't end up seeing either team committing in for the trade on the Walkers, which was kind of brewing. And it's interesting too, because we talked about Abrahams. They don't really want to go for these team fights themselves. Like, that's kind of a part of their strategy, I would say. Now, I feel like we've seen that play out, Jake. And what we have also seen play out is trying to prioritize creating arguments or positions for them to find pickoffs and catch people out. And that they have been doing quite well. But even still, even game, and the Urn's going across yet again.
I mean, it's interesting at this point, like, the Urn's been delayed so much, it's not even worth that many souls. Like, 3,000 souls at this point, like, both teams nearing 90. It's a little bit more of a rounding error, but, you know, still worth if you can get that dunk in. Looks like it is going to be forced here. Abraham's thinking about it, or nope, they're baiting once again. No, Leviathan are very ready for the contest, and I mean, both teams have... I think no one wants to make the mistake. I think both teams recognize this game is basically dead even, and, you know, no one wants to take the gamble. No one feels confident to take the risk.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. And again, just gets zoned away. And I like this movement from Leviathan. 3 players looking to kind of split off and find picks in middle. The chase down onto Mirage, onto Empty Dreams. Can't quite find him. Uncollected yet again. Might actually get deposited. I mean, Abrams in position to do it, I believe.
Yeah, the waves are so good for them. But Victor is going to be able to hold this down for a long time. Here he comes overseas, stepping in, grabbing some capture charge himself. See what Abrams can find here. Would love to be able to get up some nice stuns. Major team fight looks to be developing here. Mina over the top. Nox Nostra puts some nice damage down. Overseas, loses the ult, creates a little bit of zone of terror, zone of control, but the Abrams slams back down. Could start to look for more targets. Have better health here for sure on Abrams. OCs opens up with the ultimate. Last resort now. But the knockdown comes in. Seven's out of the sky, unable to really deal damage, and this looks to be going well for Abrahams. It's not over yet.
Yeah, still quite a few players up. Health is getting low, though. Together on Abrams, about to die. And out of the Baroness finally comes Fremont from that Lycan Curse. And if he can just refresh that Curse, he's going to be in a great spot. But it sounds like the Curse will not get reset, but still some kills coming in here now for Leviathan. We've got 4 players remaining right now. All-out brawl. You've got Taz, who's waiting on the other side from the door, outside of the zone right now, just playing with that door for positional advantage and really making Doorman look really strong right now. And the advantage definitely with Abrahams, but Leviathan still really looking to make this go, and the souls might just get thrown into the sky very shortly here, Jake, because this fight won't stop.
Yeah, we're down to the absolute wire here, which would be a win for Leviathan. They can hold on. Overseas is back into this fight off the respawn. Looks like a lot of the souls picked up by Overseas, but so many kills go the way of Abrahams in this fight. A lot of low players, though, and with the respawns coming in, maybe there's going to be one last chase down here onto Dimov. I mean, it's actually a closer fight than you would think, especially if Arzo goes down off the finish. Cube is going to maybe delay that for a moment. OCs really wants to finish some of these kills, but the Viscus provides massive value. A parry as well. Arzo is fighting insanely well with basically no HP left to speak of. Does go down eventually. And as the dust settles, I don't know that either team leaves this fight much better than how they came in.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting. I got to say, that fight was extremely lengthy. Yeah, it does test some of our assumptions out a little bit, because we did get to start off with the Victor roll. We got started off with the 7 ult as well to control space, things that we thought would really be high value, but didn't ultimately end up impacting the fight all that much, as Abraham's played it really, really well to deny, using the knockdown on 7 ult, able to dodge the Victor ult. They use the Doorman as well to escape some of these bigger abilities while still keeping people in the zone. So yeah, just great play from Abraham's, I've got to say. And now the question is, what's next on the map now that we're about to have another unspawn, actually?
I mean, it's interesting. Victor does not feel like the menace on the urn that he was. And oh, by the way, not urn anymore. A force on the mid boss. Really wild look from Abrams, but OC's is down. So they're going to go for it with the long spawn timer. Leviathan definitely going to look for the contest here, but Taz has the door in the pit. So this is going to get wild.
Yeah, very easy to have a quick escape. Oh, charging somebody out into the Walker Stomp. Able to dodge that one, though. This is very, very challenging to get away from this one. I mean, we've had lots of daring escapes from Fremog, but he's got a lot of players on his tail, and that's going to be the end of him. Now comes the Rejuve Crystal, falling down Nox Nostra from the Sevens, and it is a Burger Box Bonanza, but it's Abrahams that pick up every single Rejuve Crystal. They're going to lose a couple players, though, real quick. Still, though, very even here, as now if we start to see Arzo making his presence known in this fight, really dominant. Some of those turrets annoying, but really, at the end of it, nothing against the charge from Abrams, and Abrams coming out once again better in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Abrams, this is just the best team in the world when it comes to the mid-boss pit. I feel like for as long as they've been a team, they have been snatching away mid-bosses. So incredible play from them, the pin through the door, setting up that first 2 combo to eventually clean up Fremog, and then able to get back into the pit just in time, calculating it perfectly. A little bit of attempt on the Walker. Together's going to catch a stomp there, but in the end, damage is done. Walker goes down, and with 2 Rejuve Crystals to play with, Abrahams may have done enough to really crack this game open. Not finished yet, but with just the 2 Sidewalkers to take, you certainly feel good about their chances.
Gentlemen,
oh yeah,
I need to come in here with a special request from the public. They want to know, how many trophy collector stacks are we at for Calico?
Of course they do. So we can get a mouse over from the observers. They should have some sort of visual.
I bet you guys anything. When we're in arenas, right, for this game, we're going to do, in the middle of a broadcast, trophy collector stacks.
Right,
and the crowd's going to go wild for it. Guaranteed.
Stacks is, I mean, this is pretty massive, right? Trophy collector, it's definitely something nice to have here for Calico, because it really lets her just stay, in her lane, constantly looking for kills in team fights, not really needing to ever do many jungle camps, which clears the way for players like Empty Dreams and Arzo to just farm up an absolute storm, which, I mean, these last successful team fights have really ensured for them. Ricochet picked up now for Empty Dreams, and we were worried potentially about this double carry setup, but Abrahams, it feels like they've maybe cleared the toughest hurdle of the game, getting past that urn fight, getting into a mid boss, and the later the game goes, it feels like you gotta like the odds of a Mirage and a Venator together.
Yeah, it's really very interesting to see how it's played out based on some of the theory that we were doing for the draft. Abraham's making this conflict really, really good, and I mean, more importantly, the Mirage. Like, if they end up winning this game, oh my god, the Mirage storyline, it's been truly desperate and devoid of any joy for the last few weeks.
It's like a bit of an attempt here coming in on the Silver. She got a couple shields, but will it be enough? Decay taking down on her. They're a little bit scared of overextending into a Lycan Curse, but I mean, these call bells just keep hitting from Taz. Earning control for Mita, but she has to back up, man. It's a question of whether she'll even be able to hang on to this Walker, much less the urn.
All those portraits on fire at the moment for Abrahams as they look to assault this Walker and once again zone away the urn. It just feels like they've had complete control for the most part in this game. They've looked really, really good. They did go down 1 Walker earlier on. Did Leviathan had a better trade, but since then, the macro looking good, and looking to use those McGinnis walls to try to get these pickoffs here. Still, though, despite that, Abrahams just are an oppressive force. They're able to force their will onto this game, Jake.
See if they can find any more out of this. Empty Dreams went pretty deep for that one, but the cube is going to purge everything off. Saint Definitely been worth his weight in gold on Viscous this game. A lot of big saves. Refresher's picked up for overseas, though. It's a very nice buy, especially with Earn in contest. And Rejuve's going to expire before this objective goes down. Leviathan, though, they are down the McGinnis. I mean, down a pretty meaningful amount of souls and a player. It's scary, but we've seen these turn fights go incredibly long, you know, past even spawn timer. So I'd expect Leviathan to maybe give a challenge here.
Yeah, in for the Earn fight. This is a scary situation. Leviathan having to come into the attack. We'll see if they're able to make it work out here. Looking to get a nice swap in, and that's going to be a good conversion onto Viscous.
Huge kill.
Huge kill early on, absolutely.
Could be enough. 7 ult over the top is cooking everyone. On top of that fact, the Victor ult in the low ground. Pretty hard to evade the stuns. OC's the escalating here, just taking down everybody. The duration of this ulti, absolutely unmatched right now. And Abraham starting to tick out that initial kill on Saint, pays huge dividends. Now those carries feel so much more accessible, so much more vulnerable. OC's with the stun in, looks good to connect, finishes off the Mirage himself, and gets the AoE on the Venator. This could turn into an entire team wipe, and Leviathan could have just brought the game back with one fight.
Crazy, a ton of events. And another crazy ton of events. I'm going to throw it over to ZP. I got to vanish for a little bit, so ZP is going to take over for me.
All right, getting tagged in, the tag team match here, Jake. And yeah, what a time to get tagged back in. Leviathan, they have completely come back into this game. It was looking potentially over, especially when they're down like nearly 20k plus Rejuve. And the soul graph here, Jake, it tells the tale.
I mean, Dan just popped his ult, man. He's swapping. He's coming back in a bit, but glad to have you here, ZP. Unstopped gets picked up by OC's, the prize for that fight, and that feels amazing. Like this, right? Just being able to deliver the pain, and I feel like 7 showed his worth in this new Earn fight, right? Like, you know, some of those smaller AoEs, they're still powerful, but, you know, when it comes to the AoE circles game, you cannot compete with 7. I mean, that ult always stays on top.
The wild part there is that the ult was able to stay with that level of uptime pre-unstoppable. It was just OC's having a right read on, hey, I can pop it here, get away with it. And yeah, I mean, if a 7 gets that amount of uptime on Stormcloud, you're probably going to win the fight, just how it works. And I mean, now 158k, 159k, nearly 30 minutes in, this game easily has the potential, Jake, to go 40 minutes long, which again, I think comp-wise, Abraham's maybe a little bit happy for that. It's kind of a mixed bag where you have the Mirage and the Ven, so on one hand, you do scale pretty well late. On the other hand, you have Calico, where even just looking at the damage done, her overall damage into the late game, it gets worse.
Another fight breaking out in the mid. Nox Nostrock trying to come in over the top, layer down some damage, but Freemark's already out of the fight. So Abraham's, now it's their turn to start with an advantage. Seems like Leviathan maybe just want to lick their wounds and catch a reset. Not wanting to overextend into this one. Oh, it looks like Overseas actually didn't commit to buying that refresher we saw him buy, but instead went for a Scourge, which, you know, does feel pretty strong in this game if you're getting on top of characters like Venator or Abrams.
I see the enemy.
McGinn is doing her best to keep contest of this mid space, but definitely showing the cracks. I mean, whoever finds those early pickoffs has a huge edge. With mid boss opening, I feel like knowing Abrahams, they have to go for the flip here.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Silver being down, where, by the way, Abrahams has taken immense care this entire game to target Freemark first in fights, where it's usually been together, setting the stage with Sanya jumping in right after, but it's not a full mid-boss here, Jake. They have a little bit of damage on mid-boss, but otherwise they want to take the fight up top. They want to go for what's actually more of a 5v5, because while they're going for the fight up top, Arzo is a little bit late to the party.
A lot of ults already out now from Abrahams, but it doesn't seem like they've got many connections, although hold on, 7 finds himself in a tough spot, has to bump the unstoppable ulti, but the damage is coming in and it's hurting. I don't know that he's going to be able to stick around for long. 3 procs from Mirage, plays on the high ground, but Calico comes in, finishes him off 90 seconds on the deck for OCs. That is backbreaking.
Yeah, that's the downside. Of course, spawn timers changed a while back, and yeah, when you're this rich, it comes with the big penalty of you take a seat for a long time when you go down. So once more, Abrahams, 6 on 5. Don't have to worry about OCs, the most farmed on Leviathan. Shouldn't be a fake this time around, and you're still playing with Doorman, and you have Mirage for the Dust Devils. Freemark just gets evaporated, walks into the pit, instantly goes away. And now the swap comes in from D-Mob. Is it enough to get any of these crystals here? Parries are out, but no, every single Rejuve going the way of Abraham's. Leviathan finds himself on the back foot once more.
Oh, it looked so promising in moments for Leviathan, but Abraham's once again coming away with all of the prizes. Verkum caught by this Dormant ulti and coming back into a world of hurt. waves are not bad. Honestly, there's a wave crashing here on the base. Abrahams, they could really drop, they could get maybe the patron here, at least one shrine going down though, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Abrahams, if you don't walk away from this with at least one shrine, you are very, very sad. You take a look at how they're spraying it out. What's the plan for Empty Dreams? Give Mirage even more farm. One thing I do want to check in on, those golden statues, where even earlier in the game, Jake, Abrahams had a pretty substantial golden statue lead, and I feel like that may be even more now. And yeah, I mean, look at the amount of power they have team-wide from golden statues. It's a pretty significant difference.
Yeah, nice little full dunk for Abrams. Together, going to get rich off this one. Mirage, I mean, those status effects are starting to stack up. I feel like once you get this toxic inhibitor ricochet, this is when Mirage just becomes a demon in these long fights. Like, you have to deal with the Mirage, but he's so hard to find and punish in the chaos of a team fight. You have so many other threats to worry about.
You know, you hit a good point there of so many other threats to worry about, is that maybe this is a secret to make Mirage work, is that you do pair up Mirage with something like a Venator, so you can't do the standard gameplay of how people are neutralizing Mirage of, you know, throw in all resources, dive Mirage, because if everyone dives Mirage, you're going to get ripped apart by the 40k Ven. So in a way, having both Ven and Mirage gives enough of a threat that you can't actually just full dive the Mirage in every fight and have it be a working strategy.
Yeah, I think Viscous is also a huge part of that too, right? Having the best save in the game in the cube, able to be deployed on these hard carries, means that, you know, it's even if you're not even worried about Venator, like just actually being able to kill off one of these hard carries with a full dive is very much in question. Some decisions, though, to be made for Abrams now. I mean, they don't have any kills on the map, and I don't suspect Leviathan will give them to them, but do they go for the dry siege, try to get this next shrine, try to drop the patron? Because I don't know that they have one more back out in them. Abrams going to step up with Scourge and just soak the fight into Freemock. Freemock really needs to get this Lycan Curse, but the burst is instant on him. Arzo overwhelmed. Some big damage coming in from the Nox Nostra on Mina, and hold on, Abraham's going to lose their rejuves, and actually there's a fight to be had.
The rejuves have been burned. Leviathan trying to make the most of it. The problem is rejuves been used pretty well. Iradomini coming out from afar. Not being shot at the 7 here just yet, looking for other targets. Instead, finds the McGinnis, the shot through the dark. And now Abrahams, I mean,
Doorman holds him in the sky. Taz, how did you get up there? He doored up to the top of the roof. I don't think I've even seen that.
Jake, the lesson learned here, rejuves are made to be used. Effective use out of Abrahams. It's going to get him the shrine, it gets some extra kills, and it maybe is just going to be the game depending on how long they want to stay here.
Yeah, desperation now. Leviathan, they have to come in and get some kind of a counter kill off of this. Workham trying to do what he can, but everyone on Abrams doing fantastic, protecting each other. Mina just plays that perfectly, I will say, to be as much of a distraction as possible, but it has to just be one final throne fight. And Abrahams, they're going to drop here, but I don't even know that they are going to stick around for this.
We'll see. First stage patron is going on down. You don't have the rejuves anymore, and you have a substantial lead. Remember, it's still a best of one, and Abrahams knows better than others how things can flip, so they're going to be taking a step back. I think it's the right call in the situation where, yeah, maybe you could all-in dive, but why? You have such a big advantage, you can just win in other ways.
I like this force, though. This is the kind of gamble you have to go for. But they just don't see the opportunity. In fairness, the game is, you know, this is one of those scenarios where do you have a 5% chance to win forcing a fight, or a 4% chance to win trying to hold a defense, you know, in this kind of a terrible situation in the game?
I think history has kind of started to show that it's better off going for the wild fight outside of base than trying to defend in base in these situations. Like, you have to make something happen. Is it likely to go well for Leviathan with this sort of stat difference? No, but I mean, there's a possibility. Ideal world, I think, for Leviathan is that you have a fight where Freemock doesn't get blown up immediately, because the way these team fights have been going down, Jake, almost every time it's Together and Sanya just insta-jumping Freemock, and I don't even think Freemock has been able to get in the Wolf half the time.
Yeah, he's just getting absolutely assassinated, and even players like Arzo stepping up to take that challenge at close range. So for Freemock, game's feeling really rough. I mean, this happens with no Viscous, there's no Rem on the team, like these really powerful hard saves that would normally, I mean, Abrahams has been used to great effect to punish the initial engagement. They haven't been quite coming through. You know, you wonder about this game, maybe with like someone building a divine barrier for Freemock, but you know, it's hard when you don't have the heroes that are going to naturally go that direction.
Also, in terms of where heroes want to be farm-wise, you know, you have two really hyper-farm people and both the Ven and the Mirage, and then, you know, by comparison, you know, I think in terms of an opening outing for Workham for Leviathan, it hasn't been bad. But, you know, for Mina at this stage in the game, you do want to be like about 10K higher to have a really big impact on the game. I mean, Mina's burst just does not have the same impact if you're just average or below the curve in a game like this.
Oh, once again, Fremont gets initiated on. There's a ton of Abrams players here converging on his position. And with that pin, that should just seal the deal. And good punish from Abrahams, you know, waiting for a mistake to be made. The macro advantage is brutal, and mid-boss spawns, and it honestly couldn't be a worse time here for Leviathan. They're going to be forced into this engagement.
Jake, games like this are why Silver drinks, but once more together, diving in. Shocking reanimation going to be brought out into the unstoppable. Back over and in for round 2, but okay, a little bit too much pain and suffering for together. However, space was created. Sanya cleaning up some of the scraps, takes down Overseas. Irritamini being pulled out on the flank as Arzo looking for what remains.
Arzo's so clean with the Irritamini this game. Feels like he just does not miss those stakes. And with just Verkum and Dimov trying to hold this one out. Dimov not even going to be able to get out to the base. That will be GG. Abraham's going to advance on to the money match, showing that the old dogs still have some fight left in them. Leviathan, the new roster, showed a lot of promise, some impressive fights, but for Abrahams, I think they got exactly what they wanted out of the draft. I mean, the doorman was incredibly annoying. I feel like Taz had very few deaths this game. Saint did great on the saves, but the dual carry stars of the show here for Abrahams.
Yeah, and I mean, really, for Abrahams, they ran this exact comp yesterday, Jake, in scrims against Lowkey W. That's why when I saw the Mirage pick, I was just like, wait, are you going to go the Calico again? Because they ran both together and won. I was watching that yesterday and just stunned, and look, it was good preparation for Abrahams. They bring it out here in the BO1, and they take the win as a result.
Yeah, great early game from the Calico, right? Like when you go for these greedier setups, you know, things can go wrong really fast if you start to fall behind and you don't have the space to farm and you need Mirage to come to fights that he's not really ready for. But that never happened this game. We didn't get to see that world because this early tower take that came in from Calico and Venator, very, very valuable. Like even going down here to the 7, it was not a free fight by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, no, not at all. And yeah, all in all, I mean, I think it's interesting to see how much the meta has shifted in just 1 week, where, yeah, you have the Urn changes that came in, where, by the way, the Urn fight here was absurd. There was a lot of people in chat, Jake, watching this going, that's the first time I've actually seen the Urn go 90 seconds. And it happened in a pro game. It was very much a testament to how even this game was at a point. Even with arguably Leviathan having better team fight options, Abrahams was able to play around it pretty well in most cases while still remaining in the circle.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, I think, had like one really big Urn fight go their way. But what made the difference for me in this match was that Abrahams, both times the mid-boss went down, all 3 rejuves claimed by Abrahams. Like, for me, that often, I mean, as long as we've been playing competitive Deadlock, right, it's been crucial that you get those rejuve secures. And Abrahams, they've always been the best in the business at exactly that. I feel like this is a team that is so aware of how to play the mid-boss. And I mean, talk about something that shows the veterancy for a team. Like in all the chaos of a mid-boss fight, it feels like there's no greater test of a team's ability to coordinate, make the right decisions at the right time, and brawl things out. Fantastic parries coming in here. And in the end, Abrahams walk away with the win, on to face Lowkey W in the money match, which won't be easy by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all. Also, if they bring this out against Lowkey W had experience against it yesterday, so presumably Lowkey W has made some countermeasures. I think part of why this comp worked, though, Jake, diving a little bit deep into it, was the fact that they were able to combo burst damage onto dives. I mean, again, you look at the game plan that got executed over and over and over again. What was it? It was Together goes in, sets the stage, goes in on Silver, and then Calico is there immediately on top of other damage being brought in. But the core of it was getting both Abrahams and Calico at the same time to basically isolate someone for death. And when that person is Silver, a hero that, remind you, that was the highest budgeted hero for Leviathan. It was picked at first pick. Where generally speaking, that's a hero you expect to do a lot for you in the course of the game, given you're putting that big of a draft priority on it. And Fremont was just erased most of the game. So, I mean, the strategy for Abrahams was clear and very well executed.
Yeah, it's a great point, right? We just didn't feel like Silver was in that first pick spot, you know, where we've seen many games where Silver like eviscerates these heavy M1 carries and they just can't quite play the game. I mean, that's why this character gets picked in that first slot so often. but it feels like Abrams have a really good counter strat to Silver. You know, that's honestly how this game felt. Would have maybe loved to see Leviathan maybe go back for a little bit more of a powerful save to kind of keep her up through that and get a little bit deeper. But Saint, great stats from 0-4, but 25 assists on the Viscous, and I mean a massive investment in spirit damage. So like the damage to this Viscous is pretty real, and he's, you know, having some key saves in the fights. But it's also Taz. I mean, this is the Doorman effect. 1 death on Doorman. 5, 1, and 27. Insane hero damage. I feel like we didn't talk about him all that much in these games, but he's just old reliable on the Doorman in these fights, like constantly putting down big damage with the Tank Buster. The ulti obviously is like having huge impact, isolating players out of the team fights. And especially in this game, there was a lot of characters who couldn't make their way out of the Baroness in time and end up taking that full burst of damage.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Doorman brings to any given fight. Doorman is giving you top in class damage, where oftentimes you see Doorman as the top damage in the game. Doorman is also giving you the banish, effectively, as Lightbringer would call it, where, you know, just having someone out of the fight for a long period of time has hidden benefits over it, especially when it's a priority target. And yeah, I mean, no one hates having Doorman on your team, which is why he's such a high priority pick at the moment. But yeah, here's our full stats screen. You know, a little bit more in depth on the details and the item builds. And, you know, it was close for a long period of time, Jake. And, you know, at one point got evened up about 30 minutes into the game. And once Leviathan took the lead one more time, it was pretty much out of reach. Or rather, once Abraham took the lead one more time, it was out of reach for Leviathan.
Yeah, looking at these stats, you know, I did feel like the 7 carry, it wasn't bad. Like, there were some impact team fights from OCs. But I think we saw some of the limitations of this frontline setup. I think the McGinnis coming out of a losing lane feels really bad. I think like for this McGinnis to feel good, it feels like you really want to be taking tier 1s early, generating an early advantage, and you know, your team can hopefully snowball on that. You get some space to farm up and to be this like big scary ult in a lot of the team fights, but didn't really feel that from Hapex in this one. I think coming off a rough start, McGinnis feels pretty uniquely bad compared to other heroes. Workham, though, I mean, great showing from him, I think, overall. Top player damage in the lobby, pretty low deaths, was able to put a lot of space creation down. But I think a lot of that comes from Mina's ability to escape from these initiations. A lot of these other teammates were not so lucky, right? Freemark had to take the brunt of this together Abrams, Sonya Sniper, Calico, which, I mean, devastating stats across the board from those two.
Well, we got to crown our MVP, and we would be derelict in our duty if we didn't give it to Sanya, playing Calico for the first time in a long time here in Night Shift and taking home the dub in a game where the Calico actually looked quite good, Jake, comboing with together over the course of the game. And also, you know, we did our damage check-in at the beginning of the game, and Sanya was actually pumping out damage within the first 15 minutes, was a big reason as to why some of these lanes felt very uncomfortable. And you talk about the bad McGinnis performance, the combination of taking down Freemark in these fights meant that the McGinnis was usually one of the people getting dived after. Like, Sanya didn't let Hapex have a lot of room post Freemark dying in these fights, and it was just a tough game from the pressure that was able to be put down here, in no small part to the combos that Calico was a part of.
It's great to see Sanya on these like more aggressive fighting characters. I mean, he's such a strong carry performer, but it's exciting to see that he can bring it on this wide range of heroes. I mean, definitely a player to watch in the future in Deadlock. I think, you know, historically in hero shooters, whenever I see a player that feels like they can pilot heroes in completely different categories to an insane level of play, you know, I think those are the players that end up lasting an incredibly long time and, you know, being some of the top players in the entire pro scene. So for Sanya, a great early game to set his team off on the right foot, and some great finishing team fights to close that one out for Abrahams. And so for our money match, it is going to be Lowkey W, our title holder, taking on Abrahams as the challenger.
Yeah, and for Abrahams, of course, it's not too big of a surprise coming in. I mean, they have been the #2 team in Europe in recent results. And for Leviathan, again, I kind of called it in the middle of the draft, is that regardless of how you looked at the draft and how things went down, this is a team that literally just changed up 3 players. Even though some of the players are some of the more storied in the scene, like Dimov, you can't necessarily expect the team to come out with their peak performance in week 1. Deadlock is a little bit too complicated of a game for that. It takes some time to build team synergy.
Yeah, and I think the proof's in the pudding for this team, right? To have played Abraham so close, like, you know, one of those reju fights around mid goes differently, and Leviathan walks out of the pit with the spoils there. Honestly, like, you very much believe that they could and would have won, right? They were at a serious deficit. They had some big team fights to kind of bring the game back into contention, and there's not many squads that can kind of make recovery fights against a team like Abraham. So definitely, obviously, you know, expect more in the future out of this Leviathan team. But that's all for them in this week. They are eliminated, of course, there in the Challenger.
So the money match is set in stone. It's going to be Abraham's taking on Lowkey W once again. Will the changes of the week be in Abraham's favor, or will Lowkey W defend their position? Tune in after the break to find out. Welcome back, everyone. The money match is upon us. I did not mute my microphone this time. ZP and Jake, and later DDK to bring you all the action here in our final here in the U. And Jake, again, from the last match, things are changing in the meta here in Deadlock.
Yeah, we already got a little bit of a test of that, but some old classics also making a reappearance. To see the double carry come out for Abrahams look very solid. The fact that they can win the first earn fight with that really surprised me. I think that's just impressive play from Abraham.
Also, I got to call chat for one moment here. People are saying, man, Freemock, stop dying all the time. And while, yeah, it's true, Freemock was the target there. Here's the thing. We haven't seen an Abrams Calico basically in forever. So I actually think this is a case where the aggression of that strategy and being that hard on the dive was not something that you could really be prepared for until you deal with it. And yeah, I think you put Freemock against the same situation. Things are probably a little bit more measured, but that was a strategy, Jake, that, was some of the highest burst damage we've seen.
Yeah, it's one of those games where maybe you go almost pure green on silver, just try to survive that initial burst of damage, but also not end up going for these hard save supports. There was the opportunity, not that Paige or Kelvin are really being picked all that much these days, but right, it could have been a shifter in the dynamic here, of course, around those initial bursts. So the draft for Leviathan, I think, basically just getting punished by Abrahams with the final pick Calico.
Well, we got to talk about what's going to be going down here in our EU final. And of course, to do that, we got to talk about the reigning champion. That's right, Lowkey W, the team that's been winning it all as of late. Winners of the Night Shift Open, current kings of Europe. A lot of old Buff Enjoyers history on this team, Jake, both from the player side and, of course, their coach and Lightbringer, frequent friend of the show. And, you look at this roster, they went through a little bit of tough times where they replaced Empty Dreams Zergy, but, kind of going to the point I was talking about last map with Leviathan where, I wonder what their growing pains are going to be. Lowkey W, they just made a change of one player from Empty Dreams Zergy, and it took them a few weeks to finally get their rhythm back.
Yeah, and now that they have, right, the W's have been anything but low-key. They've been really dominant, right, crushing through the Night Shift Open, defeating essentially all the other top teams, even in North America, right? So it's a statement victory for Lowkey W, and now making a run of things in the Night Shift, wanting to maybe reenact that Buff Enjoyers era of dominance. Also a couple newer faces on this team like Vrake and Cosmetical, but these guys are quickly joining the pedigree with the rest of this squad and all of their experience.
Yeah, and for Lowkey W, they've been the team to beat, and they are mortal. It's not like they go on streaks where they win everything 10 in a row historically. Even the Buff Enjoyers era, they'd win 3-4 in a row, then lose a game, but that also is a testament to how competitive EU is. And on that note, we can flip back over to the Abrahams roster that we just saw, which of course is going to be the other team in this game. And you talk about hero flexibility. It was a big story in the last game, but Sanya able to go from position 1, always playing M1 characters. You get Empty Dreams joining the team, and Sanya goes, yeah, I'm just going to do a little bit of Lash, a little bit of Calico. I will fill whatever the team needs, and really gave an extra level of flexibility to this Abraham squad.
Yeah, the flexibility, I think is going to prove to be key right now with the way the meta has changed. I mean, you got players like Saint who've played the Abrams at times, played the classic supports, but also been able to take the fight to the opponents and be more of an aggressive frontliner. I think Arzo and Empty Dreams on the dual carry really impressed me. I think that's not an easy style to make work. Given your greed in the early game, but when you're able to win your lanes with those kind of heroes, like when the Venator comes out with an early tower take, it really just sets you off on the right path in a match of Deadlock. So Abrahams, they love to repeat that. They love to put some pressure on. Lowkey W have been a team that is just stalwart when they're on the defense too. So this is going to be one of those matches that is, even with an early lead, I just don't think it can be decided quickly when teams of this caliber are matching up.
Yeah, and for the teams, I think draft is going to be ready soon. Actually, we have a player question going on in regards to 7. In fact, this is the full transparency here. I'm happy to read it on broadcast as we go through it here. It's basically saying, can we ban 7 ult damage through wall if you're point blank to it? I'm going to say in this case, probably not, just in the sense that if you ult near the, like that, you're going to say, oh, you just can't ult near a wall. 7, for me, I mean, it's a little bit... Yeah,
it strikes me as unenforceable, right? Because like you're going to end up ulting on the floor or the walls, like maybe naturally, or getting pushed there or something like that. So it's one of those bugs that's hard to ban. On top of that, if it were like on one of these like super premier picks, maybe I'd feel better about it. But 7 went 12th in the last game. Like it can be good, but I am sort of skeptical that it's going to be all that dominant in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually another good point, which is what we use for criteria, where, there was a bug a while back where for Wraith, Healing Booster was giving her extra impact on her card heal, right? Where people ran the percentages and it was like, whoa, this is doing like 35% instead of 25%. Can we ban Healing Booster on Wraith? It's like, no, like people have known about this and they're still not picking the hero. Like that does not rise to the level of the ban. Like it's a combination of it needs to be like bugged and it needs to just make the hero so broken that you feel like it's first ban, first pick. If it's just like, guys, McGinnis is benefiting from this bug, and now she might be picked 12th, it's like, okay, great, go for it.
Yeah, I think I'm curious to see how it plays out, right? If people are able to get more mileage. I mean, I think that's part of the challenge of Deadlock, right? Is like some bugs that are like so bad, so egregious. I feel like we do have to ban them. We do have to take steps against them. But other times when it's like more moderate or on heroes that aren't necessarily the strongest, it's like, yeah, maybe this is just it's a bit of it's early, it's the nature of playing it that way. This is an alpha, right? After all, that things are going to be a little bit buggy. Not every patch is going to be perfect. So I think we might just have to live with that one. Teams are maybe gonna have to figure out if they want to pick 7 a little bit earlier in the draft to consider it maybe a more valuable tool if you can ult through the walls.
Yeah, I mean, and 7's draft position at this point in the game was around, what was it? It was either like latter part of the first half of the draft or, at the beginning of the second half of the draft, and sometimes eating a ban in scrims on second bans. But, for now, we're not going to go our way the, ban 7 from ulting near a wall. We'll see what happens as a result if it increases the pick priority. But, the reason why we're talking about it here and giving you some insight into the back of things is that the players were not drafting while this was getting figured out. So, you know what? If that's what's stalling us, we might as well talk about it because, Jake, that helps us fill downtime while waiting.
We love filling downtime, of course. That's our specialty. That's what they pay us the big bucks. Not really, but hey, it's part of the job as a caster. I am curious to see what of the sort of new picks, or not new picks necessarily, but like the different picks that Leviathan was going for, will be adopted by either of these teams in this series, right? Whether it's the McGinnis, I think like the McGinnis didn't look great last game, but I think if you put her in a stronger lane where you're actually winning the lane, taking towers, maybe starting to roam around the map, take more T1s and progress the game from there, I think this McGinnis hero could look stronger, but maybe the teams will take that one tough L and say maybe they don't want to go with that kind of an experimental option. To your point too, I'm curious if Viscous starts going pretty early, maybe consistently before that second ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, and some of the drafts Viscous was just because of the ability to protect, and I think just, in general, his abilities are pretty good at area control, the way these fights are currently being fought. Also, it's funny, Chad was memeing about, like, can we ban Rem? He's taking the sinners. Rem was nearly banned today globally before the start of the show, and the reason was that there was a bug that, by all accounts, is fixed. We told players not to abuse this bug if for whatever reason it wasn't, but basically there was a bug with Rem in where you could use tag-along on a hero and then use tag-along on a creep that was in the process of dying. If the creep died before the tag-along hit the creep, it would full reset the tag-along to where you could use it again on the hero and like keep chaining heals like at a way higher rate than normal. And apparently it broke laning phase pretty badly. So without that bug being fixed, Rem would not be present today at all. But Jake, the filling is getting a little bit less here. The draft has begun, and GT going to be first to be banned.
You know what they say, ZP? They do lots of things. Sometimes bugs, but I'm always, I think Rem is becoming one of those new community favorite characters where people want to see Rem play. They want to see what's possible on, the cute little guy himself. I like the Doorman ban from Lowkey W. They've been a team that has, I think, been pretty relentless with this, and I agree with it. I think the Doorman, it just fits in any strategy. It's incredibly powerful, does great damage for not a crazy investment of economy and farm, and is an amazing laner on top of that. Abrams, though, they're going to be able to sneak the pocket through with these bans. And I mean, I will say these are two really good, not necessarily answers to pocket, but I think two good tools to have in your kit when you're matching up against pocket, like all the spirit nuking from GT and Doorman off the board.
Yeah, and I mean, Lowkey W, they've been a team where they don't fear giving up the pocket. Like, more than any other team, top team in either region, they're the one team that's like, nope, play the pocket, we'll play around it, we'll buy Divine Barriers, and we'll win team fights another way. But to no one's surprise, Jake, first pick available when pocket is off the board is going to be Silver. I think it's probably been the most consistent thing that people grab in this sort of situation. That what surprises me a little bit is that they go with the Victor. I would have actually expected maybe the Abrams in this situation.
Yeah, could be an option. I think I liked stealing the Abrams away from Abrahams. Like, they have been one of the best teams. It's a Paradox first. I wouldn't be surprised if Abrams is not the next grab for Abrahams, which is not something I love to say, but they do keep picking it. So I don't have much choice in the matter.
It's going to get worse. Next time Work in Progress plays, remember, they have a player named Mo that also, like, apparently is also a Mo and Krill player. So it's going to be great when Mo is on Mo, because then you can just say Mo and it's a, double covering both ends. But when Mo is playing against Mo, it is going to be hell, and we're going to have to deal with it someday, Jake. Abrams, though, is going to get picked up from Abrahams. And what I wonder here, Jake, I don't think you steal the Calico as a pick, because I don't know if it works without the Abrams backing it up. But I do kind of feel like if you were watching the last series, like your Lightbringer doing your calculations, maybe you ban Calico in the mid-stage bans here, then not deal with the burst combo that Abrahams did back in the best of one.
Yeah, they also might be thinking about something like the Venator that I think showed real promise last game, not only winning its lane, but then like being a key fighter. I think Venator also is one of the better of the M1 carries to deal with these like run you down frontliners like Silver and Victor. Like, Venator is probably one of the strongest at like kiting back, defending himself, and turning those things around into kills. Like, a lot of times Abrams and Calico were starting those pickoffs and pressuring Freebuck, but then Arza would swing in with the wall stun, and it felt like that was oftentimes like the finishing blow in some of those moments. So Lowkey W, see where they go next. They do still have one more pick before that mid-stage ban. I'd actually kind of like to see the Viscous here. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. I think this actually means maybe you don't need to worry as much about something like the Calico, because this all-in burst one guy strat is not going to feel good against Viscous.
Yeah, I mean, you have the cube. I think on the other hand, though, there's just a possibility of, do you really want to deal with it? Like, Viscous is not going to be in every single fight also. Like, you're going to be able to defend it in some of the bigger fights, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'm a big fan of taking away weapons that the other team has been able to use. I think Abrahams, when they ran Abrams Calico against Lowkey W and Scrims, they also won that game too, backed up with a Mirage. So the entire, using Mirage plus Ven plus Calico Abrams was something that Abrahams used to really good effect. So I expect Lowkey W to be banning at least something from that pool to disrupt what has otherwise been, a very effective Abrahams composition.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'd love to see the Venator banned out here, especially because you have pocket picks. So you suspect for Abrahams it'll be Empty Dreams on the pocket, which I think pocket can occupy an interesting place in a draft where I feel like you often need to give pocket some side laner priority. And so I think it's a lot less likely that Abrahams go for the sort of double M1 carry draft that they had last game. So maybe taking away whatever you think is like the more threatening possibility in that lineup could be the look. And they do like to ban out the Mirage, feeling like maybe that's the bigger threat than a Venator. That being said, I think Lowkey W
can pick
have
them.
next pick too, so maybe they'll grab both, which I would quite like here.
Yeah, I mean, because even though Lowkey W has had a preference for Warden in official matches recently, other teams don't necessarily love playing Warden as much as Zergy does. So you can make the real argument here of, even if Zergy prefers Warden, Zergy still can play a really good Venator, and Abraham's having to play the Warden as opposed to playing the Venator is more of a hit to them and thus more of a draft win for Lowkey W if they go in that direction. Rem's gonna get banned out by Abraham's in turn, so
I kind of hate it, honestly. The Rem ban, like, Rem and Viscous, it's not that bad to have two really powerful saves, but I do feel like it would make your draft a little weird to pick the Rem here. I guess, and then it is a pocket, so like the Spirit Resist is going to be super valuable. And Lowkey W go Sinclair here. So I mean, okay, just like stealing the pocket ulti, right, has consistently been a massive impact play for Sinclair, and could be a problem for somebody like Abrams playing the front line. This also gives you an insane mid-boss contest, like not only a Victor, but you have the Rabbit Hex on top, which is actually, I think, a nice combo. Like Victor and Silver take all the aggro, and then Sinclair can kind of comfortably cast those spells with a little bit more work.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Even in scrims, I think the Sinclair had mixed results. Again, Sinclair, he's had a better win rate over the last 2 weeks than he did before, but in a lot of these games, he is very much potential man of the theory always checks out, but the execution at times is like so variable and how it pans out. But being able to clone Affliction is one of the strongest clones in the entire game, so you don't necessarily feel bad. What I'm curious about for Abraham's, though, is how they finish this out. I mean, they could still very well, Jake, go Ven Calco and feel decent about it in this situation, especially with Barrage off the board. The Ven comes in. Now I'm just curious if Calco comes out. I mean, I think actually you don't need to pick Calco until last pick for Abraham's, because I don't think there's any world where Lowkey W grabs it with their style of draft here. So even if they're going to go Calco, I think they grab their other higher priority pick first, unless they're just saving it for, the adaptation pick last.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Abraham's are actually in a great spot. Like, they're kind of getting everything they want here. I think Lowkey W clearly has a very different vision of the game, though, right now. Like, I think maybe both teams are actually going to get most of what they want, most of the way they want to approach the game. Venator, though, looks scary to me. I mean, I think Arzo looks fantastic on the hero. It looks super comfortable for Abrams, and is a real issue in terms of the poke damage he can put out, assisting players like Paradox and Abrams starting fights, able to get down and dirty when Abrams, or if there's a Calico there as well, right? When they get those catches coming in, I think Venator absolutely loves stepping up and hitting some of those follow-up shots, finishing off some of those kills, maybe with the Iridomini if it's needed. So for Lowkey W, we'll have to see if it's justified here to go for the Sinclair after that ban phase. And Abrams just grabbed the Sinclair, the Calico now, and like, while I agree, Lowkey W aren't likely to steal it away, I kind of like this from Abraham's because like you just feel so good locking this in, right? It's like your last pick can just be responsive to what comes out next from Lowkey W.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tension here, right? Is that it's not a pick that was going to go off the board, but this now gives them the ability to adapt with final pick. Also, there is another angle on the Sinclair. Like, you look at the Sinclair here and be like, okay, you're going to clone Affliction, which you still have the option to. But the other option here too, Jake, is that we have seen in recent times Sinclair going more of an orange build, and then your clone on Ven ult is actually really impactful. Like, that is a thing we have seen, and it opens up some options for Sinclair. So don't be surprised if that comes into play either. But we get the Mina picked up from Lowkey W, which of course is pretty much directly for Cosmetical's hero pool and what Cosmetical is comfortable on. And hey, it did work in the Night Shift Open too.
Yeah, I'm wondering now, is there any chance of this being a Zergy Victor and playing a little bit more of like the carry Victor style? Nope, it is not. Viper comes out, and Viper carry is something we didn't talk about at all in the last match. Again, was completely uncontested. This has been another one of those picks that Lowkey W is playing, not many other teams are. Very curious to see how Viper pans out here. I think historically Viper has struggled into some of these like very aggressive stun lock you to death kind of drafts. If you're able to catch the Viper first here, you have a Viscous save, which is nice, but Abraham's, I mean, they're certainly going to have a target on Zergy's back this game.
Yeah, also, as I look at this though, Jake, do you enjoy going against mid-boss against the Lowkey W comp? Like, that just seems like the most hellacious thing to fight mid-boss against, between Bola, between Sinclair existing, between Silver's ability to just pump out damage and mid-boss fights in general, Victor dying on mid-boss, and Viscous. I mean, Viscous also, like, floods the zone with spam. I mean, good lord, the mid-boss fight for Lowkey W is heinous. I mean, it's practically a war crime. And for Abrahams, though, getting Shiv last pick, always pretty high value. I think, Shiv's relative value in the draft, he's gone a little bit lower, but on the same note, Shiv's impact has still been really, really high.
Yeah, I think Shiv is just full reliable, right? Like, he's going to deal big damage. Even if he doesn't have the best game, he has that execute threat, and is going to be like a pretty tanky option to bring down. However, I do like Viper decently well into that matchup. I think of all the hard carries, it's like Viper is pretty difficult to maybe consistently hit with those knives while she's sliding around. And then, of course, that lethal venom, often like after you escape on Shiv, the bloodletting ticks down, the lethal venom hits at the sort of the worst moment for you. So, this is a very Lowkey W draft. Abrahams, though, get just about everything I think they would have wished for in this one. Maybe a Doorman would have been preferred, but I don't think they're going to be upset at all about how this draft shook out. So after a patch, right, every team maybe getting a little bit more freedom to play what they think is best and see that clash.
Also, gotta give a shout out to one of our more consistent supporters here on the Night Shift, Chrysana14 with the 10 gifted. Thank you so much. Much appreciated as always. A wonderful presence on the stream, week in and week out, Jake.
Yeah, huge love to the community. Seen a lot of gifted and regular subs come in. Remember, feed us your Prime subs. Click the button if you still have that Twitch Prime. Little reminder for the people out there, maybe snoozing on their Primes. Give it to us. We will put on Deadlock Esports events with it. Thoughts?
Yeah, works for me. But now we're just waiting for the players again game, and also the return of Dan is imminent here. So technically the plan for me today was hosting all day long, but had to fill in a little bit on cast just because of a prearranged thing. But he's soon to be back here, Jake, and we'll be back on our regularly scheduled program.
Yeah, we'll see if Dan can join us. I'm sure he'll get me back sometime into this match. Teams, of course, getting ready into this one. And I guess as you look at these two drafts, CP, I mean, they're both so different, I think, in style and presence and like the way they want to play the game. But just gut feeling, who do you like more right now, having seen, our first game here on the new meta in that challenger match?
I think overall I like Lowkey W, and part of it is that I don't think the Abrams Calco dive is going to be anywhere near as effective against Lowkey W because they have so many tools to break away, whether it just be Mina existing period. You have Petrifying Bola, you have Rabbit Hex, you have Viscous Cube. Even if you do go on the silver early on, you can have Viscous drop a cube. You can have Sinclair drop a hex. If Zergy's there, Zergy can slow the entire thing down. So I don't think you have the combo power in this game that you had in the last game because there's just too many answers for it. And then not even the greatest amount of targets, because even if you don't have abilities being used to interrupt it, generally speaking, if you go on Victor, well, Victor's just going to get back up. Viscous can self-cube. Sinclair is usually going to be able to get away. Same with Mina. So in general, the only person they can go after is Silver, and Silver has to be not near any of the people that could save her for it to be effective. So I actually think the Abrams Calco burst combo, while very effective on paper, runs into all sorts of roadblocks the way Lowkey W has structured their team.
Yeah, I think definitely expecting that to be a lot harder this game than it was last. But I do think Pocket and Shiv, with the spirit damage they can bring to bear, are going to be really crucial for Abrahams this game. Like, if the Pocket has an amazing game, you're snowballing into some of these like crazy late game items. I think the Max Affliction can be a big problem. I think obviously that dance between Sinclair and Pocket of trying to steal and have a high impact is going to be crucial as well, because hey, if that Shiv gets a runaway game, I mean, there's nothing better than a Pocket Affliction to mitigate some of that impact. So shout out to the chat, seeing a lot of those primes coming in to folks, maybe recognizing they have one in the bank. So we appreciate you guys passing those our way. We plow all this money right back into the show, able to do more Deadlock Esport events, more community opportunities. So definitely appreciate that from the fans here.
Yeah, and also, sorry, I was going to say here, we got to give some love here to those who have been watching us week in and week out. Production just noted, Sweet Cowman just hit a 50 stream watch streak, which is that's absolutely wild. So that isn't just every night shift, because we're not night shift 50 yet. That's every watch party that's gone down too, which of course we do when there's other big events in the night shift community. So absolutely unreal stuff from Sweet Cowman. Very much appreciate the support. But we are going to be in lobby soon. We're just sitting here filling, but the players should be good to go in just a moment, and we'll be on our way.
That's a great point, though. A 50 stream watch streak is insane. And, you know, as much as we really appreciate all the subs, our YouTube members over in the YouTube chat, our Patreons as well. Hey, even the folks just, you know, showing up day after day, watching, being part of the show, letting your friends know about it. It's also a massive help to us in growing what we're trying to put on here with the Deadlock esports events. Definitely excited, you know, with the earn, this you know, new change. I feel like the earn objective feels more fleshed out than maybe it ever has before, where we still have that little dance before the earn comes down of will they, won't they, are they going to even attempt to dunk it, are they just baiting to pull attention elsewhere? But then when the actual fight begins, really in the past, that was like the end of the earn fight. It was like, oh, somebody got it to the dunk, it's over now. You know, the earn objective is out and they're just fighting. Now that's sort of just the beginning, right? Just the tip of the iceberg in terms of how those fights go down. And I do expect teams to really adapt to that. I think Lowkey W, a lot of circles here, not an insane amount of circles though. So for some of our circles enjoyers complaining about who's getting more circles in ranked, I don't know that either of these teams has gone all in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, Lowkey W, the funny part about their draft is what makes it absolutely ridiculous for mid-boss also would have made their comp the most absurd in the last iteration of the earn where you had the melee. Like if you had to go in the melee against everything Lowkey W could throw on point, it would be ridiculous. But now that you have a little bit more space, you can play around it as Abraham's a lot more effectively. And also the funny part about last game too is that, you know, it was very tentative for Abraham's and actually going in for the first earn attempt. Like it took a while for the 12-minute earn to actually hop into the objective. In fact, we missed out on the 18-minute earn. It was the 12-minute earn being held through 18 minutes and finally being dunked. So, you know, actually forcing the earn as soon as possible, not necessarily as much of a thing as it used to be. I mean, I think last game was a little bit of a rare occurrence, but it is still more likely to happen, I think, in this patch than previous, the way teams are treating the current earn.
Yeah, and I will say some of these tools, like whether it's Pocket's Affliction or Victor's ulti, like they're still nice when the enemy is grouped up around the earn fight. Like you can expect to hit a pretty juicy AoE there, but compared to the old earn, where like the Victor ulti on the old earn as it was dunking is like, what do? You just die to it, right? Because you have to come in at melee range. You can play around the Victor ulti, even with a huge amount of like AoE investment. There's going to be positions, there's going to be cover for players to stay alive and kind of extend that fight a little bit deeper. So I think teams have to actually think a little bit more completely about how they want to approach the earn fight rather than just, hey, Blitzkrieg, everybody run it down, pop all your circles on, you know, the dunk itself. You need to win the fight. You need to actually box the enemy out, take that trade, which is interesting to see on that kind of area of the map where typically we spend a ton of time there, but we spend it in the laning phase when it's just a 2-on-2 and, you know, everyone's poor. We're all just like starting to level up our skills. So it's interesting to see major team fights take place on that geometry.
Also, we got a full-on hype train going on in chat, so the one upside of the fill here while we're waiting for the players to get ready, I swear it's not us. We had Korsaka.
More time for you to sub.
That's right. Well, Korsaka came with the 10 gifted, which of course is very much appreciated. But that screen being up, Jake Beats Production has the players in lobby. We are about to go full live. We'll see exactly where it's at as, wait, we also got a $100, 100 NOK donation saying former Team Fortress 2 God Cosmetical Easy W.
Okay. I didn't know Cosmetical was a TF2 player. That's cool. That's cool. Always fun when you meet people who play competitive TF2. At least for me, having that been my first competitive game. It's one of the OGs, and I feel like you feel some of the spirit of the movement of that game, at least in Deadlock.
Okay, that is $10 US. Is what we had there to the prize pool, where we will get the prize pool ticker up. I just realized it is missing. But yeah, all in all, we'll see how this one pans out. Very different approaches to the draft from both teams here, Jake. And I think it's going to be a good contrast test, as the teams, by the way, are not accurate. It's flipped on top. There we go. Look, the magic occurs. Now we got Lowkey W on the right side. The right side being the correct side. It's actually the left side.
Yeah, watch your words, ZP, as getting into the laning phase here. Really curious to see how the Venator does in this game. I mean, last game, the lane went about as explosively as possible. This one, I like the odds quite a bit better for the lane Lowkey W are bringing to bear here. Viper plus Mina feels like an insane amount of damage to put in once they get a few levels and some of these key skills. You know, I think this is going to be a test for Arzo. How can he weather the storm? Because the Mina starts proccing those love bites. You know, you get some lethal venoms coming in from Viper. that HP bar can become a liability.
All right, and that does it for me until we get back into the post game, because I'm hosting today. We got Dan back on the cast.
Man, ZP, what a guy covering for me, Jake. We're so lucky here at DLNS to have such wonderful people, Jake.
Yeah, true OGs.
What's your favorite thing about ZP?
What's my favorite thing about ZP? I'm going to say I think ZP has a heart of gold. I think that's something that maybe folks just watch the show. You know, he's a good caster. We like ZP, yeah, but they don't know ZP as a person, as a deeply kind and generous human being. So that's my favorite thing about ZP.
Wow. Okay, moving back into the game.
I love a little positive affirmation, man. The internet's too negative.
I got awkward. I started to feel really awkward, Jake.
You know? Where's the love, y'all?
Okay, well, so how do you read this overall in terms of, because I miss your thoughts. How do you read this overall in terms of the, which team came out better on the draft here, and what are we looking for in the early laning phase?
I think Empty Dreams getting the pocket is always going to feel pretty good. I think for Abraham's, this is very much a classic draft for them with a lot of these features that we've seen be successful. I mean, Abrams and Calico can find a lot of these explosive burst kills. You got Together Shiv, which is one of the forbidden player hero combos of Night Shift, right? It's been a while since we've seen him play it, but he has historically been one of the very best on the hero. So I think Abraham's getting a lot of what they want here. Lowkey W are a team that's sort of going their own way, though, with the Sinclair, with the Viper. These are not picks that many other teams even consider. So a lot, I think, is on the line from an experimentation perspective in this match.
Who better to do it? I got to say, I feel like they're somewhat responsible for bringing Warden, Viscous, and so there's somebody else. I forget which other hero. Did I say Warden? Yeah, I said Warden. There's another one. But they're a team that set the meta, so I trust them. I trust them with my life, especially as Zergy has been so incredible. There was that period when he first joins Lowkey W, and it was like, is he still good? Is he still good to play at this level? And give him a couple weeks, he's learned how to play just around the team, around the meta, and he's just been looking incredibly good. Again, which is so fun to see. If you're a fan of Deadlock, or if you're a newer fan, like Zergy's he's just a great guy. He's got one of the best streams as well in EU as well. So on the Viper here, it's going to be interesting to see the impact. The gun build has been pretty popular, Jake. The damage output has been pretty crazy.
Yeah, definitely expecting to see that hard gun carry. I'm also curious to see how Obakim takes the build here. I mean, we've seen people do some early investments in gun damage on the Sinclair to be like a more threatening laner. Personally, my favorite is just the maxed out Rabbit Hex with Echo Shard build. I think that is just so powerful in the team fights. It really extended disable, can hit on multiple players, and just completely add massive levels of chaos into the team fight. And then throw some stolen pocket ults in on top of that. Bob's your uncle. Speaking of pocket, by the way, has gone a very defensive build here, and he clearly needs it. I mean, the pressure in this lane is immense, and that's an early base trip for a pocket.
Yeah, the spirit poke is pretty crazy, so that does make a lot of sense. But it kind of sucks. It sucks to be in that position. To be in the because it's kind of like you acknowledging that you're kind of losing the lane, having to invest defensively on an aggressive hero is it's a great call out. And we do have the fight over the bridge buffs. Abraham's last game, they managed to get pretty much all the bridge buffs, so we'll see if they can continue.
It's like 1-for-1, but Lowkey W, the winner of the RNG there, I'd say. Vitality buff. It is on Mina, which is a little awkward. I mean, Mina has great sustain in the lane anyway, but after some of the changes, I think you're not mad at having a little extra in that department. Definitely Cosmetical, I think, coming out of this laning phase doing pretty nicely. Curious to see if he can take this Vitality buff, find some kills, and maybe start a snowball rolling. I mean, Mina loves nothing more than, I think, to kind of take over the game with some early aggression.
Yeah, talking about a hard game for Empty Dreams, because Cosmetical just picked up Spirit Sap as well, and Pocket Spirit Resist already kind of sus, to be honest. So a Spirit Sap, Vitality buff, you can't kill her. Cosmetical is definitely running this lane right now. All the dodge of the splatter. I gotta say, the splatter is really annoying early lane. It just constantly chips away. It does so much damage.
What are you talking about? It's so, we love the Viscous.
Oh yeah, it's really, really weak. It sucks. It needs to be buffed.
Yeah, it's we should buff it and increase the damage and the bounces and everything. I will say, when they made the first level of the skill still have a bounce, I think it's so much more fun to play Viscous now. That was such a fun change, actually. hitting people with a little double bounce on level 1. I mean, it's not that good with the damage reduction. By the way, Affliction, gets absolutely juked from just one stamina bar used by Cosmetical. So Empty Dreams gonna be feeling pretty rough about that one. Maybe some kills to be coming. I mean, no Affliction's a big deal.
Yeah, this lane has been an absolute struggle for Abrahams, that's for sure. It really has been. I mean, we'll have to see how Empty Dreams handles it, because he's obviously a great player, and we'll see if he can still have impact into the game on Pocket. But a slow start on Pocket, it really sucks, because Pocket can really like snowball things really quick off of a good start. So what to do there for Empty Dreams, and this Guardian's looking like he might go down pretty shortly.
I will say the trades have been bad for Empty Dreams, but his economy is shockingly good here on the Pocket. I mean, 5.3k, so I guess he's getting a lot of boxes out of the exchange and still getting a ton of the souls out of the lane. And Saint, for me, Saint has actually been one of my favorite Abrams players to watch recently. You know, in contrast to some of the typical frontliner players who play the Abrams, I feel like he gets so much done with relatively minimal soul investment, right? Like, even with a lower economy, it's going to be put to the test, though, because Decay online for Viscous, they mean business when it comes to pushing down this tower.
Yeah, the pressure feels like unrelenting, but all it takes is one good engagement. Nox Nostra, though, is looking very well positioned. Will take down Saints, and that pressure is continuing. It is just building and building on the right side of the map here. This Guardian is definitely, or should in theory be the first one to go down here, Jake, and that's going to give the tempo advantage to Cosmetical on this Mina, and that's going to be a scary thing to deal with.
Yeah, because he's trying to do what he can on Empty Dreams to like defend just one more wave on this tower, which he actually will be able to do successfully, which is a big deal, because that means Saint's going to be able to come back in. It's going to take another big push to get this one over the line, and it's a little uncomfortable for Mina at 600 HP. Like, in theory, you should be able to take that tower, but you get caught in the stun, you could be dead.
Abrams throws a slam out of there. Is it going to be enough to try to escape to safety? Yes. Get some coverage there as well. The Seismic Slam stolen to slow things down a little bit. Hoot on this Silver. I don't know if you guys talked much about the Hoot Silver, but Hoot certainly an absolute menace.
I think that's a good point. I think Hoot probably the best Silver right now. If I had to pick one, just makes so much happen on this hero. I think Arzo is going to be put to the absolute test by him this game. Ult is pumped out of Listic, but the damage is pretty massive. The bullet just barely goes wide, but Calico is in a rough spot. Has to be some cheeky movement to play out of this one. And, kind of an awkward wall bounce, but maybe the shop is just too far of a chase for Lowkey W to believe is worth it. They are going to get a Sinner out of this, which is actually a pretty significant prize. Soul's being denied, but that was enemy Sinner, so getting anything out of that feels good for Listic.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Well, now some of the Guardians are going down. We're exiting this early laning phase. Boots, the boot kick there, trying to lock these players down. You look to see that a kill from Hoot here is in a very good spot.
Look at this wall.
That was actually so sick.
Taz is so expert on this character. I don't know that I've even seen that before, but it still just delays the inevitable. Enough, though, for the tower to go down. So, you know, in the end, give up a kill. You do not feel bad about that as Abrahams. I mean, job done by Taz.
I like the positioning there from Sanya Sniper on the Calico. Very, very deep. Again, Calico is such an effective assassin. I've missed Calico's presence in the pro level. Good to see her back. Hoots, you need to back off. Like Curso comes in, and that's really turns the tables on this situation, sending it deep into the Guardian there. Has some teammates with support as well, not overextending. They get the Guardian, so they get the value they need. And Sanya Sniper in a little bit of trouble.
Oh,
able to
lethal
escape.
venom.
What's Taz?
Taz done for there. Yeah, he's going to tick out from it. And Zergy getting active very early on this Viper, leaving Mina and Victor to farm the side lanes. And getting some kills off the back of that is really nice, because it means that you've kind of gotten away with the deceptively greedy draft as Lowkey W. By the way, pocket shopping here. I think Zergy's about to come out of this TP. Like crazy? Oh no, I guess the other side.
I see Sinclair.
Yeah, I gotta say, maybe it's worth a lot of people watching Empty Dreams' demo of the early laning phase in this game, because his lane was getting absolutely wrecked, but he's managed to stay on track despite that. And you know, he had to invest in, as you say, in, you know, more on the front end. There's more survival items. But Empty Dreams, he's got 11k. He is tied for most souls on the server with Cosmetical, who was dominating his lane.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is one of the best pockets. I think one of the most experienced. So yeah, you might put a crazy spirit nuking lane up against him, but he's already kind of hit that point where, hey, the early game has been dealt with as pocket now, and you know, getting some levels in the cape and the suitcase, you're going to be an incredibly hard target until some counter items come out. Speaking of that, though, Hoot does grab a slowing hex. So, you know, some of these players like Saint, especially together, that maybe rely on the movement skills, could find themselves more vulnerable than they might expect with an early slowing hex coming out.
Yeah, slowing hex is such a high value item, I feel like, for a hero like Silver. Especially when you pop the Lycan Curse, it just simply will not be able to get away. Good presence in mid here from Lowkey W at the moment. Urn is coming up, so looking for some priority for that pickup, perhaps. Taking control of the mid lane. There's the affliction.
And he can't even get the counter afflict off in time. Empty Dreams. Cotton bursted. Very nice find here from Obukim.
Yeah, it's cool to see the Sinclair play picking up again. I feel like, Jake, we've got actually like a lot of very good heroes at the moment. Whereas I thought the meta was not like that in previous times. But, you know, I'll maybe come back to that point here. We do have the battle switching hands being dropped on the ground there, but Hoot coming on fourth with the Silver, and it's just so hard to do. This is one of the reasons why Silver's that first pick. So oppressive when Lycan Curse is activated. You have to try to back away. The swap there, but it's just not going to deter him. He's got the melee there, able to slice away, and there's the leap to try to get out of this position, but maybe bitten off a bit more than Hoot can chew. Will eventually be taken out. But in the meantime, Jake, Urn is in the hands of Lowkey W.
A good bait from Taz. And for Hoot, I think you maybe would have loved to not fall for that one, because now the Urn dunk feels a little more tenuous. Opportunity here for Venator to farm up on the opposite side lane, but a lot of players coming to that dunk location. I think both teams know that this is not going to get off without a fight.
Yeah, we had a lot of interesting situations in the first match. It was very hard to kind of start the King of the Hill battle. That's like good positionally for Lowkey W at the moment, but Sabrahams are looking to show some threat and presence. Again, we got the split pushing. That's really where the problem is. Also, looking to get a solo Walker. Nobody's there just yet, and there could be some assistance. Sandy Sniper is close as well to that left side Walker. Whilst this Urn is being toyed with, that Walker's in threat, and finally, the defense will arrive. It will only lose about 40% health, that Walker, so not too bad.
Yeah, a lot of macro pressure being put on by Abrahams, but Lowkey W grab a trade off of it. So it's a good recovery. To your point, though, some nice Walker damage on the side Walker. It's not nothing, but you do not want to be giving up kills for moments like that, especially with Zergy able to collect and get like a nice little side wave of farm there as the Urn runs back to its starting position. And a big catch on a pocket. The slowing X's just layered on top of each other on pocket. No Dispel Magic just yet. Empty Dreams. A couple big pickoffs going against him, and Mina looking for more now. Saint just running out of gas. Doesn't have many escape tools in this. Has his own Dispel Magic, but I don't know that that's going to be enough. I mean, one more Love Bite proc, not even needed. Cosmetical finishes off Saint.
That's going to clear the space to get that Urn dropped off. And again, the macro pressure comes in. You got Abraham Smith looking to get some pressure on the mid Walker. And they've also got Arzo pressuring the left side Walker, so you can't do everything at once. And we'll see what the decision is for Lowkey W. How do they handle this split push effort? If you deal with that mid push whilst the Urn is being deposited, and there's no one to stop this from Abraham's side because they're invested in that left Walker. That left Walker, Jake, it's got to go down for this to be a trade that makes sense.
Okay, they do kill Zergy. If they can grab the Walker as well, it's going to feel pretty good. Is that Urn still in contest? Wow, I can't believe it. Abrahams, if they can hold on to this Urn, that would be absolutely insane. Saint doing everything he can to stay alive, just trying to kite, run away, make as much time as he can. As a very tanky build on this Abrams.
Oh my God.
Finds Taz, equalizes the numbers. He's just fully running for the hills here. This is, I think, why Abrams is getting picked so highly here, but even he eventually will succumb. It is a huge affliction, though, from Empty Dreams, and there may be still a fight to be played here. Affliction onto 4. Abraham's still brawling, still trying to trade this one out. See what Sonya can get done. Players ticking down. Like, Spawner's going to come back into this one. We could even see the Urn go up in smoke.
Yeah, very possibly. That would be an amazing victory for Abrahams if they can manage to do that after picking up the Walker. Still trying to make things happen here. Oh, the parry comes in. It's not going to be doing all that much, though, and it's looking like Lowkey W surely are going to be okay, but still, there is just so little time left here. And it's about to spit all of the souls up into the air. Oh my God, Abrahams, unbelievable. I can't believe they managed to delay it for so long. Saint just played the Benny Hill music on that clip of him just running around the pillar.
Yeah, the pure stall from Saint was insane. He's got the build to support it too with the Dispel Magic. I mean, Lowkey W were certainly starting to sweat, especially when the 4-mana Flick came in, but great composure from them to not back down. With 4 people afflicted, they still find the way through the fight. They still get the majority of the kills and the earned dunk. I think they've got pretty much all the souls for themselves, with of course, the cleanup coming in and 2 buffs for their trouble. So Abraham's now potentially in a rough spot this game. Almost a 10-key lead opening up against them.
Empty Dreams getting messed with a little bit, but if we look at the souls, it's interesting because yes, Abraham's are behind a little bit, but Arzo is doing really, really well right now on Venator. And oh, big swap there. That's a deep swap. Of course, the silence with the time wall, and suddenly really big problems for Obikim. How's he going to get out of this one? Is there an assistant? No, there's nothing. There's no tools to work with, and Obikim goes down.
Yeah, you don't want to be too confident in those assistant teleports in this level of play, right? Whether it's the slowing X's, the stuns, the layering is just really clean here from Abraham, showing that they still have a lot of fight when it comes to the pickoff game, right? With Abrams and Calico, Pocket and Paradox, there's a lot of explosive burst that can come out very quickly for people trying to keep these lanes out.
Okay, so, Abrahams, I mean, they're looking pretty good right now. Obviously, they are behind a little bit, but it feels like maybe their time is upon us. Kinetic Carbine. It's going to get negated by the cube. The urn's coming up, and right now, feels like the priority on the map is generally even. A big collection of players from both sides in that mid position. Now starting to gravitate a little bit towards the urn, perhaps. As the lanes are a bit more pushed right now by Lowkey W.
Zergy really wants to get towards that Merc Mag. Pretty early buy for that item. See if it pays off. Going on a Viscus who's already rolling is an interesting choice. Vrake is just going to pack his bags and get out of that one. Here comes Zergy, though, getting on top of some of the backfilling here from Abrahams. Lowkey W now piling on the aggression. Not a major soul advantage, and actually Zergy gets caught. Big stun comes in. They execute just a little bit out of range, but he takes out the Together's knife. Taz also falls, so a 5v5, a little bit better health for Lowkey W, and they will punish Together for going so deep.
A good cleanup, and it might get even worse here, and it could even lead into a mid-boss potentially if more kills are converted from this one. Lowkey W getting the chase on Saint. It's masterful at surviving for a long time, but he will die, and the urn is going to be dunked, and the King of the Hill battle will start. But I don't think it's going to be much of a battle here. Abraham's not really with the players to deal with this, but again, looking for the trade, and Empty Dreams might just get this one.
Yeah, able to find this Walker would be massive, especially for Empty Dreams himself. He's going to get hugely farmed. He's going to afflict the tower, pop everything, try and finish this one off, but I think it cost him his life. He doesn't teleport out. Okay. So it just baits. I think Zergy was chasing the cloak, but Pocket could be in real trouble now. Doesn't quite have the suitcase up yet. Caught with the petrifying bola. But where's the damage fall? Zergy actually has to play for his life now. The assist has come in. Zergy finds himself afflicted. Empty Dreams will get cleaned up, but it does cost the carry of Lowkey W his life.
Yeah, very interesting situation right now. Chased down here by the secret shop. And you have Sunny Sniper trying to escape this one. Does have some support from the back. There's a Rabbit Hags coming in. It's going to whiff, though. The fight continues. Nice lockdown there, finding Allistic into the wall. And that's going to allow Saint to help just get his teammates into a more defensive position. Yeah, Sonya Sniper fighting on the rooftops here against Hoot. I don't think you want this fight, though. You've got to be very careful. Oh, Metal Skin as well there, I can see on Hoot. So when he gets into Lycan Curse, it's going to be very, very difficult for Arzo to do that damage.
Arzo and Cosmetical right now is kind of gearing up for a clash of titans between these two, both at 27,000 souls, so both are massively ahead of the game. Rabbit Hex onto the Shiv is a consideration of going for the commit, an early execute attempt. Not going to be successful. Together, he is taking a bit from the bloodletting, but a big swap potentially grabs Vrake. Massive find by Taz. Viscus got a little bit too big for his britches there, and maybe they're going to look for more as well off the back of that. Who stands his ground? They're not going to give up the mid control so easily.
There we go. The bullet comes in, but Seismic Slam. Oh, looks to deny, but no. That shotgun, the buckshot really hurts, and we've talked about mid-boss before. Are we going to go for the drop here onto that? Well, actually, hey, it got some kills maybe in the path. Empty Dreams goes down. He gets caught in close quarters. That's not where you want to find yourself as Pocket. And what do I hear? I hear the Irodomini in the distance. And there we go. It gets popped by Arzo as he looks for some damage.
Can he find these exits? Listic actually pops his ulti there from the Affliction. Cosmetical has to just be all the way back to base. And so even though Empty Dreams does go down, I feel like he's really feeling the pain of these entangling Bola and the slowing hexes just layered constantly on top of him. Definitely is going to want to pick up Dispel Magic sooner rather than later. But the damage from the Affliction's enough. There's not going to be any kind of mid-boss attempt just yet.
Yeah, Cosmetical was like 1 HP. If they had converted that Cosmetical kill, that's probably the difference between them getting mid-boss or not for Abrahams. And I mean, they've been trailing a little bit for quite some time in this map, so we'd really love an opportunity to take some momentum like that, but they'll have to work harder for that. And you've got Lowkey W here that have a lot of players here towards mid, looking to go for these plays, these pickoffs. But both teams, they're so good here, Jake, at just not overcommitting, you know, just pressing enough to maybe get an opportunity, but just not overstepping that line that they would themselves risk giving up something.
I mean, at this level of play, I feel like this is really the dance that determines your ability to compete at the highest level. It's like, can you battle for the control of this mid-wave area, right? Whoever gets to stand here has a better path to the side waves, better ability to show up to these team fights when and if they do break out. Seems to be pretty evenly matched between Abrahams and Lowkey W, which shouldn't be a surprise given the history of these two teams. Nobody wants to make a big mistake. There's a moderate lead for Lowkey W, but between these squads, I really just don't count this for much at all.
Yeah, still less than 10,000 souls separating the two teams. Chase down, found onto Listic on the left side lane. But there is assistance coming across. In fact, there's going to be 5 players here for Abrahams actually in the vicinity, looking to try to convert. And we talked about the dance, and Ballistic, he's going to lose the shocking reanimation. Can Lowkey W turn the fight now back in their favor as they start to push forwards onto Abrahams? They've got 5 players here, Abrahams, but they're actually 1 down. 6 turning up for Lowkey W, pushing the issue for these kills, and Taz is the first to die.
Beautiful suitcase gets Empty Dreams out of trouble, but the Cosmetical just zones everybody back, bringing his strength to bear in a huge way in this fight. Affliction's expiring now on Hoot and Listic. Listic's gonna have to go base and take a reset, but it's so far a 2 for nothing and maybe more to go down. Together actually wants a little bit of this fight. Still has some health to work with on the Shiv, but just trying to run away now, it seems. Hoot on his trail. And oh no, not a catch on Arzo. This would be a nightmare scenario. The one who's farmed so much. Saint now puts his life on the line, trying to just push back this wolf for a moment. And it seems to have been enough. That allows Arzo the opportunity to slip away to the tower. So nice play from Saint. Not much time on these spawns. If Lowkey W want to force something, they've got to do it right now.
Oh, they might be just be going for that force of the mid boss here. It's been pretty close. Abrahams have kept themselves within spitting distance of a contest. Will they make it there in time? They've got to go for the dive here. They cannot allow these rejuice to go for free. They've got nothing else to play for on the map. They're going to surely go for the dive here, but they're going to just be, frankly, too late.
And Ebola catches onto the Venator. Arzo getting run down. This is Hoot's trademark play, just absolutely dominating your M1 carry. And Arzo Saint, they just do not have the tankiness to stand tall. Taz falls as well, and Lowkey W, in what now feels like a familiar scene between these two teams, picks up the decisive advantage in this game. It's going to be an earned dunk for them. It is disfavored against them, but I just don't think that matters with so many players on the deck. HP is not amazing, but Lowkey W are going to be very happy to open some walkers here and get some of those crucial slots online.
Yeah, this is quite the turning point there, the mid-boss dive. And I wonder if, where you see some of the differences being made here in these fights, I wonder how much of it is, for me, a lot of it's, the silver and also the rabbit hex. I think both of these are 2 insane factors. Like, it's so hard to fight against the silver and Lycan Curse. It just disrupts your fight so heavily. And then the rabbit curse as well. It's like a curse for like an entire team. It's insane.
Yeah, it's proving to be a real challenge. Dan, I'm going to hit a quick reset on my connection here, see if I cannot get a stronger connection to this call, getting a little bit of packet loss.
All right, well, guess you guys just have me then for 5 seconds. Although, are you back, Jake?
I am back-ish. You sound a little bit better this time.
Oh, nice. Was I robot mode?
I think it was me, though. My connection was a little suspect there.
Nice. Okay, well, we've got the golden statue burst on screen at the moment. Victor is consuming them. Expected. The stick there. You got to keep yourself alive. And it is quite tanky, going straight in for this one. Using that aura to slow him down. Oppressive force here for Lowkey W now. They're just able to push so hardcore. The Victor, the Wolf. What do you do when this is running at you?
Well, right now, you pray, and the prayers may not be getting answered as Hoot is able to go in, takes down Saint. And it's another tag in right now, Dan, as Jake's connection fixes itself, just going on in. Just like Hoot, whose wolf form is still up post-reset, this time looking for a piece of the priest, is Arzo desperately trying to get away. Not going to happen, though. Stuck here in the corner, run down. Lowkey W able to finish the last few kills, and still with 2 rejuves in the bank.
Okay. I'm finally back. I can see the feed. I think I'm okay now. Things seem to have stabilized on my side. But ZP, appreciate all the tag-ins today. Truly, we are becoming fighting games here.
Yeah.
And
I was trying to think of like a WrestleMania type of reference there, but I can't quite get there, but something like that.
I don't dare mess with the wrestling references. I do not know a thing about that, and I know people will get mad if I mess it up, which I will.
Jake stays in his lane.
All right, now an opportunity.
Here, Jake? Okay, cool.
Yeah, to push,
there was a silence. I'm like,
to push the base, letting it breathe here. I mean, you got to start worrying now. Abrahams are getting desperate. They throw a big affliction in, but Listic does not care. I mean, he just pops a Scourge on himself, running it down on the Shrine. He wants to just pop this ult and get the siege going. Ooh, unfortunately, does take the curse. I don't think that was intentional.
Yeah, I never want to take a curse, man. Got to avoid that, but Lowkey W, they're still looking so strong. Couple rejuves, still ready to go here. Keeps them feeling very happy with their levels of aggression. Staying in the base. Not looking to burn the rejuve there. For Hoot will back away. And so the team is going to escape. They've got a Shrine though. Oh, okay. This changes everything.
Expiring. Hoot maybe has no choice but to fight this out, but the rejuve expires. Oh, just before it expires, they kill him. They could have maybe delayed that kill for a second. So Hoot comes back off the spawn, and with Overkim in the neighborhood, it feels a little bit scary to chase. Together evades the Rabbit Hex, but yeah, there's no kill to be found there.
And they got what they wanted, and I think, big problem here is we see the hero damage. We can see definitely Hoot absolutely crushing it. Also, cosmetically, you'd expect that on the Mina, but the viscous damage from Vrake, I feel like that's kind of what you're talking about earlier, Jake, with all the viscous love. Like, viscous can just be maybe a little bit slept on in terms of that consistent damage output, especially around these objectives with the splatter.
Yeah, Tank Buster is massive, and just cycling splatters one after another. Like, the longer you stay in these protracted engagements, the more cooldown cycles Viscous gets, the crazier the damage gets. I will say a lot of the damage is kind of wasted, hitting players who are just going to heal it up anyway and aren't really kill opportunities, but it is just one of those things, adds on to the pressure that the other team is on against. And with a 43,000 soul lead here developed for Lowkey W, we have well and truly reached desperation territory for Abrahams. No major objectives up for the next minute or so. But you got to pick and choose your spots now. I mean, it feels like Abraham's desperate to find a way back into the series here.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. I think 2 things that stand out for me is that Together and Saint, they're not really very farmed, and they are the front line of the team. And the front line right now, I mean, all game, in fact, it's been getting eaten by Hoots, quite literally. As Hoot looks to see what he can do here to lock down Empty Dreams. And Empty Dreams will be still just like those. I was like, wait, it's not even carrying or facing.
I mean, I think that was intentional, but maybe gonna get punished for it. Hoot's gonna try and hit this rundown. A finish on the pocket would be massive, would be just what they need to maybe commit in for a base siege. It's a stolen ulti, I believe, from Sinclair here. I don't think he's popped it yet. It's just gonna be an affliction onto Sonya. They're trying to go in on Hoot with the Lycan Curse starting to expire. It's a good opportunity, but the price already been exacted. Hoot tanky enough to buy time, and Zergy is just eating them up now in the back line. Saint gonna come back down to the low ground, gets a nice 2-man pin. But where's the follow-up? The rest of his carries, they're just running for the hills. They're trying to stay alive. And even Saint won't be long. The lethal Venom from Zergy finishes him off. Unstoppable, vampiric burst. This game is well and truly over.
Yeah, it's been a very rough game. I think what's been interesting to me is that Zergy has been in this great position where he hasn't really needed to do too much, because there's so much taking attention away. So much. I mean, who is one of the biggest attention farmers, I suppose, if you want to put it that way, on the Wolf? It's just such a big problem, an outsized issue to deal with in these team fights that just gives so much space, I think, consistently for the likes of Zergy to play with. And I you have to wonder, Jake, is Silver a ban?
Yeah, I mean, with Hoot on the team, it feels like you just don't want to give this guy silver. He can get so much done with it. I also think Cosmetical, though, he's been the star of the show for me in this game. I mean, top to bottom, had a really strong lane on the Mina. Like, we highlighted how hard Empty Dreams had it. Empty Dreams did have a pretty decent economy out of it, but Cosmetical has been able to really throw his weight around in this series in a way more effective manner than the opposite number. Arzo has definitely struggled in this one. And with half the team on fire, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that Abrahams find themselves in a brutal scenario here. You almost need to get that like dream affliction. First stage patron might just go down without a fight. I think Abrahams almost can only defend in their own pit here.
Yes, this is not a good look, and for Lowkey W.
Magic Carpet Pocket will surely be a key part of the recovery here. As
did he pick one up?
Some desperation from
he's cruising.
Okay, he gets one man affliction after all that trouble. I mean, there's not much you can do here. A 5-man affliction in the throne. The Mina ult being laid in over the top, but yeah, Abraham's just they know they have no business left in one.
Well, that's going to do it as going in, Lowkey W, able to make potential man, actual win man. I didn't think that one through whatsoever, but look, Lowkey W, they take first map against Abrahams, and to me, the big change here was that they had answers, Jake, for the Abrams Calico. It was not quite the game of Silver dying on repeat, because this time around, Hoot actually had backup.
Yeah, Hoot was amazing in this one. I think we saw the Silver, her death has been greatly overstated. You have a couple more options, more players backing you up in the front line, and you could just run them over. Like even Hoot did, he does go down in a lot of the fights in this game, but it feels like every time he dies, he almost made the choice to sacrifice himself for the team. He made enough space, forced enough attention from the enemy that the rest of his squad are just cleaning house. I mean, Mina and Viper are probably two of the best of the carry role to be able to run your backline down while your opponents are distracted by a Silver.
All in all, yeah, I mean, it's a big change of pace, just seeing the different draft that you had from Lowkey W. Dan, I know, of course, you weren't able to get in the draft, but you saw the majority of the game. What really stood out to you?
Yeah, I saw the results. Yeah, I think Cosmetical and Mina, like Jake called out, was definitely huge. Sinclair, I think, is something that stood out a little bit more because we don't get to see it quite as much. And I think, obviously, the disruption from the Rabbit Hex to me was just really powerful in a lot of these fights, especially when you have already Hoot just creating so much space, and also around these types of gunfights as well. I think the Rabbit Hex, it goes really, really huge in a lot of these moments to help to control the situation, and it just feels like a really big problem to me, and I know it's one of those things that a lot of people are expecting might catch a nerf for a while, because especially if you're getting a Mystic expansion and so on, you're going to be able to essentially, especially with Echo Shard, you can just have area of effect curse, which lasts for a very long time. So I think the Sinclair play and the Mina play would be my answer. Yeah.
Jake, when it comes to hero priority, I gotta ask you a question. This is a Deadlock game to save your life. Your life is actually at stake. Who do you want on your team right now? Do you want Pocket or do you want Silver?
Oh, it's such a tough call. I guess I'd go Silver, but I think the Pocket did show that it is a real threat this game. It was up against Mina Viscus, which honestly, it has to be one of the hardest lanes for Pocket to play against in terms of huge spirit nuking in the early game, and he still came out of it with a pretty good economy. The afflictions were one of the few ways back into this game for Abraham, so I don't expect the Pocket pick priority to drop too much, maybe just making it past those ban phases. But yeah, definitely, it could be a scary one to go up against, because I feel like Abraham's, this is the draft they probably would have wanted going into this series, and to get beaten back like this in a pretty convincing win by Lowkey W, for me, it sort of impugns your very theory of the game. It's do you have to just change things now? That never feels good for a competitive team.
Dan, as I look at the stat breakdown, and this really caught my eye in the middle of the game when we called for the damage breakdown mid-game. Overall, when we've seen Paradox do well recently, Paradox has gotten a lot of value off of Bomb. I mean, a lot of that was the previous Urn, which is a little bit more easy, the Bomb max on. But, you take a look at Tass, who normally has been one of the more prolific Paradox players in the game's history. It didn't really feel like this was Tass's game in multiple ways, not only, being the victim in a lot of these fights early on, but, the damage also significantly lower than what we've kind of expect for Paradox if you're going to invest a high pick in the hero now. Yeah,
it definitely felt like Taz wasn't able to really have the same level of impact that you would expect. And I definitely felt it. You know, there were a couple nice catches here with the paradoxical swaps, like here and there. But ultimately, in the more impactful fights, Taz didn't seem to have the same like kind of level of control that maybe you would expect. And I think again, kind of some of it does come down to the fact that I think also, you know, having like the Lycan Curse available for Hoot to be able to just run at you and not have to respect the time walls and these various tools for Taz, I think had a little bit less impact in some of these scenarios. And in addition to that, you know, having the ability to have a cube on people to save them and various things like that, it just feels like there's a lot of counterplay for Taz, and ultimately, you know, the front line just couldn't compete.
Jake, I got a theory question for you here, because I'm running through the scenarios. I can think of a few things, but, you know, for Sanya on the Calico goes Trophy Collector early in the last game, doesn't even go for the item whatsoever in this game. You know, what's the difference in your mind in Sanya's decision-making here, where he's like, yep, last game, I'm going TC. This game, nope, not a chance.
You know, it's just one of those items that, you know, is a snowballing choice, right? You pick it when you think you're going to get those kills regardless. In this game, I think Sonya was absolutely correct not to go for it because they needed every last bit of damage. Like an additional 1,600 damage investment very early in the game can make a difference. And, you know, Sonya has one of the better in terms of like kill death stats of his team in this game. So it's hard to criticize him for that. I do think it's wild to see players as good as Saint and Taz on Abrams and Paradox respectively. Like, these are two of the best, I think, in these respective heroes. To see them have such rough games in terms of the hero damage they're able to put out, in terms of tanking a ton of deaths, is, I think, a real testament to the strength of Lowkey W as a team. Like, Saint and Taz on these two could run over just about anyone in the world. And, you know, their opponents in this match might be one of the only teams in the world that has sort of figured out how to play against those options. So it's honestly, this win is a huge credit to Lowkey W. They look pretty unstoppable right now.
Dan, as we... Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I
You
wanted
have
to
the
point
point
from the
set up.
stats
Yeah.
that I noticed, which was the low player damage but high objective damage for the Viper. I hadn't really considered this, and I don't know what you guys make of this, but do you feel like Zergy's role was more keyed in to trying to just run down objectives, given that what we're seeing from these games so far is that the way the urn is played, there's a lot more trading off for objectives away from the urn right now. So it kind of felt like that was more Zergy's role versus Cosmetical, who's there to do all of the player damage.
I mean, Mina is like of the heroes who is going to get a lot of, you know, farm and is be, you know, kind of like that left clicker style character. I think Mina is one of the worst at sieging objectives. Like, that's sort of specifically gimped in terms of her output there. So for Viper, who I think is one of the best when you're just spam sliding and just like pumping damage into objectives, there's a nice complementary nature of those two heroes. And with the kind of explosive game that Cosmetica was having, I'm glad that Zergy was willing to like push out those sidelines, maybe tank some deaths at times, but to your point, for a well-worthy trade across the map.
All right, well, Lowkey W, they're up one map against Abrahams, able to crack the code on dealing with the Abrams Calico composition. What else does Abrahams have in the bag? Their tournament life is on the line when we come back next.
Venator. I see Shiv. I see Paradise. I see it. Take out Abram.
Paradox. George, be tough. See that you're not throwing, son of a bitch.
Let's take out Paradox.
Let's take out Paradox. Take out Shiv. I see Shiv. I want Shiv dead. Let's take out Shiv. I see Shiv. I want Shiv dead. I see Abrams. Let's take it. I see Abrams. Big mistake. Let's take out Abrams. I see the enemy.
Protect the
The shadows are my sword and shield. I live.
I see Pocket. Let's take out Pocket.
For your pitiful lives.
I see Pocket. Let's take out Pocket.
Holding back your purpose.
Paradox. Let's take out Paradox. I see Paradox.
You all bearing witness to perfection. They were outmatched from the beginning. Manhattan is my feeding grounds.
I see Paradox. I see that not throwing, son of a bitch.
He thought he was so cool.
I see Abrams.
You don't have a chance.
Silver tracks down our foes.
Defend Greenwich.
I see Abrams. Let's take out Abrams.
Cardagas time.
I see Pocket. I see Calico. I see Venator. Let's take out the. I see the Venator. Let's take out the Venator.
Oh my god. I'm gonna
Welcome back,
I'm gonna
everyone, to
boycott
the night
broadcast,
shift,
CP.
where whoa, we're in the middle of the intro, and I'm just
Sorry.
This is unbelievable. Well, ZP here with Dan and Jake, and look, we just got through map number 1, where Lowkey W was able to take down the new mix that Abrahams has been trying out today. Worked on the challenger match, and not working the first match of the final. Jake, Abrahams, though, this is a team that usually has more than one look prepared when it comes to the best of 3.
Yeah, definitely a squad that can go deep into a series. That being said, I think they gonna have to go deep into the bag of tricks now. I think that first look was pretty ideal for them in terms of comfort picks, but Lowkey W strat just kind of dominated them. And maybe you could put some of that on execution, but it really does feel like Lowkey W could just more or less run it back, and it's up to Abrahams to kind of change the way things went, because a lot of those fights were pretty dominant, pretty one-sided. There wasn't many moments in that last map where we really felt like Abrahams were in control of the game.
Dan, we were talking about it in the middle of break, but you're Abrahams. What do you look to change in the draft? What do you not want to deal with again under any circumstances?
So yeah, the silver's a problem for sure. I definitely think the silver's an issue. I feel like there's other things that you could potentially steal, or would be looking to steal. If let's say silver's the first ban, I think you might want to try to steal the viscous, and if you get the opportunity to maybe ban away Sinclair, like for your second ban, I think maybe you should be considering that. That's kind of like the top of line items, I would say. The thing is that, like, I didn't even mention Mina, which was like so iconic from Cosmetical just a moment ago. So I mean, I think you've said this before, Jake, and probably you as well, ZP. The Lowkey W is just not a team that you can really ban. A ban does not solve your problems with this team.
No, not at all. Lowkey W, probably one of the hardest teams to draft against. Where, look, not everything. This is where I'll be a little bit fair on all ends and say not everything Lightbringer cooks up actually works. There are some periods of time where Lowkey W will occasionally have a draft being like, what in the world happened here? But generally speaking, even if something doesn't work, there is reasoning behind it, and an idea of like, okay, this actually could be a thing. And as a result, Lowkey W is probably some of the most versatile drafts that we've seen of any team. And speaking of the draft, Jake, I think you may be able to summon it right now. I hear it's just about ready.
Let's see if I can work my magic and draft. Oh my god, that was pretty good. Huh? You got to give it to me. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
He was not impressed somehow.
No, I said yeah.
I just
no, sorry. Okay, I was looking at a player DM that happened at the same time. I was like, yep. I don't know. I was expecting other people to go in here. No, Jake, your magic is
my
terrible.
magic spells for you. And, what do I get in return?
Ready.
Doorman ban, Lowkey W. I mean, they just refuse to play against this hero, which I think it's actually interesting. I think with first pick, I'm such a Doorman fan, but maybe they feel like, hey, like this has just been a hero we don't really want to use ourselves. The Taz has been a monster on the character. Keeping Taz on Paradox maybe feels like a good way to play this series.
Well, in response, I'm going to get the ban on Pocket out of Abrahams. So, yeah, I mean, with Lowkey W having first pick, Abrahams is still in the bucket of, look, would rather deal with the silver. We don't want to deal with the Pocket under any circumstances. But with the silver being available, let's hear that howl. Is it coming in from Lowkey W? Yeah, of course it is. And, Dan, they decide one more time they're going to go down Silver Highway. And the car being driven down that highway, it's going to be from Hoot.
Yeah, maybe Abrahams can pick Victor instead. Maybe that could be one of the ways they could begin to solve this puzzle instead of going for the Abrams or prioring that. Okay, no, they're going to prior the Abrams. They could still get Victor. They could go like heavy on the front line here.
Yeah, I do think that the GT making it through the draft for the first ban for the first time this series is going to be likely a really high prio pick for Abrahams. I mean, a lot of teams have valued it, and that'd be a good way to really switch up the game in terms of the pace you brought in map 1. So I think for Abrahams, this is like them so far trying to be as aggressive as possible, trying to be in the driver's seat. And I think that's a great way to maybe snatch the tempo back after a map loss.
All right, so we're going to see the GT come in from Abrahams, Lowkey W, thinking about other high-profile picks. Dan, they're going to pick up the Victor, and usually the best friend early in the draft has been a Viscous to back it up. And, do they deviate from that?
I would be surprised. I think Viscous has proven to be somewhat core to a lot of what Lowkey W have been drafting, I would say. And no one really seems to attack the Viscous. And once again, yeah, just like you were suggesting, Viscous kind of comes in and I think the core is collected. The Victor, the Silver, and the Viscous. This is a formula for Lowkey W that's worked.
Jake, I have to ask, now you already have the Viscous on the board, and we saw it happen last game where it wasn't as effective. If you're Abrahams, do you consider the Calico again, or do you put that one on the shelf this game?
Yeah, I don't love it. I think they, Lowkey W have shown they're a really good team at like not letting you get away with these pickoffs, at least not for free. I do like that Abrahams though grabbed the rem for themselves, because I think having a really powerful hard save is an attribute in this current meta. It lets your frontliners do a little bit more, take a little bit more chances and risks. And I think for Abrahams, I think rem's a good way to maybe bring that out as well, with a very powerful team fight ultimate that can be a good way of at least slowing down Silver for a minute. It is a little bit of an early rem pick, so it lets Lowkey W kind of draft more heavy into gun damage if they want to.
Dan, the Geist ban coming on out, where again, it's not as wild as it has been. Some of these drafts in both the U and NA, Geist have been coming in as a later on pick, but with Geist off the board, if you're Abrahams, how do you turn this draft around?
Ooh, yeah, I think that's interesting. Well, we're going to see Paradox come out again. So the Abrams Paradox combo didn't do so well last game, but maybe this game it will fare a bit better. Okay, so they got the GT, so they're probably not looking for necessarily another like Spirit Nuke. Shiv is still available, and I think Shiv could be kind of valuable at this stage of the draft. So I'd be maybe looking for that. Mina, of course, going to Lowkey W. So they're basically getting a repeat.
Running it back.
Yeah.
The only changes so far have been on the Abraham side. I mean, the Sinclair's banned out, so it's going to have to be something a little bit different from Lowkey W. But, the Sinclair, while it was nice at times last game, I don't think it was really the reason for the win. That, though, I think is going to be a really comfortable pick for Zergy. The Viper was pretty solid last game, but I feel a lot better about the Venator, especially against Rem, where, having crazy raw gun damage, a good finisher with the Iridomini is going to feel really nice in this one.
As I look at this here, I actually think the Ven pick was also a little bit of a denied pick, where I think Abrahams were going to go for it for sure. I don't think Zergy has any real attachment to needing to play the Venator. There's other heroes that Zergy, of course, has played recently very well, like the Warden, but in this case, it puts Abrahams on the Wraith. Now, Dan, relative to the last game here, it doesn't seem like a Calco is going to be coming on out. What do you think of this difference in the Abraham strategy, where seemingly, it's a little bit more of a focus on frontline and sustainability, where you not only get the Rem early in the draft, but you also get the Billy?
Yeah, the Billy is definitely nice, a much bigger health pool. So, I mean, Billy, despite the point I made earlier about the chain gang maybe not having as much purchase with all the ways to break it in the earn fights, still like very, very good right now, and has been not as heavily prioritized, but player pairs really well with the Rem. I was expecting the Shiv maybe. There's something also that pairs really well with the Rem. But yeah, solid front line here. It's going to be challenging though, because I do feel like Lowkey W's lineup kind of scales better at every portion of the game. They do get McGinnis, and I don't know. McGinnis was looking kind of nice earlier today as well. Some really, really good cutoffs with the walls can be really pivotal in these team fights. But I still feel like it's hard to go wrong with Lowkey W. They got the core. I mean, the Mina pick up as well. And I don't know, man. I'm struggling to believe. I don't know if you guys believe in Abrahams.
Jake, here's what I have to ask for Abrahams. What is their path to getting a bunch of GT stacks in this game? Because that's the one consistent thing we've seen about GT drafts, is that, there's a very high correlation between actually getting good stacks in the first 15 minutes and winning the game. The difference between, a GT with plus 50 and a GT with, plus 10 or plus 20 is actually pretty profound in some of the team fight differences. So you're playing GT and Abrahams. Who are you isolating here?
I think a lot of this is ultimately going to be on characters like Wraith and Paradox here to like find those initial ulti catches on somebody maybe being a little bit too greedy in the side lane, having the bird come in as a backup. But I think for Abrahams, for me, it's like this draft puts a lot of weight on the shoulders of, to your point, GT hitting Spirit stacks. Like, I don't think Wraith is going to basically true solo carry this game in the late game. There are some enabling tools for her, but with Viscous Cube, the lift feels like it really hurts to be so reliant on like a single target, burst one enemy kind of an ulti into options like Victor, and then, with the cube able to save a lot of these other targets. So I agree with you guys. I'm worried for Abrahams in this one. I think they really need GT to be a massive influence. And as much as we do often see GT have these explosive games, it doesn't feel good when it feels like you have to build those stacks.
Dan, we talked about it a lot in the break, and I'll bring it back to you because, it was a key conversation, is that for Hoot, how much does this draft that Hoot is up against change the dynamic here? Because last game, Silver basically ran wild. Is Hoot going to have a little bit less room to work with this game, or is it still going to be Hoot doing whatever he wants?
Yeah, I think it's. I was actually just thinking about that a little bit with the Billy pick in particular, because I was thinking, is Billy going to be better in some of the scenarios that you be up against the Silver versus the Shiv, for example? And And I think the answer to that is probably yes in some cases. You can lock down Silver a bit more, either with the chain gang. Obviously, I think Billy does a lot of damage output. Rem is going to be able to keep Billy alive. It's a very good pairing for an early lane as well, the Rem Billy. And I think just it does add that extra oomph to the front line. That will also give Abrams, I think, more of a chance to have more damage output and more ability to survive. So, and the Wraith, obviously, as long as you're not getting slowing hexed, there are more escape tools here against the Silver to create that distance. So I definitely think against Silver, it definitely makes more sense. And you've got a lot of burst damage with the Spirit, which I think is also going to play up against the Silver and Victor well for Abrahams.
Jake, probably the most important topic of all, post-game, Listic immediately got in the Twitch chat and said, 0 deaths, this is the normal game for me. Does Listic go deathless again, and is he trying to rewrite a narrative that usually goes another way?
I'm not going to lie, the Listic going deathless is a pretty remarkable stat line. I don't expect that to continue to be the case. I mean, it's the nature of the role as a frontliner that unless you're just dominating the game, you will tank deaths. And I don't expect this game to be any exception. I like some of the changes coming in. I think Billy, it's surprising to see him discarded over the last couple of games, uncontested in those drafts. I think Billy can be nice into options like Silver and Mina when they try to run away, try and disengage from these ultimates. And Billy might also be, in theory at least, a pretty decent frontliner at challenging the Silver, right? At like, hey, like Silver is insane at melee range, but so can Billy, right? Like, so in terms of being able to take that test for a deeper, more challenging fight. So really curious to see how this one pans out for Abrahams. I think they've got some good options, but they're gonna need to hit some big plays and get some tempo off of this Paradox Abrams that didn't work out last game.
Dan, as we fill a little bit of time, as the lobby is almost ready, I assure you, looking at some of the lanes here, Lowkey W actually gets some of the lanes that have been coming more into prominence recently. Probably the biggest one is the Ven McGinnis lane, which I think is like low-key one of the, no pun intended, one of the more sleeper lanes where it makes Ven's job in the lane so much easier when you have multiple opportunities to actually land high-value gut shots courtesy of the wall.
Yeah, it does create like a lot of threat, like just immediate threat at any point, any place. And McGinnis's ability to push and create space is really, really powerful as well. And they both have a lot of gun damage that they can just pump out continually at range that comes online pretty quickly. And with the anti-heal from the grenade too, there's definitely a lot of problems when you're up against that lane. So it will be very interesting to see what pairs against it. I'm curious what you guys think will be the optimal pairing from Abrahams to play up against that. What lane would have the best chance?
I mean, I think Rem is always nice when you're up against a hard lane where there's going to be a lot of damage coming in, but you just kind of keep healing it back up. You soak some resist, maybe put some lane pressure on the opponent with your little helpers. So I think that does provide some nice stability. I think this Venator McGinnis, I'm curious if that's actually the lane, but I think there could also be a lot of early pressure from those two as far as trying to open up some of those Guardians with those recent resistance changes.
So in all, we are just about to get in the game. The players nearly ready. Again, here's what's really happened is that we had some EU players that were playing in NA tournaments recently, and unfortunately, it just spreads. Where NA takes a while to get in game. All our EU players are playing in Night Shift Open. All top 3 EU teams actually made it to the final day, and unfortunately, they came back from the Americas with player disease here, where people are probably in the bathroom. They've realized they can take a little bit of extra time. We are cracking the whip as hard as possible, without causing permanent injury to the players. But, as much as we try here, Jake, sometimes the players are going to take a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, it is what it is. When if everyone in Twitch chat spams caster start the game, though, typically that gets us into game way quicker. That really moves the needle for the players.
What do you guys think? Oh, I guess we're going to find out because we're getting into game now.
That's right. And as a result, I get to say this is going to be Lowkey W versus Abrahams. Abrahams trying to stay alive to bring you the game. It's going to be DDK and Jake. Dan, take it away.
Yeah, Jake, I'm wondering who's going to be up against that disgusting, just horrible, reprehensible, abhorrent Viscous Mina lane. Who's going to have to deal with that, huh? That's what I'm wondering.
I think you could maybe do a Rem Abrams lane and just soak all the damage. I don't think there's much that you can lane against that puts pressure back on the other way, at least that I'm seeing in the draft. So it looks like it'll be Billy Rem. So yeah, still a lot of durability there. Definitely
more spirit
gonna need it. Yeah, and I will say that it is not a very good lane at clearing waves. You have crazy spirit damage to throw at enemy players, but you don't really have the best wave damage. By the way, nice heavy from Sonya with the parry down on Zergy. Nice little connection in the early game. We don't often talk about those micro details, but they can make a difference. Joker rolled for Arzo. He's been blessed this game.
Yeah, the monster rounds are definitely important as like a, I guess, a tip. If you feel like you're on a losing lane, or a lane where you have to do much more, like let's say you got a teammate that's box running and stuff like that, you need to have more ability to clear the wave. Like the monster rounds is an essential buy so that you can kind of keep the enemy creeps off of your towers, so that the enemies cannot just like get all the free tower damage. They can't pressure you up there as much. You know, you can kind of snipe those troopers from afar. So early monster rounds definitely expected from me, at least on Together, I would imagine, on the Billy.
Yeah, generally, I think one of those really solid items in the early game. Definitely going to be always one of our most bought. To your point, maybe one that people, you know, at home aren't buying enough. You think, I'm a support, I'm, you know, playing for my support items, but that monster rounds can often bridge the gap in those very early laning trades that can be a little bit awkward at times. Still, teams at this level don't expect there to be too much kind of a crazy action breaking out in the first few moments. Venator does put a lot of damage down. McGinnis throws the wall down, and Sonya went way too deep trying to counterplay that one. Some cheeky movement to get out. He should be just fine. But elsewhere, Ballistic finds a trade with Taz.
Yeah, I'm just super curious how that side lane's going to turn out. That's a horrible lane. But GT going to have a big performance. However, the harass from Hoot is going to be really painful. GT does have really ridiculous damage output. They're super consistent with the uptime of the two, the flying arrows or whatever it's called, the rain of arrows, flying arrows, rain of arrows.
Yeah,
that's really, really powerful.
Yeah, I think it'll be nice this game too with Silver, right? Where Silver often wants to like mark these damage dealers, and I think Arzo on Wraith is definitely going to be getting a lot of attention in that regard. Nice little shotgun from Zergy, just blasts Sonya off his back.
Yeah, maybe the GT is the difference maker. Like I think it is one of the biggest differences, the highest value steal into this draft, and
yeah.
I'm excited. I hope that it does make the difference for Abraham's here. But again, you know, it's Empty Dreams that has to have a big game, but it's Empty Dreams, so anyone could do it.
There's also the possibility for Billy having maybe a better game than we're giving him credit for, with a lot of teams maybe going away from this pick. Billy is one of those characters who can actually be a pretty relevant carry if you can get off to a decent start in the game. And obviously, he's gotten the short end of the stick in the laning phase, but Rem on the assist, if you can get a little box running out on Rem, you're going to feel pretty good about it. No charge available for Sonya. He would love to have it in that moment standing behind the McGinnis. Gets it up just in time, though, and as he levels it, now it's going to be his opportunity to put some big damage down. Obikim throws out the parry. Looks like he has maybe rebuttal already on the McGinnis, but expertly navigated by Sonya. That'll be a quick kill. And when you die in McGinnis like that in the lane, it really feels like it resets your pushing power.
Very nice start, especially, you know, Ozzy getting the pickup there, getting a little bit of soul edge. And this lane actually kind of dangerous, you know. Of course, you know, Abrams can apply a lot of presence, you know, and be very difficult to take down. And the Wraith damage behind that is like really respectable these days in the current iteration of Wraith, even in the early laning phase. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, especially when the ults come online. You know, the idea of McGinnis and Venator pushing up to the tower feels palatable now, but with the threat of Abrams charge and Wraith lift, like pulling you way too deep when you step up, it's a massive issue. Wall gets thrown out, looks like pretty much just for some last hit contest there. So that really shows, I think, the Obikim doesn't expect to get aggressive at all in this lane.
Yeah, some good chip damage with the cards, and I feel like we're already getting, now that we see the bridge buff, battle. Okay, gun buff for Empty Dreams. Oh, that's huge, actually. That's really big.
Yeah, it's nice for him in the early game. Usually we're seeing GT rush for that 4.8k gun spike, and it's going to be right on the cusp of that. So there's definitely going to be some moments here where Empty Dreams is going to be a monster in the lane. Looks like Taz wants to put some pressure down alongside that. I mean, there's a very durable opposition against them, though, so it won't be easy to crack the code and push down mid. Rusted Barrel picked up by McGinnis, so just all in on these early game trading items. A lot of damage coming down on Empty Dreams. Hoot wants to proc the ultimate, but it's going to be hard to close the gap with the mobility and disruption that GT and Paradox bring to bear.
It just feels like a better game so far for Abrahams in the early game. That they're managing the lanes a lot better. You know, especially I gotta say, the Viscous Mina lane. We haven't really seen too much drama coming out of that lane just yet.
Oh, he has to cancel the bird because the gank is maybe coming in against him. Listic tried to disrupt that, but that also means Listic has gone quite deep. Ooh, some big hits coming in. GT has to be very careful. Who doesn't want to chase for any more?
They won't be lucky.
Looks like some big trades happen, though, in that left side lane. Cosmetical goes down, but Together is on almost no HP.
Yeah, definitely needs to reset. You might see him do that. Unless there's like a tag along available. But yeah, going for the reset on the zip line. We'll be back on the lane soon. I don't think he's going to miss a wave. Especially if the Rem's not going crazy and shooting the wave as as all my matchmaking teammates would do. Not salty.
Not salty at all, of course, but you know, they do lots of things, Stan. You got to remember that. Oh, big cards up here for Wraith. Definitely some kill threat with the ulti. Joker and 2 spades. Listic goes down to basically just ranged poke here. That kind of hurts. Does not have the ult max, so that is down for almost 4 minutes. I mean, that really stings for Listic in the early game.
It's lame. It's definitely struggling more than I maybe expected it to against the Abrams and Wraith. Abraham's looking pretty nice in that respect. Despite getting the gun buff, you can really see, though, the Silver Victor pressure. That's a heavy front line in the mid lane is doing wonders for Lowkey W. Getting some good tower damage, keeping the lane pushed. Obviously, there's the kill threat. And we're getting some lags.
I appreciate Obakim asking for the reason, actually. Doing God's work over here.
Yeah.
Keeping the opponents honest. Somebody's got to do it in this one. And Abraham's. I mean, I think to your point, the game has started off much more nicely for them rather this time than last. And Arzo, crucially, I think, is having a decent start. He really, like, 1 kill on the side lane would really set this Wraith on the right path, though. And I don't think she's quite found the breakthrough. I mean, what, a 500 soul lead for her individually? But hold on, here's a big pin forward. McGinnis pulled out of position, but the follow-up feels more suspect. Arzo is not sure he wants to commit onto this. And it is going to be a blink up to the high ground. But Irdamini shot the final crucial shot as well, not connecting from Zergi. So when the dust settles, both teams find themselves a little bit worse for wear.
Rem looking to go steal the Sinners. And the opponent's jungle might get caught by 3 players, actually. I'll see if Sin can escape that. It looks like he'll be able to. The burst coming into that position as well. Looks like just stealing a lot. We'll have to keep an eye on the golden statue buffs. So we get the pip. They're showing the god of owl. Here it comes, the nuke. Boom!
Oh my
and
God,
goodbye. There's a stack.
Yeah, that's a big stack and a big kill for exactly the players who wanted to get it rolling. Sane has basically never left this lane. I mean, we're not really seeing any rotations from him. I think he understands how crucial it is that Wraith wins this tower trade. I mean, the Wraith and the Venator, both of them really want to be the first. And Venator maybe gonna threaten a bit of a steal here. Nice sleep from Rat. Sets up a big heavy melee for Empty Dreams, and they get the finish on Ballistic. Little rain of arrows cancel. The McGinnis hold as well, though, as who are just running them down. I thought GT was out of that for sure, but the chase comes in immediately. And that, with the help of the McGinnis turret, should be a mid Guardian.
Let's push blue.
And there it is. I think the oppressive force of Hoot making his presence known. Oh, good parry, though, fighting against Together. Looking to maybe heal up, perhaps with a melee or 2, but Nox Nostra post-swap and trying to stay alive. The Sanguine retreat. Oh my goodness, just enough. The cube coming into to just make sure it does survive. But no, the slam from out of nowhere.
And wow, Together goes deep for that. He does give his life for it. I'm not sure how worth that is. I think Cosmetical might be willing to take that trade. Meanwhile, Zergi and Arzo both went down on the opposite side. So this one, it's turning into a bloodbath. No team, I think, having the clear edge in these trades. Another kill onto Listic. This would be brutal, though. Listic was talking way too much in Twitch chat. Now he's getting smoked on a few tough back-to-back deaths for a character that does, I think, particularly care about economy more than some of the other frontliners. And we had to do this one to him. I mean, we just had to.
I mean, hey, man. If you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk.
Rem has all of the golden statue buffs for his team. They do lots of things indeed, Ram. McGinnis looks to be certainly dead to rights here. A big shotgun hit, though, makes it a little scary, but it's the value of the Abrams with a movement buff as well. I mean, just so hard to escape. Air Domini thrown in, but ours is going to shrug that one off. Maybe actually not, with Victor coming back in. Reanimation is going to be online.
I see great
Victor
talent.
staying up, staying large and in charge on the right side here. Still looking good actually for Lowkey W in terms of the Guardians. You know, they got the advantage. They got that mid Guardian down. The urn is coming up in a minute.
We're at 11 minutes, and 5 out of 6 Guardians are still standing. That's actually really surprising, right? Typically, we see things break down a little bit sooner than this. So both teams putting a lot of priority to defending their towers. No one can generate enough advantage to kind of break that stalemate just yet.
Yeah, quite unusual. Speaks to how even the situation is right now. And the end's coming up too, so I'd imagine a lot of Guardians are going to start falling in the next couple of minutes. There we go, there's one of them. That's the right side for Lowkey W is going to experience the pain. Looking to get more out of this though. A forward TP, there's the telekinesis as well. Looking to lock down the McGinnis. Has horrible movement options, can't get away in time. The conversion is looking fantastic there for Abrahams. Sonya on the Abrams, I don't know if we even mentioned that yet. I don't know if you mentioned that, I didn't.
Yeah, he's been great on the Abrams this game. Keeping on that pace of a lot of these fighting heroes. Would love to be able to drop the reanimation out of Listic, but can't quite get that trade. Who actually goes for a pretty late trophy collector. Interesting buy for him this game. Curious to see how that one pays off. Doesn't have to keep our eyes on that as the series develops. Vrake, instant pickup on the urn. Taking a little bit of liberty here on the map. See if this is something Lowkey W want to force without sole advantage. I mean, basically just going for this off the back of the strength of their Victor and McGinn assaults.
I see great talent.
Gotta be careful when Hoot's around, especially if you're a GT. And is making its way across to the deposit zone. There's some more of these Guardians are still up actually. So got that mid Guardian up. Looks like it's going to go down now though. Abrahams will take care of that.
Cosmetical, Mina's getting gained to the other side of the map. If she can just play her way out of this, it would be massive. An urn dunk being attempted here. Abrahams looks like they want to split the map, but maybe still thinking about a contest here, trying to be cheeky with it. Percentage starts ticking up. Abrams playing that front line. Gets the tag along, but you really now cannot step off this objective, Abrams. The tanking is called into question. Sonya Sniper runs low. Looks like one more shot for the Iridomini. Will it be enough to find the finish? It will, and Zergy profits not only with an urn dunk for the team, but also a nice kill onto Sonya. You did get some mid-tower pressure from Empty Dreams, but nothing major, right? Like half on the mid-walker. It's nice, but it's far from a free take later in the game.
Yeah, it is interesting. We'll have to see if they can take advantage of that. It's always nice to get the mid-walker first. As you can see, Lowkey W with all the priority on the map there. Very comfortable diving deep to potentially get some of these pickoffs. It's a kind of scary moment, and together could get caught out by Cosmetical on the Mina. Is getting chased instead by the Victor. Listic under the tower. Here comes the Alpha to save though. And that's going to take... Oh my goodness. Victor down to nothing. Obviously, he gets the shocking reanimation. It's back up to full HP in this fight. And now suddenly Sonya Sniper on the charge, trying to take the initiative here. Abrahams looking to see if they can get these picks going. The wall going to make things a bit more awkward, but still, this is maybe not the place you want to be. Right next to the Abram fists. And that's a McGinnis that is now dead.
Yeah, some nice rebuttal parries coming out, but it's not nearly enough. The rest of the team just not interested in this fight. Hoot, though, as he comes in now, maybe the rest of the team will follow. Just eviscerates this Billy. The front line not able to stand up, but Lowkey W dropping players elsewhere. As strong as Hoot is, as many stacks as he's picking up here, now he finds himself faced up against Saint here on the Abrams. Has to just run for it alongside Cosmetical's Mina. Doesn't look amazing for Hoot, but we've seen him play his way out of tight spots before. And Zergy goes down elsewhere. So actually, despite some nice trades coming in from Abrahams with Hoot and Cosmetical getting out, they feel really good about that trade.
Look at the health on the mid-walker. Empty Dreams died to try to take it down, and he was close. But that's kind of backdoorable right now. So they got to be very careful, Lowkey W, that they don't give that up. And I mean, they haven't even gotten all the Guardians yet. The left side Guardian's still up.
Yeah, I mean, Lowkey W has been a team that actually, I think more than just about anyone else, is not interested in early walker pressure. They're not really trying to take big trades for it. They just want to stay alive, control the map with the expectation they'll get the walker later. Sanguine, though, expires, and there's an owl coming in. It has to be some nice evasive maneuvers, but some clean control
Oh my
from
goodness.
Empty Dreams on the owl. He's hunting, looking for that easy kill, and just has to deliver a stun to keep his team safe there. So Cosmetical happy to escape with his life.
That was incredibly impressive piloting right there. Put him in the FPV, like drone competitions. All right, so finally this Guardian on the left side might go down. Hoot getting in there with the leap off the Lycan Curse. And there are a lot of Lowkey W players here. I would not want to be here, Taz. They are going to start to back away a little bit from this Guardian. Oppressive force. But I mean, seriously, respect. Keeping that Guardian up until like 16 minutes and 18 seconds. Impressive.
Might not be a free take here. Billy's coming in with the chain, trying to force a team fight. Abraham sensing that this may be an opportunity to claw something back. Empty Dreams does find Cosmetical, who's been the one to get away more often than not in these scenarios. So it's a nice little opportunity to pump the brakes on Cosmetical's farm, ensure that it won't be a repeat of last game where he basically tore Abraham's to pieces single-handedly. And the Owls just keep coming. Hoot actually getting targeted. They know the Owl's coming in. There's a Spirit Buff Wraith as well. Very respectable damage.
Catching who on the noggin. And in the meantime, with whatever pressure we have here, you actually have Empty Dreams on the left side of the map here against Cosmetical, looking to try to take down more Walker health, I suppose. This Walker is very healthy on the left side, but applying that pressure. And in the meantime, Lowkey W are gathering in mid to look to find a fight.
Opportunity to catch the frontliners. Billy walled out away from this one. It's going to mean a free kill into Taz. I think Obakim was maybe looking for the trap there. Doesn't find it on the Billy, but the one kill looks to be good enough. Lowkey W going to go for this flip in the mid boss. Abraham's, one of the most successful teams historically at contesting these, but Lowkey W, as of recently, has had their number in these fights. GT's already here, though, starting to pump that damage. McGinnis getting a little bit low. There's a big sleep coming in. They're not waiting for the respawner, and it seems to be paying off so far.
I see Rem.
This is a very important fight. Both teams at a deadlock here on terms of the amount of souls that they have. Looking for advantage over the mid-boss. Ching Kang comes in, pulls in two players. We talked about this. Is it enough to deal with Hoot? He's been an impressive force, and absolutely, Hoot goes down. Obakim, Drake, the entire Lowkey W side are getting massacred. One trade comes in onto Sanya. Zergy, though, needs to get out of this position. Still pretty healthy, but everybody around him is struggling. Listic still up with a lot of HP, though. Starting to turn the tides here. Starting to turn turn this one against Abraham's as the fight continues around this position. Billy, though, still doing a lot of damage together, putting in a good effort, but losing the support there. Needs the heals, but there's none left. And now Saint is without a front line to be able to help him out, and it's got to back away from the fight, and it's going to leave the mid-boss exposed.
Yeah, going to get run down here on the Rem. And Listic, make sure he gets his bag as well. So spawners coming in. There may actually still be an opportunity for a contest, but Abraham's, if they go now, it risks everything. Maybe they don't have much of a choice in the matter. Do not want to give up a clean rejuve take. Arzo on his way back in, but it just doesn't seem like he's going to be there in time. Yeah, all rejuves claimed. Opportunity to maybe take some of them away. The McGinnis ult, those zones players back in Empty Dreams just deleted stepping up to that mid boss. Same too for Sanya, and this looks like good money thrown after bad. Now Abraham's only 4 players standing, and they would be lucky to just hold on to their walkers at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we get an urn pickup, but I'm not sure what the play is around the urn here, because they can definitely try to waste some time, but you aren't able to hold the urn hostage like you used to, with now the fact that it ticks 5% HP at a time. And fighting the urn, I mean, it's not a comeback urn either. They're not going to get an advantage. This is going to be a tough one, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, what a fight from Lowkey W, but they're just going to go straight for the urn, force the dunk. It goes down so quick with this comeback, and they're not going to fight into the resist. Good decision from Lowkey W, but they want to get a fight out now. Resists are over, still tripper rejuves. Everything in favor of Lowkey W. Ultimate's not amazing for them. Looking to isolate Paradox, who's trying to run away from the back halls, but with the walkers still being up here, it's a little bit questionable whether Lowkey W actually want to continue to force the issue, but looks like they do.
And swap on cooldown here, so it would be huge there was something like that available, but still just trying to fight under the Walker, but it's going to get melted so fast. And now Abrahams have to be careful they're not caught out of position. They don't have anything to defend with. Taz goes down very quickly. Saint, there's all the heals, also gone. And Lowkey W once again just tearing through from the strength of this front line. Oh my god, the dives that are possible on Silver.
Billy runs away, but actually just ticks out. Massive find. They're able to get the Billy shut down, and now, I mean, what looked like just a clean Walker grab. A little uncharacteristically sloppy movement from Taz on the escape there. He gets picked off, snowballs into 2 more, trying to, unfortunately falling victim to the Savior Buddy syndrome in that case. And Abrahams find themselves backs against the wall, about to lose their first shrine. And I mean, this is one of those moments where the game really starts to slip away. They're going to throw everything, and there's a lot of low players on the opposition. A cube is perfect from Break to keep Hoot alive, but he's still low. With Billy respawning, I think 2 rejuves off the field. This could have been Lowkey W doing a little bit too much. Abraham's going to really look for these chase downs.
It's surprising, Jake. It's only a 10k difference at the moment, so that's not insane for this time of the game. Definitely an advantage, though, and a lot of lane priority. See if there's any conversions made possible. Drake is converted on the retreat. Still a rejuve up, and Lowkey W looking to just run away with the advantage. Minute left on this rejuve. And again, Lowkey W, they can just farm, try to protect the map. There's a lot of work for Abrahams to do to try to equalize the the lanes. And they're going aggressive. Together's going deep in this jungle, looking to see if he can punish McGinnis.
I like that they're desperate. They should be. I mean, losing a shrine often the beginning of the end at this level of play in Deadlock. But uh-oh, some traps coming in. Here comes Listic from behind, forcing this fight. Listic has the rejuve, no reanimation, but doesn't need either. The out comes in too little, too late. Doesn't look like it even connects there. And the desperation from Abrahams is responded to with a steady hand. Lowkey W cleaning this one up. Zergy more than happy to take a trade with the opponents deep in the jungle. Looks like we'll have a little pause or Lowkey W to get their Discord reset, but communication-wise, there's not so much to say here for Lowkey W, right? They look comfortable. They keep taking these fights. Abrahams feels more and more desperate, but like a rat in a trap, man. They're just worming away to their own demise.
Well, at least Saint has a lot of golden statue buffs.
Yeah, it's nice. He's been stealing some sitters, but it hasn't so far, really been as effective, especially in terms of like the raw healing throughput that we would expect. I mean, I think back to that fight that Abrahams, they get 3 initial kills around that mid-boss pit, but they just can't make it into an extended team fight, right? Like the spawners come back in and able to dominate them. GT really feeling the pressure in these moments, just doesn't quite have the full build online. Has some decent stacks up. Plus 40 spear power is nice, but long way away from the Boundless where those stacks really start to take off.
And Midwalker looks like it can't really be defended at this point. I mean, Arzo is a threat. 27k Wraith looking to go for the kill onto who? The burst damage. You got to get the kill before the wolf form, and it happens. And that is the way back in this game. Arzo, nice pick off. What else can they convert behind this? Abrahams picking up a nice charge here. Seismic Slam. And we're able to get another conversion. There's the stun, slowing Listic down on the retreat. There's Billy coming in for the extra help, the Rising Ram. And suddenly, 3 players down. 4 players down. Let's go. Abrahams looking very alive right now.
Hey, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They're going to be very happy about this one. First comeback fight in quite a while. And with players still dead for a while, this should virtually equalize the soul advantage. I will say, having a shrine down is still a massive dagger in the back of Abrahams. Whether they can shrug off the bleeding from that, it's going to take more fights, just like the one we saw. But hey, Spiritual Overflow, the Wraith DPS here, when Merkmag comes online, this is a monster DPS build. Like, he will absolutely carve through the front line of players like Listic with this kind of a build. It doesn't have very much survivability. I mean, like, no Dispel Magic in this one, so if he gets caught, he is in a world of hurt. But I like this build. This is a game where your Wraith needs to just do infinite DPS. There's no room for safety and defensive tools when you're this desperate.
Hoot doing it again, finding a pick attempt here. I mean, this is a surround on the GT. Okay, GT goes down, Rem goes down. Oh, that's a horrible, horrible scenario. Abrahams, they were in a good spot, but this is the danger of Lowkey W just on top of you.
Such a good read from Lowkey W. I think like Abrahams got that huge team fight, and it was I mean, for me, I had the same instinct. Oh, farm the map right now. Everyone's splitting farm. Like, let's get this comeback souls. Let's equalize the lead. And Lowkey W just basically gambling with the spawners just coming back. They're just immediately looking for kills. And Abrahams are just too split to counterplay it, which I think is just a very intelligent read of the game in that moment, kind of mitigating some of the losses from that last team fight. And now they're going to dunk the urn with it. And yeah, it feels pretty unlikely that you're going to go for the contest with Saint and Empty Dream still on the spawn.
Yeah, also, I mean, you could try to convert the walker on the left side. We did just get Listic TPing across, so Listic can kind of catch that wave and be a threat. But yeah, in fact, also, they don't have vision, Abrahams, on how many players were at the urn. So also had to just assume that there's going to be some players there to defend that, and pulls back off, can't assault that left walker. I mean, this is interesting, though. I got to say, Jake, because there is still 2 walkers up for Abraham. So them to play defense around, that is helpful.
Yeah, it's definitely winnable. It just it's been more of a feeling for me in these last few minutes, where it feels like Lowkey W are just generally, other than that one, I think maybe over-eager push to try to use their last rejuve around the mid-walker, they've been getting the more comfortable engages. Like, they've been in control of how the fight takes place and when the commitments come out. And being able to send in, I mean, now the Victor has reached this point where with Scourge online, it feels like this is always a huge moment for Victor, where his mere presence in the front line is just intolerable to the opposition. Sonya responds in kind, though, so maybe the Scourge's mirrored can kind of mitigate some of that disadvantage.
Well, the next mid boss, I mean, it's definitely available for both teams in the sense that both teams have the strength to truly win a team fight over that mid boss, and for Abrahams, that would certainly turn the game around. And it is a very close affair right now, despite the advantage for Lowkey W. A lot of it comes down to Arzo and the threat that he provides. I don't know if the Merc Mag is available just yet. It can't be far off.
Yeah, he probably just wants to farm up a storm. Does have the gun buff right now. Listic, he picked up a refresher. Always a massive buy for Victor. Just doubling down on what already makes it hard. But Indomitable on Cosmetical. Love that for him. I mean, I think he is probably one of the most vulnerable characters to go on first, even with a cube behind. He's probably the ideal target. But with Indomitable, the Wraith lift just doesn't feel realistic. It's like somebody's got to force that Indom out before you can even consider a fight.
Great talent.
I mean, Hoot's just offering himself up here, but hold on. Oh, great swap just when he kind of turned his tail to maybe look for an escape. But it looks like he is going to be able to get that ult procced. Owl comes in, it hits 2, but they're shrugging it off, and Taz finds himself caught behind the wall. A chain comes out here, but Abraham's starting to get low. They don't really have the damage to back up this kind of a forced team fight. One last shot. It does miss, actually, from Sergey, despite the knockdown coming in, but he and Listic will get it done the old-fashioned way. And Abraham's starting to fall apart here. Rem tagging along with Wraith, but ooh, it's kind of a short-range blink. It's a little scary for Wraith. No push coming in, though. There's a mid-boss to take.
The gut shot just sending Abrams so far away and down into the mid-boss, and they can just now start to go for it. Very awkward fight, unfortunately, for Abrahams. I mean, Lowkey W, like you were talking about earlier, they're so good at, they have such good instincts in finding these favorable fights and setting themselves up to then take a mid-boss. And Abrahams, they're in a desperate spot. Do they just try to force some steals?
It's so brutal to contest 3v6. I mean, this is like next to unwinnable. I mean, I honestly don't even know if it's worth trying at this level of play without a really powerful like ulti for stealing. Maybe a kill to be grabbed would be nice, but I mean, look at the heal coming in on Hoot when that ult pops, even through the full pressure of the Wraith. And I love the build from Hoot. I mean, very minimal investment in damage in this one. And even the gun items he has bought are actually somewhat defensive in nature, right? With weighted shots giving debuff resist, with Hunter's Aura also reducing enemy attack speed. So, I mean, he is very kitted to try to survive through the onslaught that Arzo's bringing out.
We'll see what's possible here for Abrahams. Up against the 3 regs, they're going to lose the Walker. Like no HP left. One more Walker to go. That's going to be the toughest one now. Nice bit of damage onto McGinnis.
I mean, these arrows hurt, I will say. It's just that it feels like Empty Dreams is not given the opportunity to put the damage down on the targets that he would like. I mean, Listic's just offering himself up, Hoot as well. And these two kind of more tickled by the GT than anything.
Not much they can do to defend the Walker, sadly. And you mentioned the Boundless for Empty Dreams, still not really all that close to it. And that would really That would really go a long way because the power shots do become extremely powerful, especially if you can get like a few in quick succession. That can turn fights in the right type of a fight.
Is this an Echo Shard wall from McGinnis? It has to be, right, with the wall max. That is just devious from Obachem. I mean, he is going to be so hard to fight into. Think about characters like Wraith and GT that both want a little bit of space to work with. You're just walled out of the fight by McGinnis. You can't do a damn thing. And so if that actually, I think, is maybe a bigger impact on the way these fights are going than I would have normally given it credit for, right? Think about someone like Listic. You come in, you want to snatch away maybe a reanimation out of Victor, and then suddenly you're like double walled in. You cannot back out from that spot. Kind of saw that in one of those earlier fights in the jungle. I think Obachem is actually going to be kind of a monster for team fight control at this point in the game.
I totally agree, and you're never going to get away from Hoots. And there's turrets to spawn as well with it on level 3. They're going to be really annoying, the effects they can put on you, but Hoot just gathering some information, diving out from the roof, from the window, and...
What have you gotten yourself into?
Did Victor buy a vortex web? Am I seeing that right?
Oh, that's just disgusting.
I don't think I've ever seen that. That is honestly, I don't think that's good, but okay, maybe the team needs it. Is that a bug? Like, that's so crazy.
I like the idea, pull him into him.
I mean, you can't pop it after you're dead. Is the time you would want to pop it is when you're in the reanimation. But okay, he's gonna throw it out on the Wraith. Didn't really work. I'm standing by this not being a good buy, but it just doesn't matter. Maybe Cosmetical kills Empty Dreams, and that's so much of the damage. Abrahams, they found themselves before time and time again, and they have not had the answers. Billy tanking the absolute universe here with Scourge and the little helpers from Rem, but eventually the damage is just too much. Lowkey W, unstoppable at this moment in the game.
Yeah, the base getting absolutely wrecked here. Oh, insanely powerful lineup from Lowkey W once again. I think, we saw, interestingly, I think what you can consider some improvements to Lowkey W's comp in the way, because, you mentioned the utility from McGinnis, and also just like having the synergy there also inherently with the Venator, but just how good Venator is in general. I don't know, like it just feels like Lowkey W kind of made their comp better.
I mean, I've been trying to cope for the opponents about how, hey, look, we've had bigger, longer historical runs for top teams, but the way Lowkey W are winning in these matches, sometimes it feels like no contest. I mean, they just dominate through. Like this fight, I haven't even been commentating because there's no fight to be had. Abrahams obliterated in game 1, game 2 as well. I mean, showing some fight back the early game, like Lowkey W isn't just sprinting to the finish line, but it never looks like they're really out of control. It never feels like the tide is turning against them. They just have an amazing read on the meta. They're hitting their stride as a unit right now, and it's proven its success in championship after championship at this point.
Lowkey W going to take the championship once more, and even with Abrahams making adjustments, even with Abrahams looking for a different way of dealing with some things that are working out well for Lowkey W, the number one thing, Dan, that seems to be really impacting the ability to win against Lowkey W is that they don't lose mid-fights. Even when they lose a mid-fight, they didn't fully lose. They had a fight that started out where Abrahams was able to take down 3 people. It was looking really good in the middle. The phrase massacred was thrown out, and then you hear the boss music approaching, and Zergy comes in, flips the entire fight for Lowkey W, and from that point forward, Lowkey W was with an advantage effectively most of the game. And yeah, I mean, this has been a real problem, I think, for every other team in the EU, is how in the world do you beat Lowkey W at a mid-fight?
Yeah, it's really crazy too, because I think Hoot went down almost immediately in that fight. He was one of the first 2 casualties. And so it just didn't really make sense, honestly. I think it was this fight. It was this fight.
How did they come back in this?
Obachem, Hoot, and Break.
Like, Together's chasing for kills here, which honestly, understandable. You got 3 kills. Like, you think, hey, maybe let's go finish this one off. Let's go clean this one up. But then Cosmetical drops the Nox Nostra down the shaft, and Listic and Zergy come in and brawl together at close range. I mean, a lot of teams would have just been too scared to like try to take that re-engage, but they don't. I mean, here they like Taz is just a little sloppy with the jumps to get out and escape from this Walker siege, and it turns into not exactly a team wipe, but maybe as good as one, opening up this first shrine of the game, which an early shrine in competitive Deadlock, yeah, it's might as well be lights out. It's really the other team's game to lose at that moment.
So I'm going to spoil a little bit of North America draft knowledge from the prep I was doing earlier today, but Dan, one thing that's going to be different in NA is that NA actually is banning silver in its drafts. And you look at the storyline of both of these games, that Hoot was going wild on the silver. Even when they were doing things like, trying to throw Billy at the Silver, trying to, burst down Silver early with bird combos, it didn't really work, and Hoot was still able to be unleashed for a lot of these fights. And, to me, I kind of look at the entire series and go, maybe Silver should have just been banned here in EU. Yeah,
I absolutely agree. I think, Cosmetical looks iconic on Mina. So, I mean, yeah, okay, if you give up the pocket, because that's what they've been banning instead, and Cosmetical gets it, yeah, it's going to look great, but this Mina looks insane as well. So it is really the Silver, I think, that has, as you're describing, I think the most impact on these team fights, because the Silver can just take so much space control, and it's so hard to put down the Silver. And this is the reason why Silver is first pick and has been first pick for basically forever. And so, yeah, I honestly caught myself thinking a few times, what would have happened in this game if Silver was banned?
Well, Jake, we got to look at the stats, and unfortunately for chat, there's not really a ton to slander Listic on. Yeah, he didn't go deathless here, but still 13-5, nearly assembling the rainbow. I mean, I have to ask here, is it Listic making space for Silver, or is it Hoot being such a threat that Listic has a lot of room here? Either way, between the two of them, Abrahams was getting a bit bullied on the front line, even with the Billy and Rem.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Hoot's build. I mean, he goes so tanky in this one, ensuring that the way that they played, or rather the way that Abrams played in that challenger match, just wasn't going to work on him. Trying to burst down the Silver, it was attempted. It just didn't succeed. I mean, Hoot was just too kitted out to go down easy. And then getting the Viscous as well, getting the same top 3 picks, I think that's probably, you got to look at that as a bit of a mistake for Abrahams in the draft phase. This triplet combo of Victor, Silver, and Viscous is just monstrous. I mean, you're getting bogged down by the frontliners. The Viscous is an amazing support to, even if you think you're going to kill one, the cube comes in, then a rescue beam, and then some splatter for good measure, a little insult to injury there. So this frontline setup looks amazing for Lowkey W. It gives them a great position from which to fight.
Yeah, one thing I don't think we checked over the course of the game is how many trophy collector stacks Hoot got, because the TC was also picked up over the course of the game. But Dan, anything else on the score screen standing out to you before we head into our MVP?
I felt like Taz had a good recovery in this game on the Paradox. He was, I think, top or second top damage at one of the damage check-ins, 20 minutes into the game or something like that. So, good recovery from Taz. Just wanted to give him a shout out after that struggle in the first game. And the only other thing, actually, I would add onto this is that this was an unfortunate game for Empty Dreams because of, I think, Hoot's play in large part. Empty Dreams got shut down a lot, and I felt like he was never able to generate the kind of momentum that a player like Empty Dreams on GT potentially can generate.
Jake, in a way, do you agree with the kind of eye test here that GT tends to be a little bit of feast or famine, where it feels like there's very few games where you see GT win if GT doesn't have a really good start, but also very few games where you see GT lose if GT gets a plus 60, plus 70. It feels like there's a mini game within the game that really dictates part of your team's power just based on, if GT has a good early game or not.
Yeah, I was thinking, hey, maybe GT can be a better option at evading the Silver and still being able to deal damage, but that just seemed like that wasn't the case. By the time we got to that point in the game, Phantom Strike is out for Hoot, and the verticality from the rain of arrows, it's not really an asset anymore. So definitely he was on notice this game, especially with the knockdown being built by Vrake. You just can't afford to get that many defensive items to survive that kind of an onslaught on GT. So that's cost benefit analysis. Abrahams, definitely a lot of analysis to do. I think this goes, beyond any one player. I think we saw great stuff from a lot of the individuals on Abrahams, but as a team, Lowkey W were just on a different level. I mean, you could have played this match 100 times and it feels like they take 95 of them.
Well, it's going to bring us to our MVP, Dan, and there was one linchpin to talk about both maps. It was a story both times around, and it was Hoot on the Silver. I mean, what more can you say? It was the Hoot highlight reel, both maps in a row, even mixing in the TC. What more can you ask for from a Silver player?
Yeah, I mean, Hoot is incredible and just can be so defining on any hero that he plays and really making a name for himself on this hero. We see Hoot, we know he's capable of anything, but it seems like when you give Hoot Silver, his ability to pressure and play really smart in these very dynamic fights where he's looking to be aggressive, he's looking to catch people, he can limit test. His limit testing on this character, I think, has been that skill has been played to perfection. that we see who doing these dives that, I don't know, I just don't feel like I see other Silver players getting that much aggression pay off as quite as often as who does. So I don't know. I really am sold on who being the best Silver in the game right now. I don't think anyone comes close to the level of pressure this guy can output.
Jake, just on the footage you've seen, how much of this is the hero and how much of this is the player, or is it just a perfect union of the two?
I think you've got to give it, about split here. Like, yes, it is an amazing hero. I mean, Silver is one of the top meta choices right now, but Hoot as an individual, historically, hasn't mattered what he's played, right? He has been, quote unquote, one of the best on whatever hero seems to be flavor of the month at the moment. So I think Hoot's one of those players expect to have a long and bright future in competitive Deadlock, but certainly shining incredibly well right here with the meta that allows him to really put the pedal to the metal.
Well, Lowkey W continuing their streak of dominance. We're getting ready to look ahead into NA, where NA, of course, has had a bunch of things changing. In fact, we get the bracket up here. That's a good way of just wrapping up the end of EU. NA coming up, though, it's going to be FPS Lounge versus Bird with Clock. And Dan, again, we talked about at the beginning of the show, but FPS Lounge, scrim-wise, there was a little bit of a back and forth that we saw, and they're running with, a new roster. It's the merge. What are you expecting looking ahead?
So I haven't seen the scrims, but I'm actually expecting that Bird Clock might very well just, again, it's best of one, so there is always some more variance, but I would expect Bird Clock to win this. I actually think Bird Clock looks really good against melee creeps in the Night Shift Open, so watch out for them actually winning and getting to the finals. But at the same time, I mean, new roster could be in a honeymoon situation, you never know.
Jake, any hot takes for NA before we throw to break?
I'm excited to see this new FPS Lounge roster. I give a lot of these players a lot of credit for their individual skill. I think they could, be able to put together a pretty strong team relatively quickly, even after some of the changes. So I think Bird with Clock, they've got their work cut out for them. But melee creeps, exciting to see them back on top here in North America. Definitely had some stumbles for them recently, but as a fan favorite team, them waiting in the challenger match, or waiting rather in the money match, feels like a perfect fit. So a lot of great action coming into NA. I cannot wait to watch from the sideline.
All right, well, there you have it. EU is wrapped up. Lowkey W, your champions once more. Still half the show left to go. When we come back, North America begins in its entirety.
Let's take out great talent. I see the enemy. Let's take out Paradox.
I see Paradox. Let's take out Paradox.
great talent.
I see great talent. I see red. Let's take out Billy. See great talent.
Let's take out Paradox. I see the enemy.
I see Abrams.
I see the enemy. I see the enemy.
Lifting.
Let's take out great talent. I see great talent. Let's take out Billy.
I see
I see Abrams.
the enemy.
Let's take out.
I see the enemy.
I won't stop until I get what I see great talent.
Have fun, my darling.
I see Ray. I see great. I see Ray.
Take out Abrams.
I see Paradox.
Let's take out Abrams.
Oh, this feels so good on my skin.
I see great
Take out
talent.
Abrams. Let's take out Abrams.
Good job. I see this.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the night shift, and now we turn our attention on North America. ZP here with Uber and Jason, a duo from the past that's now here in the present.
Yeah, we're
gentlemen.
washed.
Hey,
He's washed anyway. I'm not washed. He's washed, bro. Look at him. He's got grey in the beard, bro. It's over for this guy.
At least I can grow out a better beard than what you got on your face.
What do you mean? This is
You have to
this is in
distract
fashion.
from your face with your like skin or your snakeskin shirt and all your flashy shirts because you don't want people looking at your cute little face.
Why is he revealing my secrets to people, ZP, bro? ZP does that too, bro. That's fine.
Look,
you know?
yeah.
Do
Look,
that
wait, a hoodie? Yeah, I'm wearing a hoodie. Right? That's no problem. Look, look. As far as this goes, you know, it's still a relaxed show. You don't have to go in for an online broadcast and bring out the suit jacket and blazer. You know, it's actually 2026.
I'm just happy we're not all live in a studio together with Uber eating his pork and broccoli and letting out some of the dankest farts I've ever smelled in a tightly confined room with barely any AC. So at least I can smell my own farts here at home. And
that was not that diet. That was the beer I drank every night until 5 a.m. That was what that was. Honestly, right now, like, guys, chicken and broccoli and rice, motility is great. Honestly, everything's working as intended right now, and there's no sticky farts. So thank you, Jason.
Well, you know, no. This is where I will take control. We're going to talk about the bracket. We are deviating from this conversation because we got NA teams to talk about. It's FPS Lounge versus Bird with Clock, but also you could argue it's Floormen versus Bird with Clock because, Jason, coming into the day, this has been a merger of FPS Lounge and Floormen. The recent big NA tournaments, neither of the teams really got the results they wanted. So in classic NA fashion, it's time to merge the streams.
Yeah, isn't this crazy? This feels like a North American thing because I don't really see this ever happen too often in Europe. It's if you're a team who consistently loses, let's say like X amount of weeks, let's just call it 4 or 5 weeks, then there's gonna be a big roster shuffle. It seems to always happen in this region nonstop. But hey, you know, credit to them. If they're not happy with what they're currently doing, if the team's currently not working out, you might as well switch some things up until you can find that magic formula to get those victories against, I guess, the best team in North America of melee creeps. And with this kind of conglomeration, you're getting to cut some like old players who played previously like on melee creeps like AVG and Low Main back yet again together on a team, which is kind of exciting.
And honestly, like we talked to AVG a bunch of times, you know, over the months. But last year, like he kind of mentioned, the NA does have that mixed vibe where like they really are still trying to find that best combination of chemistry. It takes teams ages to find that sometimes. So there's definitely a willingness to chop and change and mix and match to try and get the results. Do it now when the stakes are maybe a little lower than in the future. You know, when obviously we bring on all this sponsor revenue and just start cramming money down our players' throats.
You know, the funny part is that they actually do have players signed and they are getting, sponsor money right now. And even still, you get a little bit of roster mania. You can't stop NA from
it's about the dubs, man.
But look, it is about the dubs. But also, a pretty big dub here on the Night Shift production is that we got a new silver skin. Of course, we were watching you saw it. But it's top of show. We're going to promo it once more. And of course, this was courtesy of Aze and Killinger, who worked together. We got a fancy silver here, and Mitch, does this meet your suit standards? It's not quite, there's no dragons on the shirt or anything, but it's respectable. No. Yes.
Listen, I say this respectfully and mostly platonically. I love a lady in a suit. This outfit is great. Obviously, the waistcoat as well. Waistcoat, excuse me, with a cravat. I'm a cravat enjoyer myself. I just love the care and detail that's gone into this skin. Obviously, Killinger, with the concept designs and, Aze for actually bringing it to life. It's really cool. We have something that is kind of born of the people that have been involved in Night Shift and also released to the public as a result of everyone's involvement. We got to 1,500 subs last week. We released this skin. I love everything. The splash art looks astonishing. It looks awesome in game. And hey, it's a great time to put a silver skin in the game because she's getting first picked every match.
Every match, man. Every match. When are we going to start to say silver's OP? I think it's pretty safe to say, or no? Because she's so core to every composition, to every team out there. Maybe not OP, because Paradox was also core to basically every comp as well. But man, silver, the reset mechanics are so hard to balance.
Inflation with a $50 tip. Let's go, baby. Thank you.
There's economic jokes to be made there, but we're a little bit too classy for that. But I think the big difference though in NA is that from our results, just looking down the scrims, teams were banning silver. They weren't dealing with it whatsoever. So NA may have a different look at it. We may have seen the last silver of the day with Hoot. I suppose we'll have to see, but let's get down into it. We got rosters to break down, starting with the new FPS Lounge. Which again, if you just woke up from a 2-week coma, you may go, wait, there's a lot of Floormen on this roster. They pick up Average, Xeno, and DMB, Snakes, Hydration, and Lord NM off. They go, of course, Lord NM was in as a sub for Rocane previously. So there's basically substitutions coming in over the weekend, but now, Lord NM is off. Hydration, Snakes, who were permanent team members, also gone. Jason, how long is it until we see Hydration and Rocker on a brand new team that comes back in and out of nowhere and takes number one in NA?
Oh, okay. Well, can we take out the number one part in NA and then I can give you an answer?
No, go for it. You know,
Okay,
wherever you want to put
number
it.
one out.
That's the operative part, but okay.
Like 2 weeks, I think we'll see a new team come together from Hydration and Co. Till the number one in NA, honestly, I don't know, man. I think we're already starting to see North America realize we have to start digging deeper into like the top 100 players in NA, because we keep seeing like new names come out. Like Erebus, for instance, was a massive threat, was actually a success we've seen previously for their teams. But then they've realized, okay, there's no hero pool for him. Poppers as well for me kind of came out of nowhere, but did have like steady play and competitive play. But I think we're seeing these teams start to like look at more and more players that they could bring into the roster outside of the norm, because there's only so many like switch ups you can do in compositions and players and rosters in the team before you eventually say, okay, well, this just isn't going to work with these set players. Like I can't play with X, Y, and Z. But I don't know, man. I think it's going to take a while, because NA does seem to be super ultra competitive, and the pool of players, it kind of indirectly feels like it's shrinking, because a lot of the names we would normally see just aren't really on teams anymore.
Mitch, overall in esports, what is the success rate of a team rebuild of this nature in week 1 of the rebuild? Because this is a very new permutation here. Like this roster all just got together. You know, how does that temper your expectations for the first week when, you know, it's a 6-player game and you've quite literally replaced half your team?
I mean, a lot in general, right? We've seen plenty of like outlier stories about these mixed squads coming together, and honestly, a lot of them were in the early stages of like, you know, competitive FPS titles where these mixed squads come together and have great impact, right? I do think that you're not as far behind the more established squads when you sort of come together and mix it up. And if you look at this team, we've got a bunch of individuals who are very, very good at plug and play, you know, and just having a huge impact in general. So I've got like, I'm expecting plenty from these guys. I think that, you know, this Bird with Clock team obviously stumbled last week, you know, up against work in progress. And that's also something that maybe furrows my brow a little bit. I'm just happy to see average, you know, back in this team. Is always great to hear from. Really impactful player. And I think this FPS Lounge is pretty terrifying.
Well, speaking of the opposition, we got to talk about Bird with Clock, where some people, if you didn't see the tweet and were wondering about it, work in progress, they had scheduling issues, so they were not able to play this week. That's why we're not seeing their return. Off on the graveyard shift, we did do an interview with Biscuit and got her thoughts on the scene and, you know, things to look forward to for work in progress. So if you're curious, definitely check that out. Available to our subscribers and Patreons on our YouTube, and I think directly on Patreon. But Jason, as we look at the Bird with Clock roster, you know, they've been taking some interesting looks here. Just taking a look at how they've been changing things up over the last week. I mean, this is a team that's not afraid to head out there, throw some, not only Geist into the mix, but even Dynamo.
And even, well, okay, yeah, for sure. I mean, especially the Geist and Dynamo, which isn't seeming to be picked too often, especially the Geist, which I can, every time her name is mentioned, I can just hear Puckett. You know, he's just sitting there, whatever he's doing at the moment, and then just all of a sudden, like, is someone talking about me? Is someone talking about Geist and how much he hates her? And no one really plays her anymore, so it's cool to see that they're really able to experiment in that. But when I look at this team, though, ZP, I think of Arctic, and I think of the NSO, and I think of his 18-0 Shiv run that he had, which was insane. I think of Tanner, you know, bullying you in high school, but hopefully he's been apologized since then. He's been doing better. I think the one really weird thing about this team for me is that Gibbs, I think he's like one of the best Vipers in North America, though doesn't really get to play that kind of role. But also Matt, who back when I think it was Poshy Pop was on BWC, he was talking about Matt as someone they for sure want to like get in the roster. They have such high respect for him, but he doesn't really seem to be playing necessarily these roles where he can carry too heavily, or they don't really rely on him to carry. It's more of Arctic these days.
And I think like watching this team last week, CP, they honestly drafted a pretty nice composition in that challenger game, right? They managed to get Silver, GT, Victor, and Viscous, but it was actually part of our conversation about Mirage and his sort of generational fall off from, you know, being a dominant pick in this game. That was when we started, well, it wasn't the start of it, but definitely further the discussion about perhaps this class of like sustained damage dealer, ricochet inhibitor carrying sort of, you know, gun-based hero is kind of, you know, fallen off the wagon, so to speak.
Yeah, at the very least, if Mirage is the main thing you're putting all your eggs into. Earlier today in EU, we actually saw Mirage like win for the first time in a while, but it was essentially off this idea that you backed up with a Ven, you ran a Calico with it, and, you know, Mirage wasn't the main show, which Bird with Clock tried to do last week, which, as you mentioned, just has not been a thing that's really been working whatsoever. So, you know, I think at the very minimum, I don't even think they're going to play Mirage based on the scrims, but if they do, you know, I think the blueprint to a good Mirage is a little bit different, but NA, do you have the draft? They have the draft ready.
That's
Mitch,
crazy.
This is unbelievable. We don't have a player in the bathroom.
Okay. I'm impressed. Also, do we get a Moan Crew 1v1 or was I just blind?
No, I have to get the whip out. So normally I've been trusting the players to do the Moe and Krill 1v1 on their own, and I message peer content, and the response I get is, oh, we just flipped a coin. So yeah, the players have lost some of their autonomy here. I will have to hold their hand for the Moe and Krill 1v1. That's why we didn't get one, but off the coin flip, I think Bird Clock may have won the coin flip. I don't know, but yeah, Jason, we need a firmer hand.
We have Beltbringer and we have Zwip coming in. I kind of like where this is going. This is interesting. Yeah, so we see Dorman out right off the bat here. Pocket as well. I think, yeah, I feel like, honestly, I feel like I'm a god because I've been saying forever that Pocket is insanely strong, and I'm surprised to not see more teams play him, and then all of a sudden, or play them, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, Pocket is really good, and then we start to see Pocket being picked more consistently, but it's such a consistent ban these days. Silver as well been picked up right off the bat. I do kind of wonder, like, will Bird with Clock lean on Arctic yet again here with a potential like Shiv pickup later down the line? More importantly, I think ZP, with the change of rosters we've had for FPS Lounge, I'm not really sure who's playing what position, and I'm not really sure what players are going to be proud what heroes when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, we got a few previews in the scrims, but because it's so exploratory, it also may have changed in the last days. So I think, we'll save some of that speculation, see who's playing on what there, because a lot of the hero pools do overlap, and you could create reasonable theories for who's on what, but, we'll just have to see how it goes. Now, the big thing I see here is, we did get a little bit insight into the scrims, Mitch, and, one of the things we saw was that Bird with Clock, they were picking GT every game and winning with it. So FPS Lounge, they've kind of made this interesting decision of you can have silver, but we want the GT. It's interesting, though, because you look at how EU went, I wonder if that's the right call.
I mean, again, he's an absolute pain to lane against. For example, the Rain of Arrows change has also made him pretty darn impactful in the early game if you're actually getting some of those gun items before you transition over to more spirit-focused builds. So, very powerful pick, but I mean, I'm not going to complain with Silver, Victor, and Paradox all being picked up. I mean, we saw Pocket banned out. I think Paradox pick is still grounds for a potential Sinclair answer because we're looking to emulate or find a way to create that level of pick pressure now that Paradox has gone over to Bird with Clock.
Jason,
what's one way to counter a Victor with 3 lives? A Sinclair with like 3 lives, especially if you can live long enough to get your shocker animation back up again to steal. The thing is, I don't really hate Sinclair as well. I think what we're already seeing with Bird Clock, it's a lot of like zone control. The fact that you have Silver to kind of run around and be aggressive in the front lines. You have Victor who can just kind of sit towards the urns, is a formidable force you have to push away. You have a Paradox who can be exceptionally good when it comes to steals and swapping players away from the urn as well if you do get in those situations. I don't really hate. I actually kind of like Bird with Clock at the moment, but FPS Lounge, I think you asked Mitch this question earlier on about what's the chance of someone coming in week 1 winning. I think we can't really underestimate the honeymoon period when it comes to teams because you kind of get on this like internal high within the roster, and that can carry you through a lot of matches.
Should have invoked the concept of the honeymoon period, but honestly, I sort of wanted to veer away from that. But you're right. I mean, sometimes teams just come together and gel well early before they start to run into interpersonal issues. This comp's looking scary though. We saw Lomane playing the Viscous ZP in their Challenger game. Obviously, being out of Cube, Paradox, for example, or rather Cube on your teammates when affected, is going to be pretty important. Just that level of invulnerability you can impose in a brief window is super powerful.
Yeah, and also the interesting thing here is that, Viscous high priority in both EU and NA, and also just, I think, in general, some of the AoE fights you get into. Bird with Clock, though, their front line has been kind of unique. I don't know if they're going to go with, now they have the Victor, but they were pairing up Shiv Geist pretty reliably. And yeah, okay, they go for it again. They bring in the Geist. So this is, Jason, you look at this draft, it's about as frontline heavy as you're going to get between Victor, Silver, who's like quasi frontline, Shiv, Lady Geist. I mean, you don't have a lot of easy targets to dive on here for FPS Lounge.
Yeah, you really don't. And I think Viper is not necessarily a terrible pickup into this either. I think the Petrifying Bola gives you a lot of control, gives you kill potential on Geist, so she can't soul exchange you to end up healing up, a decent amount. Also, a lot of execute potential with the Viper, but you're very right. I mean, like for Bird with Clock, I'm trying to think, what would you round out this 5 picks with?
What?
If Rem was available, I would definitely say Rem for sure, but is there room for a Dynamo in here, potentially? I mean, you have to worry about Petrifying Bola.
I mean, the Apollo is getting my eyebrows raised. Obviously, someone who's like very aggressive in lane, wants to try and roam as much as possible early. Yamato, okay. Yamato does not want to lane against Apollo, by the way, because it's far too easy to block Power Slash with Riposte. You need to watch out for that interaction. But Apollo's going to be hella aggressive early, but late game, that's what I'm looking for to see what Apollo's supposed to achieve.
Well, the interesting thing is that the people have been theory crafting more Apollo gun builds of some of the changes that came in, but this is a little bit wild. I don't even know if this came through in some of the scrim data. I look at this and it's, on one hand, I'm just kind of sitting here questioning quite a bit. On the other hand, Jason, I was talking to you just a bit ago about, the front line and the tankiness here. I mean, throwing in Yamato, that's another historical frontliner here. I mean, Bird with Clock, they're going full on the no one in our team is like remotely an easy pick off. The closest you get is Paradox. And even then, I mean, Paradox is able to stay alive longer than the norm just by things like wall, swap, etc. So, I mean, Bird with Clock, they've really gone forward on the we can't die comp.
Yeah, you can't kill them. That's kind of crazy.
How do you fight them on Earn? I genuinely think you cannot fight them at Earn anymore with this. I mean, yeah, you can shoot the power shots from range for GT, but again, look how tanky they're going to be. It's not going to matter a whole lot.
Yeah. I mean, between Soul Exchange, Shadow Transformation, Shiv's Bloodletting down to clear that deferred damage. Victor obviously coming back. This is such a pain in the neck to deal with.
I wish we were like podcasts right now, because this is kind of, I don't know how you two feel about this one. Drafting a comp based specifically around Earns, should that exist in the game? Is that a healthy thing for the game, that you draft specifically for Earns? I'm trying to think of a way to... Go ahead.
I think in general, you can draft comps for various different things in the game, and it's totally fine. There's like pros and cons to all of it, right? Is that we've had metas where you draft for lane power, and you look at the entire draft, and everything is based around the idea of win lane, snowball the game. Then we have had, particularly circle-based drafts recently, where especially when the Urn was full-on melee, people were trying to flood the zone for specific Urn fights here. This is now a you can't die comp, which kind of makes a little bit sense for the King of the Hill Urn, and that how are you going to remove all of them from the point in time before someone has to back off? It's going to be pretty difficult. And then we also have comps, good at mid boss. Comps are, better at macro pushing, in terms of comps or metas where you want an Infernus split pushing or, Wraith split pushing. So the way I see it is that different metas are going to favor different things, but like building a comp around one part of the game, it's totally fine. It's just, Mitch, if you do that, you need to make sure you win that part of the game. Otherwise, you're not going to have much left of the tank for the other aspects you might be weaker at.
It could be worse. We could all be stacking Trophy Collector and Death Balling. That was a fun meta to be a part of here. So again, this is a comp obviously that's like built around being potent team fighting force. I do think that FPS Lounge can just lean into their strong laning through like GT, Venator, Apollo as well. Super active early on. Viscus can be really potent there. But obviously, Bird with Clock want to, set up for really advantageous team fights. And FPS Lounge, they do have a level of skill expression they can undo these kind of comps with, right? Like Eternal Lusan can deny healing. Obviously, Venator can just burst people down very quickly, with Iridomini when it's like leveled up properly. So, do we get Grey Talon stacks? All of a sudden, this idea of grouping up and having like a really nice team fighting comp, well, you struggle when you got +10, +10, +10 every 5 minutes.
Actually, Jason, it's so funny Mitch brings up GT stacks here because, in terms of who's your easy hero to get a GT stack against for Bird with Clock? Because a lot of these heroes, if they get low HP, they're probably going to go on. You look for Paradox, perhaps, but the rest of it is just, it's not going to be the easiest game, I think, for GT to get a lot of stacks.
Guys can't Soul Exchange if no one's near her, bro. Just blow her up.
Right.
Blow her up.
I mean, the thing is, it's tough because you can't... Interacting with Viper's lane with Bird is really difficult because you're expecting the lethal venom to probably get the kill, so it's hard to like sync that to like stop damage so the GT Bird could clean up the kill. I don't know. They're too tanky. I feel like with Bird Clock to even reliably get stacks. But I'm thinking if FPS Lounge, I'm thinking strategy wise, if they can't really contest Earns, if it goes an ideal world for Bird with Clock, is where do they make up the loss of Earns for FPS Lounge? They don't really have someone who can split push. I guess technically Viper can. They don't really have a good comp based off of mid control either. I mean, they have somewhat, but again, I still would not want to fight against Bird with Clock with a Paradox, and you have 5 players who can just sit on top of the rejuves. I'm trying to think, where does FPS Lounge have the advantage in this game?
I think arguably it's still a lane advantage. I mean, Apollo in the very beginning of the lane is still a really strong laner. I think you can make the argument. It's not the strongest argument. Like, I think the advantage is, smaller rather than some of the bigger lane blowouts we've seen. But I think they do have an edge in laning. And then from there on out, they're going to try to, manipulate situations to stop Bird with Clock from having a full team fight. But we have yapped enough about the draft. It's time to get the game underway. On the cast, it's going to be Uber with Jason. Mitch, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's a couple of key differences between these comps. We've kind of highlighted many of them here I do want to see what the transition out of the early lane looks like for this FPS Lounge composition. It can be quite oppressive, but it's always a matter of snowballing that advantage and holding onto a lead, because once Bird with Clock decides to set up, stake out, and have a full-scale fight around an urn or something, Jason, you're right. They look absolutely terrifying there. We're going to see Apollo with the Viper on the left side of the map here for FPS Lounge. GT in mid, unsurprisingly, is Venator Viscous on that right-hand side.
It's a decent amount of poke on this lane here for FPS Lounge too, and I definitely see a lot of kill potential here. You know, we didn't really get to talk too much when it came to rosters about individual players and kind of the effect they have on potential picks and meta within its own specific game. I think is when you look at like Letha as a player, you know he always has like a pocket Infernus, which is something you have to respect. I mean, it doesn't even matter if Infernus isn't in the meta. His Infernus is so good. His M1 is so good. They have to give extra caution to that. I think Xeno as well, who shows he can play support, where he can play like Doorman extremely well when he never really played it before, and he just seemed to be naturally good at it. Something you have to be careful of. Low main again. He also has insane hero pool, insane movement as well. I think the one semi-overlap I see within this comp or within this team though is like Left and D&B in particular, who kind of filled the same role for their previous teams, and how it's going to work out with flexing between them is going to be definitely interesting to see. But I think Bird with Clock, I think it's going to be difficult, even though you've had scrims over the course of the week, to really put their finger down on what to expect from FPS Lounge because of, again, the players they have, and they can just pretty much just try anything considering they're so new together.
Got a double monster round buy up here for this Venator Viscous lane. So that should tell you everything you need to know about how successful Lefra and Lowman expect to be early on. They are going to get shoved on in. A little bit uncomfortable, to say the least. If you go to the left-hand side of the map here, this is obviously where Gibbs is set up on the Paradox. It's a Paradox Shiv look. Going up against this Apollo Viper, as we mentioned earlier on. Against when Apollo gets some points in Flawless Advance, it gets pretty darn annoying to try and trade with him adequately. And there it is. Yep, Xeno going to be able to make the moves. It'll be a little bit hard to catch out.
I think this is kind of deadly though for FPS Lounge. People forget that Xeno, he's been willing to play support on Floorman, even though he naturally wasn't a support player when we saw him back in the day. He played like a lot of Yamato, played a lot of other heroes as well, but he's a very aggressive player, I would say. So them going, you know, supportless here, I would, well, not technically not supportless because you have Loman obviously there. It's a whole nother level of depth that this team can have together as a group. I've seen the Abrams in mid. I'm not sure how I feel about this Abrams GT. That's kind of, I feel like a lane that you don't really win. I think you can do a lot of poke if you can get the spirit snares down, like with a charge combo. You can do some decent damage on through. But for me, this isn't a lane I'm expecting to really see them win, especially when you're up against the Silver and Geist, who's going to have just so much sustain.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we've already seen just how sort of brutal it is to play into. Nice timing there. Boxes coming up at just the right moment for AVD to complete that run. Heading over towards the right-hand side. This is obviously your 3-minute mark. We'll start to see him circle back. Same's happening on the right-hand side of the map for Bird with Clock. And Silver's been ubiquitous right now in our competitive Deadlock games. She is that good. Rain of Arrows, a mild annoyance, but that's about it, if I'm honest with you. Back to the left-hand side. Remember, this is into the Viper and Apollo lane. Nice little catch with the carbine there. Drops Xeno quite low. And FPS Lounge are on the back foot here.
Yeah, you can't underestimate Arctic on Shiv, and I think with the comp they have too, he's going to be allowed to build a lot more aggressive in terms of damage. Typically, you'll see a Shiv build extremely tanky, soak up a lot of damage, play the a front line, slice and dice their way in and out of these fights, use movement to their best ability. But I think having the comp they have, I think you can just go so much more damage heavy if you really wanted to. And you're already seeing the pressure being applied here. As long as he's hitting the serrated blades up against Xeno, especially with the kinetic carbines landing as well, they're relatively easy to hit. So a lot of sustained damage you're able to do, forcing the extra regen out already off the bat here out of Xeno, as aggression has come on in here, looking for the flawless advances straight on over to Arctic. And does get him extremely low here, Mitch.
Yeah, obviously if you sigil while you're dashing, it like carries you to your max distance and then immediately pops back on sigil without there being a slight delay. So it's kind of nice. Kind of hard to predict how close the enemy Apollo is going to be able to get towards you before they pop that. Is not really an obvious animation. So obviously trades really well in lane, but Viscous on the right-hand side of the map. Low main is definitely feeling it now. And oh god, Matt is on the chase. Lefa being accosted here. Gut shot available. Apparently not. Power slash to follow him up. And he has barely dragged himself out of that right side.
Yeah, actually, I'm looking at this lane. I don't really know who wins it off the top of my head. It's like Venator and Viscous together. That's a decent sustain. You have knockback, you have cube, you have like the puddle punch as well to be extremely annoying. But you're seeing like Tanner, he's being this like front line in this lane with relative ease. This Gibbs gonna be the first one to fall here on this left-hand side. And the chase coming onto Arctic as well.
That's not ideal at all. Yeah, eventually, Xeno and DMB get their ultimates, but don't actually use that in that previous fight. I think it's pretty volatile, that lane. And I think if Xeno and DMB come back in, yeah, like 4K odd souls, now you definitely got to respect them because they've got Bowler and Etani Lusan active. There's like multiple sources of like healing negation on that left-hand side lane. So that's something to bear in mind.
I mean, the fact that you can like Bola into Etani Lusan, you're locking someone
Pretty
down
good.
for such a long time as well.
It's good
That's
now.
really hard.
Obviously, like Etani Lusan is so trivial to cleanse off when you have a counterspell, right? Because you just wait for the mark to sort of detonate. So you got to make use of it, I think, early in the game if your opponents are planning to try and itemize against it.
Yeah, I mean, counterspell, I think we've seen go up quite a bit in value. I think when you have a Viper, it's also it's not necessarily a must buy. But the fact that you can stop an owl coming out of GT, you can stop a lot of damage that Xeno can do, puddle punches as well. I think it's almost like a buy you have to go for. Even maybe Dispel Magic paired in here as well for the lethal venoms that are going to be coming your way.
There's like a lot of predictable stuff I think you want to try and bring that in against. On board though with Tanner, right hand side of the map, definitely trying to push up. Obviously, Ultimate online, so more than just a bit of an issue to deal with, despite how nice the damage offering is for that FPS Lounge lane.
And it seems like pressure across the map. It's been FPS Lounge's left-hand side. I mean, technically their Guardian is actually lower in the 2 as they did get the initial kills on this side. But off the rest of the lanes, the FPS Lounge has actually been on the back foot in middle and right lane. But middle we kind of expected. The left lane needs to make some work here for FPS Lounge, considering they're in a stronger lane for their opponents.
Selective here, and it's going to be the Eternal Lusan on the Gibbs. The detonation goes off, and Xeno has that damage there. Sometimes Eternal Lusan can put you deep in enemy territory, but I don't think Xeno was bothered at all. Nicely done, and again, this very powerful, very oppressive lane for FPS Lounge is not going to go to work on this Guardian.
It's kind of crazy if you think about it, because there's like an execute mechanic in Lethal Venom and Eternal Lusan. So if you're ever like half HP, you're probably dead if they have ultimates online here. I think the counter fight though coming on out here, trying to lead the charge is Gibbs, and they should be able to clean this one up on a DMB. He gets around the corner. I might have spoken too early here, Mitch. It looks like he actually might survive. No, never mind. He's dead.
Not to be.
And he got turned into your, or she got turned into your shirt, probably.
Crazy, right? Okay. I'm a Viper enjoyer. This is fake. It's just clearly an homage to Viper. All right, back up. We haven't seen mid much at all. Again, it's been, I wouldn't say it's been nearly as fight heavy, right? Two, fairly effective sustain lanes. Geist is certainly not going to die easily. They are going to eventually push down that Guardian, and they have so much health left on theirs. Yeah, it takes a bit of a commitment, which is going to ultimately force Floz out of the lane. Right now, I'm just going to go pick up a camp on his way on back. We're going to jump down here. Lomain has fallen. Tan able to find that kill, but nice. Gut shot stun. Attempt at a parry denied.
You finally saw the first owl of the game come out as well into poppers. And it hit Flaws on low HP. And I think Flaws survived with like sub 50 health as he was trying to run away, realizing that the owl is going to be coming on through. So the first owl not going to be getting a plus 10 here as the skirmish is going to continue on this left-hand side. You can already see Xeno very low on HP, but the Guardian has gone down. DMB continuing to be aggressive. Starts things off with a petrifying bola. No, it's time to follow up with.
Surely Gibbs is done here. How far can you extend into this now? Yep, Arctic goes down and Gibbs going to have to get the heck on out. They are unable to. They took so much free damage there from Xeno while they were trying to chase DMB. And yeah, okay, well, Guardian down. Maybe that was the objective there for Bird with Clock. But FPS Lounge are getting a decent amount of gold onto some pretty relevant, mid-game threats. I'm keeping my eyes on that Apollo. Xeno already up to 7.3. Looking tasty.
I do wonder what the breaking point will be that FPS Lounge can legitimately contest these urns and have pretty good success with it. I mean, DMB at 8.5 already, Xeno at 7.3. That's a definitely an extremely strong start. Decay picked up for low main, which I wouldn't be surprised if you've seen picked up quite a few more times, because honestly, Decay's quite good on quite a few players against Bird with the Clock, but also Scourge might be a huge item to pick up for average here, considering how tanky the rest of Bird with the Clock are going to be.
Tanner out of the game yet again. Xeno's got, what, 4 kills?
Headed to blue.
In him at this point. Yeah, looking pretty dangerous. Order that heal bane picked up here, so like, your innate sustain that Bird with the Clock boasts is being limited inherently by this Apollo kit eventually, and now even more so. Cold front caught here during the false advance. Oh, gets the riposte. That's pretty big. And yet the hit and the follow-up is a little bit scary here for Matt. Sort of shot be damned. They still have to back up.
So interesting. Looks like Lep is playing more skirmishy and DMB's being left to split push, which is technically, I'd say, more in line with DMB's wheelhouse. And Lep is definitely more of a skirmisher. This actually might have fit pretty well here with the composition that they're running. Or more so the roster they're running, I should say. The Rusted Barrel Decay picked up here for low main. Definitely playing support here.
Yeah. Yeah, dead giveaway for sure. Here's a pretty short range owl catching onto the silver. Paradoxical swap though. Bits poppers low. Up into the sky with the rain of arrows. 29 solitary points of health. And he's going to be able to get away. That is nuts. Stride. The follow-up on the stun was good. Low main will take credit.
Zima's going to fall on the right-hand side. There's a big grouping of players at a Berwick Clock there currently in that position with low main leaving. It did cost the price for Xeno. And this Guardian might fall as well as they still have 3-man squad here. We still have Urn coming about a minute and 20 seconds. And I think that's going to be really telling of how Berwick Clock, I'd say more so how FPS Lounge feel about the composition Berwick Clock's running for these Urn controls. The Guardian has gone on the right-hand side. A little bit of a skirmish here, but low main probably not in threat of dying anytime soon.
Taking stock though, Jason, that is all of FPS Lounge's Guardians down. They had drafted what we thought was the more oppressive laning comp, but they ultimately lose the race to get all the Guardians by a slim margin, by the way. Oh, this is going to do the victor in, surely. Yep, Thor Savant's going to catch him out. Confront, not even required. Another Apollo elimination, and you've got to snowball from here because we know that Apollo can struggle a little bit in the later phase of the game.
I think also this is the second time that FPS Lounge has gotten both buffs. They're really focusing on, actually, I think Berwick Clock did get one in the first initial iteration of them, but a movement for average, a gun buff for DMB, and Urn spawning in just 20 seconds of time. I really want to see how this one's going to play. I think it's going to determine how this game's actually going to go here. Berwick Clock are not successful in getting this first Urn and then transition to a second. I just don't see them winning this game considering what FPS Lounge have, and considering how far DMB is ahead. He's at 12k, man. He is insanely far ahead of everyone.
Yeah, quietly, this Viper might be about to crash in through the game, and with a gun buff, you are certainly looking for opportunities to make use of it. Sharpshooting for poppers. Burst fire coming into the inventory now for DMB, excuse me, DMB. I didn't get my license to do this week. It's stuck in my head.
Oh, I hope you didn't have to go there.
Oh no, it is an existential hellhole. Anyway, paradoxical swap here, bit of a problem. Bowler thrown out though, and maybe just for the escape here. Aura though is active, and eventually the Viper is going to be dragged down. There's really no one here that can intervene. AVG was in the area. I didn't have a chance to make use of that seismic slam, so that is going to be an untraded kill and a nerd snapped up by Berwick Clock.
Yeah, I'm curious why DMB was actually there. Maybe you should expect that many players to jump him because they had a 2-man squad pushing the right-hand side for the Walker. It didn't seem like they were setting themselves up for a contest on the initial Urn pickup. They are going to have at least the control on the right-hand side for now, especially with 2 players on the left-hand lane. But with DMB down, I mean, he's got to rotate over extremely fast. So does Average as well. He's basically their only front line.
Xeno is in hot pursuit here, Jason. I'm hearing the Owl come out now. Might be to try and again stop the Urn carry. Accosted though instantly by the Victor, who, yes, it was expected would have the revival. Urn being carried now. More passively, there's definitely a fight brewing here. And this is what we get to see. If Berwick Clock's Urn-focused composition can find success, Tanner may even be uncontested here. We will see 3 players in the vicinity for Berwick Clock, and FPS Lounge want none of it.
Yep. They're going for Walkers instead. Big push on the left and mid lane. Kind of what we expected, not really going for the contest, but Average is going to be going down the left-hand side. I don't think they're going to get this Walker here, so not only are they going to lose Urn, they're going to lose the pressure on the Walkers and maybe lose their own on the right-hand side. This is horrible now.
Not good at all. Yeah, losing that 1v1, Jason, is absolutely brutal. Pop's going to come back into the fight on the right-hand side of the map, and they do so with a spring to their step. That's enough to ward Berwick Clock away. But you've lost the Urn, and you took a considerable amount of Walker damage, enough that you feel less bad about your left side Walker, you know, almost being solo pushed down by AVG. Dispel magic here for Xeno, already being picked up, aware of the myriad of effects that could lock him on down.
I'm not sure how you lose a 2v1 up against Arctic, but again, it's Arctic and he's on Shiv, man. He does some serious work here. That's a big swing, man. I mean, it's only like a 3k soul difference at the moment, but I think mentally it's a big swing for FPS Lounge not to get anything off that objective. They realized they weren't strong enough to fight them at the Urn pickup or the Urn tournament.
Yeah, I just watched double Torment Pulse pick up here for Berwick Clock, so definitely pushing hard into that.
Why not, man? Especially if you sit in the front line like this. A little bit of a catch onto Stride, and there's finally Popper's first +10 of the game here. Not quite stacked as he had hoped to be at this point, Uber, but you'll take the stacks when you can get them.
That is, yeah, that was an interesting encounter to say the least. Now, though, again, we are looking towards FPS Lounge trying to defend this mid-side Walker. Berwick Clock chomping at the bit, even though they lost Stride. Doesn't seem to have, affected their appetite at all. That left side Walker is still looking a little worse for wear, though. It's Berwick Clock Get 2 players up in that lane.
Gun buff being sat on. Okay, for Flaws, he's got Berserker already. I feel like this is a really early Berserker. Going for Spirit Resilience next. Again, a lot of spirit damage coming from the side of FPS Lounge. I mean, honestly, I don't know if you really win this 1v1 against Flaws at the moment for DMB either, because that lead that he had before, it's kind of faltered a bit with him getting caught on the left-hand side. And I believe he got caught up by Arctic on the left-hand side when he pushed with average. He's had 2 deaths in the last couple of minutes of time, really stunting the growth he was looking for in having in this game, especially at the start they had.
Gibbs is about to have swap up on this left part of the map, and I don't think FPS Lounge really want to reckon with that potential. Here to see the Grey Talon, only plus 10 in total in terms of those stacks. Something we wanted to track at the start of the game, Jason. You mentioned it earlier as well. As you maybe get one of the metrics for success here for GT. Despite this, we're still seeing FPS Lounge hold their own. It's just the 2 low health peripheral walkers that are a bit concerning, with Veil Walker being picked up by Gibbs. He's really doubling down as the initiator, as you kind of expect here from this role. Carbine caught on, very quickly cleansed off, and DMB is still trying to head for the hills, but this Walker is in trouble.
Yeah, huge push on that left-hand side. Big investment out of Burber Clock to send this many players in this direction, but they get the Walker with relative ease. Al coming in for support, though. There's going to be no backup to follow up on this one. And, you know, talking about the measurement of success for GT, the thing is, I've been a little bit spoiled, honestly. We're, you know, casting a lot of the EU games, seeing like Cosmetical playing GT, getting 70 stacks in like 10 minutes. But the fight's going to continue to break out on this left-hand side. And FPS Lounge don't want to let Burber's Clock escape for free.
Light Drain active right now. Floz looking healthy enough still, though. Concerned potentially about the Apollo's ability just to turn that plan upside down for the Grey Talon. And maybe Arctic a little overextended here over towards mid, but it looks like FPS Lounge not looking for a fight. Shadow Transformation out of necessity or out of inclination, it's unclear. Big power slash though, catching on the low main, who can't really parry this pressure off. Matt is hitting like a Mack truck, and Stride comes in to steal that one away. Now, as per usual, it's a Walker take here. Burber Clock, a lot of pressure in this mid game now, and that's both peripheral Walkers down. Burber Clock still have all of their own active, and FPS Lounge haven't really meaningfully been able to pressure them.
No, huge play by Gibbs. Actually, he stalled for so much time. Him and Flaws were getting rushed down by 3 players, but he's continuing to just outmaneuver them, buying time for the reinforcements to get there. And it's going to be, in fact, Arctic coming on through here to delay and pretty much to test this push from happening on this left lane Walker. So now we're seeing Burber Clock up 2-0 and Walkers up 8k as well. And we're approaching the next earn of the game here, Uber. This is, I think, FPS Lounge, just do or die time for them. It feels extremely grim.
Arctic surely has to be caught out here. I mean, if you can't kill this Shiv right now, oh, they cubed him in a 3v1. They cubed him. FPS Lounge still couldn't get rid of Arctic. That is brutal. Italian Lusan elsewhere on the map, though, catches onto Stride. Xeno's credited with that elimination. Still looking deadly in this phase of the game. Dispel Magic also still available to him. And the chase is on. Tanner eventually gets caught out by low man, and there's more where that came from. Matto is in the vicinity. Healthy, but not with that Shadow Transformation at the moment. And that's going to be Matt getting on in there. This Yamato is also starting to be a bit of a wrinkle in things for FPS Lounge.
Might have been one of the first Torment pulse kills I've ever seen in this game as well. Coming off of Matt there. He's going to continue to go on in here. 400 HP in a dream, but 16 seconds on his ultimate. And it's not going to be up in time, so the fight will go the way of FPS Lounge in the end. But the urn, it's being ran across the map here, but being intercepted.
I'd be scared if I was AVG, especially because he's already fallen to Arctic in a 1v1 under a Walker earlier on. Hopper starting to make his way over there as well. Last time we saw an owl fired off, caught Gibbs, but he was not really in a, I don't know, he wasn't in a position to be picked off. But we are setting up for another urn fight. Remember, multiple Torment Pulses on the side of Burber Clock. They are playing a Death Ball style. Let's see how it plays out now. A lot of ultimates not available for FPS Lounge. Iradomini, though, active. Let's see if they can get value out of it as Leffa comes in.
A little of a swap as well to maybe buy some time. We're now 99% here for FPS Lounge, and Burber Clock going to be there as well. So it comes down to this fight and how it breaks on out, making sure to keep players on top of this urn turn-in. You can see DMB trying to get aggressive here, but it seems to be going the way of Burber Clock.
Yeah, this is brutal stuff here. Revival already came out there, and that is an urn turn in. FPS Lounge just forced outside of the circle at that final moment. Honestly, that looked like a pretty brutal fight to go into anyway. AVG Popper's just, you know, got nuked down, and Tanner achieved his objective. He got blown up, and he was back in the fight. Oh, another Torment Pulse for Arctic. Cool. Yep, based.
Yeah, why not? I mean, how many do they have? You said you saw a double pickup earlier. Is that number?
I think they've got at least 3.
Over the clock?
Yeah.
Imagine your average slowly dying to just ticks of Torment Pulse the entire time.
There's like plenty of spirit shielding and stuff, I think, on the side of FPS Lounge. And they're trying to itemize this, but this is beyond brutal. That power slash is going to leave a mark in the morning. That's 3 reach credits going over to Berber Clock, and this lead is about to blow out. Power slash doesn't quite connect, but the chase is certainly on. This should mean that last mid-walker will be dragged down. Poppers is so low, too low to be involved, and eventually gets caught out.
Well, that honeymoon period, it's not feeling quite real here. I would say, to bring it back to earlier.
Not very honey, not very moony.
Yeah. I think they're still trying to walk down that, or try to organize the wedding setup. Trying to get the flowers all perfect. They want tulips, they want lilies, they want roses. They don't know.
We talked about it a bit earlier, and I don't know if I had the wrong read on it, Jason, but it did feel like FPS Lounge had to get a pretty significant lead out of that earlier phase of the game against this Berber Clock comp.
Yeah, I mean, they had it. Like, think back to laning phase, Xeno and DMB just destroyed their lane. Like, they did a phenomenal job dealing with, what was it, Arctic and Gibbs. Like, they put the pressure on, they got the Guardian down first. But then, like, DMB died a couple times in a row, which really stunted his farming throughout a good portion of the game. But then they also tried contesting urns and then losing that. I think the split push, if they continue to play that route with that second urn, might have actually worked out better than what happened. But I think they also made a desperation move trying to go for the urn. And speaking of desperation, they're going to have to run away from this one.
Yeah, sometimes that flying strike really is a head scratcher. Around corners.
You're an engineer, right? You can probably, like, describe how that's supposed to work.
No,
you're a... What was it? Rocket scientist?
No, I was an engineer. Yeah, engineer. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Engineer who very quickly went into the video game industry because this is way more fun. Here's a tiny little sun. Remember, no healing available for the guys. Pretty scary. Also, no soul exchange available. Xeno doesn't get what he came for. Life Drain at least gets Floz up to a critical threshold. It's going to allow for them to back up. I like that burst of pressure here from FPS Lounge, but again, that's still that solo walker that they have to their name, and there's still 3 of them sitting on the side with Berber Clock.
And BWC, man, like, I think their just whole roster's scary. Like, no one's really behind. It's Tanner at 19k is the lowest net worth on the team. We have a Yamato who can play frontline. You have Flaws who can play frontline. You have Strat who can play. I mean, there's just so many players who can play these front lines right now. That how do you deal with them if you're average? You're going to get bullied, and you maybe get cubed, but then guess what? No Nation team has the ability to get cubed anymore, and they're going to be extremely squishy to Arctic, Matt, and co.
Yeah, Torment Pulse, Heroic Aura, all the nice things here for Tanner. It's going to be impossible to peel this guy off you. Look at that, bro. Is very fast. Hits that too and starts running at the more of suffering in play and says, please kill me. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Low main was flattened, and that is more than enough here for this Berber Clock comp. They are deathballing up to pressure this final walker. And FPS Lounge have been competitive in this whole game, but they have watched it basically just get torn out of their grip. They haven't been far behind. This isn't a blowout difference in terms of souls, but every time we've had a 6-on-6, it's gone horrifically for this FPS Lounge comp. Still, Tanner's still looking for somebody to give them a sweet release of death here inside the base, and Iridomini might have done it. Yes, Tanner has been exercised, or at least excised off his ultimate. And Leffer gets caught here by a carbine, might be in some trouble. Arctic also low in health, still looking to do some damage and perish to the neutrals.
Yeah, I think they're trying to use these rejuice. I mean, Gibbs is low. He should probably go down to it as well. He has 20 seconds left. And yeah, I mean, they killed Tanner once with Iridomini, but guess what? He still had 2 more lives because he had rejuice left to go. And killing him once is already hard, man.
Yeah, bro does not. He just sticks to you, right? Between Heroic Aura and his 2, like, bro is so fast. So sticky, and you don't have a whole lot to like stave him off your comp. Did it shoulder charge him? Hit it with a bowler, maybe? Gotcha. Okay. Does not seem easy at all. Poppers here with the tank buster pickup. Makes perfect sense. And yes, AVG, a lot of those gold statue buffs picked up and the urn, but this is going to be heavily contested territory, despite FPS Lounge being down by 21k.
And that is 1 saving grace for average, 24k net worth and 41 golden statue buffs. But honestly, I hate to say it, I just don't think it matters, man. You can't be a solo front line. You have Scourge, which you're gonna do, really good damage against them. But I feel like you just die too quickly, even with these buffs.
I think the Spirit Resist is pretty crucial here. All right, it's time for a quick urn picked up. How about that? Berber Clock.
Oh, Tanner messed it up, man. He was on the edge. He was gonna run in last second, but he came in too late.
I see. That makes a whole lot of sense. Still, Bowler catching on here. Hold on, shoulder charge. Looked like it dragged Arctic on out of the way. It's a bit awkward start to the fight. FPS Lounge have already cubed Xeno, though. Look how low the Apollo is. And yes, the fall off is generational. Apollo certainly starts to dip at this point in the game. Frankly, outscaled by someone like Yamato.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that was a big win for FPS Lounge, getting that earn turn in, maybe push on the Walker in mid lane, but they're going to lose their base guards on the right-hand side and probably a Shrine as well. I think that was just a slight little mechanical error out of Tanner to not contest that earn in time to give that one away for free because they wanted to force these team fights. They just didn't have everyone there in time, and this Shrine is just being bold.
Backdoored. Yeah, absolutely backdoored. Hey, credit Average as well. Picked up that left side Walker amidst a lot of that fighting earlier on. It's 2 Walkers down now. Still, that's a lot of damage to take on the Shrines, and they are falling along with the base Guardians. AVG, well, we wish we knew ye better. Absolutely flattened here, and DMB is going to be next up. Again, this is not a particularly tanky comp at the moment with AVG as farmed up as he is, getting blown to smithereens by this 32k Yamato and friends. And now we are on to the Patron. This would signify a very early finish in this game, and Berwick Clock, can I just say, Jason, looking much improved from last week.
Yeah, honestly. And I thing is, like, individually, FPS Lounge, I would say, are more skilled than Burr with the Clock. But when it comes to team play right now, when it comes to the whole draft, I think Burr with the Clock won hands down, man. This draft they pulled out here, extremely tanky. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. And considering they lost early on in some of these lanes as well, they're able to keep the pressure on with the objectives, as you pointed out, taking out all the Guardians first. Like, the earn turn-ins, plus, like, the transition into mid-boss was so well timed. Yeah, they might lose a player here, but they're still going to be in the lead by quite a bit. It's still an 11k difference, which honestly, it feels like it's a lot more than that.
And we have that return fire now in the inventory for Tanner. Getting about as good as it gets. There's that counterspell for Arctic, although honestly, I don't know if you really need to itemize against things like Itani Losan at this point, as you certainly feel like you've eclipsed what the Apollo can do. All right. Let's take stock of things here, as it's about time to be going after the mid-boss. Yeah, FPS Lounge trying to force this. Okay, to be fair, Berwick Clock a little bit out of position here, but they got to converge very, very quickly, Jason. This is about to get messy. DMB with the Mercurial Magnum in the inventory. It is time to go. Straight drop in there for Arctic. He knows he needs to get his hands dirty. Stride obviously is not in the vicinity, though. This is a little bit uncomfortable. DMB falls first, though Berwick Clock really adept at fighting in these close quarters. And oh, here's the Yamato Shadow transformation. It's about to get ugly. Big Itani Losan connection, but there is any more than that. An hour was also thrown in. FPS Lounge got the wombo combo of ultimates, and it's still not going to be enough. Or will it? The chase is on. AVG barely able to get away, and now the pressure is on Leffa, who does not have the durability to deal with the scrutiny of the Yamato. 2 region credits to Berwick Clock, and FPS Lounge get carved out of the game.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to hit an FPS Lounge whatsoever. They had to make a desperate play. They threw the Hail Mary for trying to go towards mid. It didn't work out, but they wouldn't have won if they had to sit back in their own base. They wouldn't have won if Berwick Clock got set up inside the mid boss, and well, unfortunately for them, they're not going to win either way here, which means Berwick the Clock advancing on to play against melee creeps who are just waiting for another chance to bite at the bit.
Bird with Clock bouncing back after last week. They weren't able to get through work in progress, but the scrims against FPS Lounge, they pay off. They're able to take them down here in the Challenger match. And yeah, for FPS Lounge, I mean, it's a team that went through a lot of changes and probably going to take more than a week to work things out and get back in top form. But Bird with Clock, Mitch, they went with the tankiest comp of all time, and it really paid dividends when we saw FPS Lounge didn't really feel comfortable contesting the urn for most of the game.
I mean, I think Jason cottoned onto it really early in the draft. He was like, this seems a little degenerate in terms of fighting for that urn control. It's the kind of comp that you just can't really get close to. And also, like, you probably have to itemize into a fair bit of spirit resilience over the course of the game, right? Because you're dealing with Yamato, of course, you're dealing with the Victor, who's just, you know, one of the, I'd say, the preeminent spirit-based carry in the game. And I think, you know, we were looking for the cube being really effective, AVG getting to a point when it was really tanky. Xeno did a lot in the early game, but that's like bare minimum for the Apollo.
Like, using the highlight we just saw here, just before it goes too far away, Average was, it was a 1-on-2. Arctic defends it, and Average actually gets caught. So Arctic not only defends the Walker there, but gets the kill in that situation, adding massively to his income. I mean, that was one of the bigger swings in the game when I look back at it.
I mean, it was disgusting because I think that was right when the urn got turned in as well, right? If I'm not mistaken. And then with him defending that means they didn't get the pressure they wanted on the left-hand side. It means they didn't get a Walker from that one, which I think was the game plan of FPS Lounge. So yeah, that 1v2, that stalwart defense out of Arctic pretty much stops the rot and actually creates a bigger lead for them down the line here.
Yeah, and all in all, I mean, it's really interesting where I feel like the only win condition that FPS Lounge kind of had here is that they needed to get out of the early game in a good state. I mean, the stacks didn't really seem to take off for poppers, and
well, they had a decent start though, because like DMB and Xeno really dominated lane ZP. I just feel like the other lanes kind of fell behind.
Well, the problem is that they did well, but it wasn't enough. Like, they needed to be actually in mid game, you know, a 10K plus lead is the problem. Is like, when you run the sort of comp, when you run at Apollo, who still seems to be very much power budgeted for the early game, you need to leave the early game with more than what they got. And, you know, unfortunately, it doesn't happen for them. And, you know, for team fights, again, Mitch, we just had the comedy of, well, they all walked onto the point. I guess we're going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, if your opponent needs to do more than what we saw from Xeno and DMB respectively, then I think it's too much to ask from that kind of comp when you were so easily eclipsed after a relatively even early game. Like, bro was like, I think Xeno was like 4-1 at one point. Like, genuinely, like, they were doing really well in lane, but we're looking at the objectives and we're like, okay, this FPS Lounge comp probably wants to be like ahead in these Guardians, have a bit of extra map control, stealing, you know, neutral camps, and also like Xeno needs to be like roaming and sort of getting into these lanes, sort of finding pick-offs, the same you could say from DMB. Unfortunately, that wasn't able to happen. And here we see like Grey Talon obviously is just pooing damage, doing a lot of work over the course of the game, but it's a limited ability to secure them. We saw a couple of ours come in. One, I think, was conducive to a kill. The others, unfortunately, not so much, maybe even information. So that's the kind of other side of the coin for Grey Talon. Obviously, Pop has really run away with things.
Jason, one thing that strikes out to me when I look at the score here, and I'm curious for your thoughts, is that, you know, was too much of the soul economy put into AVG? Like, Abrams on one hand doesn't want to be poor, but I don't know if you want your Abrams to be at points the richest player of the team who also devoured the most golden statues relative to what you're going to be getting. Because, you know, a lot of the value from Abrams just comes from putting people in a bad spot and going from there. You're not actually pumping out a ton of damage or being the guy getting a bunch of solo kills. And I just think about where some of that farm may have been better, you know, depending on how FPS Lounge was able to manipulate the game state.
I mean, I think the golden statue buffs perfectly makes sense. I think the economy got a little bit high for him, though. I will say, I feel like a good chunk of that came towards the end when he was like just solo pushing out lanes when they kind of already realized they had lost. Like, especially towards the end, I think he got maybe like a solo walker as well because they lost players contesting somewhere else. So I think it's inflated, but it wasn't like intentionally inflated. It was more of like a inflation out of opportunity at that point. But yeah, I mean, he should not necessarily be this high. You would need to see definitely more stack up on the poppers, left DMB as well. But then again, should they have stacked him because he was their solo front line? I mean, there's a lot of questions around that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting breakdown for sure. And it's just one of those things looking back at where you're right to point out it's not always intentional, but I just think the way the game is right now, particularly like when Ven has done well, Ven does well when Ven gets really ahead of the game and has a massive amount of farm. But, you know, other than that,
last week.
Yeah, exactly. But Mitch, as he final looks at the score screen here, anything else that caught your eye?
I mean, honestly, like pretty solid from Geist. You know, I think that it's nothing crazy about the build, right? Like, you obviously build towards that spell slinger in the end, but Floz is a nuisance, just shoving, you know, down objectives. I mean, an extra 10k of that objective damage. That is huge against a comp that does want to go to town on your Guardians early on. I thought Floz looked great.
Well, I think we may be just about right for MVP. I have faith here that I'm not jumping the gun. And yes, MVP is good to go. Jason, who are we talking about?
We're talking about poppers. Now we're talking about Arctic, of course, because of that 1v2, which kind of halted the game plan at FPS Lounge. Their intention of, we'll let you take Urn, we're going to push down objectives and split push on you, but he defended by himself, a constant threat as well. I think even in lane, I mean, even though they kind of got dominated in lane, the fact that he went 6-2 and 13 means he was there putting out so much damage as well here with that slice and dice. I feel like there could have been technically like a decent amount of MVPs across the board, but yeah, I mean, this in particular, I think, is what earned him the MVP for sure in this match. The fact that he won 1v2.
I'm really glad we caught this again, because it is astonishing. Sure, you're fighting under your walker, and obviously there's like, that's maybe not ideal for FPS Lounge to try and take this fight, but you're right. Their game plan hinged on this. Look at how impossible it is to kill this guy at that point in the game. I thought that was really, really solid. Get to 1v2. I think that was like a bit of a gambit for FPS Lounge, who really needed that walker in response for just sort of half-assing the Urn, and yeah, they got nothing there.
Yeah, and as a result, I mean, Bird with Clock significantly improved from last week. They get back into the money match, first time in a bit for them, up against Melee Creeps, who has been the #1 in NA. Now, even though they fell back in the Night Shift Open to the power of EU, overall, Jason, this has been a team that has benefited a lot from the recent changes where Melee Creeps are in a slump for a while. They called it the Shopify slump because as soon as Shopify came in, they just stopped winning night shifts for a long period of time. But the patch changes a little bit after, and they're like, okay, we're back. We can actually win some games now.
Yeah, I think they were just too distracted by the awesome dance moves out of Shopee, to be fair. I don't think it was Shopify in particular. The thing is, I think we saw in NSO as well that I think Identity Crisis isn't the right term, but it's the direction I'm going for, because they were heavily prioritizing Celeste for Do, which he would put out a ton of damage. But when you have John on the team, when you have Michael Jordan, you're not passing to him for the dunks. Like, why is he even on the team at that point? I think once they picked up the realization of, okay, we need to get him a hero and get him it relatively early, that's where the success really kicked back in.
You could not have had a whiter guy to compare to Michael Jordan, bro. I'm not going to lie, but it is true. It also could be a misconception on like where their team's engine room is or where most of their power can come from. I think that's something that also gets worked out as you go for some trial and error.
All right, gentlemen. Well, the stage is set. It's going to be Bird with Clock taking on Melee Creeps, the championship of NA on the line right after this. Welcome back. This is the Night Shift. We are heading into the EU Money Match. ZP here with Uber and Jason, where you want to look behind the scenes here at Night Shift. What we were wondering right before we came back was, do Home Depots exist in Italy? Jason needs a screen to keep the bugs out, or he will roast alive within his Italian apartment. Jason, we have to find the answer.
It's called Leroy Merlin in Italy, by the way. If you're looking, Jason, want to do some home improvement, yeah, they've got like franchise stores in Rome, Milan, Turin, and probably wherever you are. So you should check them out.
You know what I ended up doing? I ended up ordering like one of those bug zappers, and it just sits in the bedroom when we sleep to kill all the mosquitoes. But it's so loud that I can't put it in here.
Yeah, it goes crack as you know, as soon as it gets caught. Yeah, you're hearing bugs get cracked all night, bro. That's rough.
Also, you can't have that when you have a dog. Like at one point, we had one of those when some bugs got in. No, like legitimately, because our dog would run and hide from the zap as if like lightning was going outside. Like we find our dog like in the corner, like tail tucked, like thinking the world was about to end every single time a bug got zapped. So, Jason, we know you have a dog, and it may not be in the cards for you.
I thought that story was going somewhere else, Uber. I thought the dog was like getting zapped by the bug.
Yeah, especially when I made reference to things getting cracked. I didn't know where it was going to go. But you know who else was getting zapped a whole lot? It was whoever was on the receiving end of the pain battery of Victor in that previous game, because Berwick Clock have made it to the money match after falling out a little bit early last week.
Yeah, and I mean, for Bird with Clock, I mean, I think things have been on the uptick for them, both having an impressive performance in NSO, where, don't forget, they finally now get to get their rematch against Melee Creeps, where, you know, they brought Melee Creeps to 3 over the Night Shift Open. They actually match up really, really closely against this team, so this may be a chance to see a money match go to 3. Bird with Clock, I think they've been playing that well. If you're Melee Creeps, I think there's certain things you're looking to take away, not the least of which is maybe don't let Arctic play the Shiv. We are in NA, comfort heroes are more of a thing, and I think Bird with Clock, you know, has more of them than the norm. But you take a look at the recent history here, Mitch, and, you know, NA has definitely been a bit tumultuous, you know, not having a long champion for the most part.
No, I mean, we did have that pretty insane, I think, Melee Creep streak, obviously between 13 and 29. But outside of that, it's certainly been back and forth, right? Floormen looked great. Then they kind of didn't. Then they sort of merged. Then they failed to beat over the clock in the Challenger game. And then here we are. So honestly, it's kind of, you know, great to see this matchup play out again. It's been, you know, a little while since we've seen it in a game of consequence. And Berwick Clock drafted really well. I don't know if it was like maybe some misconceptions or just like the early jitters here being worked out, you know, by FPS Lounge. But I really love start to finish. Great game from Berwick Clock.
I like looking at our like 1st through 10th night shifts where we have, was that PKP? Was that Pure Kicks Puppies was the name of it? You had Little Troopers in there. You had Baroness Hotel, like Sneaky Golem. Man, this is like, I can't remember. Was it Unks up against Melee Creeps number 13?
Wait, did the Unks play? They may have played in Night Shift. I know they played 13. In Trolley way back when, but yeah, well, that was the Unks in 13. That is correct.
I missed the old Melee Creeps logo as well. I don't know. I never thought I would miss it, but I kind of miss it.
That's
I actually, yeah, I wasn't thinking about the thing, but yeah, we maintain the old logo in the old sheet. You know, just to note, they have upgrade logos. But let's break down the teams we're going to start with here tonight. I think starting with the Melee Creeps roster, because it's been a bit since we've seen them. And yeah, I mean, this is a roster where, in case you're wondering, Dimov played last week. That was a substitution, not a actual roster change. Ido was off doing family stuff. Believe it or not, Ido has a social life and a family life. And it wasn't just his internet being down on the day. We went through multiple sources to confirm this. It was not an internet problem, Jason.
What's this like? Well, sorry, what's this copy pasta as well last week about him being flayed alive? Like, that was just getting spammed in the chat. I was like, what the heck are they talking about on Ido's stream, bro? Like, what is this?
I don't know. Sometimes Ido loses all the skin. Like, what can you say? Like, I don't know. I have no idea. But Jason, Melee Creeps have been on the uptick. Who's been at the core of it for you?
I think before the break, John, I mentioned. I think, you know. Yeah, okay, maybe I don't. Okay, the Wayne Gretzky. Is that better for you, Uber? For Melee Creeps here. I think he's definitely a pivotal point in terms of them getting going and them having a strong finish. But I think you really can't underestimate Do. I think just every match Do puts out so much damage, and of course Sai is always super annoying, especially when it comes to Paradox. But I think like the real backbone, yeah, for me, it's probably just has to be John and how he gets activated throughout the other people on the team.
I agree. I mean, just to chime in, Do obviously looks fantastic. A lot of those movement-based characters, and we've seen Saya go back towards more of that pick initiator role, which looked great. But Melee Creeps, their game plan last week was literally just to get John on Venator and get him extremely farmed. There were times where like he was split pushing solo, like they were that serious. They were fighting 5v6, managing to win. And something that we saw from this team was that they were getting both buffs almost every single time. Their positioning pre-buff in anticipation for it, and just their general macro understanding is still, to me, top tier in this region. I really, I'm glad the Berber Clock was able to push them to the brink in that Night Shift Open, because they might be one of the only teams that can really compete on that level. They also had astonishing macro in the previous game against a team comp that had great laning, was supposed to take that specific edge early.
Well, to revisit the opposition, of course, we just saw them in the best of one. They took down the new FPS Lounge. That's right, it's Bird with Clock. And you know what? Let's do some production magic here. Throw Arctic on Shiv. It used to be that Arctic's main hero was Mirage, and while that still can and does happen, overall, Arctic, the big threat there, it's got to be Arctic on the Shiv. And, Jason, this is a roster that went through some changes. Of course, used to be more famously Aiden the Destroyer on the roster before Flaws came around. And, it's a team that's been important in the NA scene, even though they haven't seen as much success over the last 2 months as maybe they did when they first were making some waves here in Night Shift.
Yeah, I think they've kind of been almost an unsung hero of North America, now that I think about it, because we typically talked about like the big dogs every single week, Melee Creeps, Floorman, FPS Lounge, but I think Berber Clock have been together as a team for, you even saw in our like history in NA, like they've been together as a team for such a long time, whether one form or another, and they've been there to always scrim all these other teams. And I think it's nice to finally see that they figured out the magic formula, like what do they need to do to win? They seem to have figured it out so far, at least when it came to the first match. And honestly, I'm happy to see them have success, because these guys have been grinding nonstop. Whereas other teams, as we know, are just switching up rosters until they figure things out, instead of just sticking together as a team and working through the hard times.
It's a perennial debate, I think, about the best way to sort of steer your team's EP. But I kind of like what Berber Clock have. I also don't think that Melee Creeps is going to let them have that kind of draft. So that's definitely what I'm looking forward to see, how they sort of play around. I don't know, the whole not giving Berber Clock, 4 pretty insane heroes and then a Yamato that randomly just took the game over.
Well, you said the magic word in draft, and of course, Bird with Clock, they were able to get in, grab the silver. Is that going to happen again within this draft, or is silver going to get banned? Bird with Clock, first ban for them comes out, and what this has. Okay, I'm looking at this. Ban. Yeah, exactly. I think this is trying to guarantee that they get either Doorman or silver or pocket here. This does not feel like a ultra realistic ban given Apollo's general power level at the moment. Or production is trolling us, but doesn't seem as likely. But Mitch, silver has been banned for the first time today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that she is just a little too good at roaming, and she also makes a pretty great durable target, like a part of like a pretty indomitable front line here. I think silver is just generally very, very good at a whole bunch of things. She's also a real pain to lane against. Like, she's kind of doing everything right now, which is insane. Great talent picked up by Berber Clock. I mean, they were able to deal with FPS Lounge's GT pretty comfortably, but they really covered it. It's 1-4. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem here, Jason, is that potentially you're going to deal with both Pocket Doorman as a response picks here. There comes a Doorman, and Dew licking his chops going, oh boy, I'm about to get Pocket. This is scary to put out. Like, yeah, you may be able to grab Abrams on the backside, but Jason, I'm worried right now if I'm Bird with Clock.
Dew is licking his chops like a big burrito from Chipotle. Chipotle, please sponsor us. But they don't go instead.
Great people. Great people who do great work, honestly.
They go
you know where to find
instead. Open up one in Italy. That'd be great. They go Abrams instead, so they're leaving open Pocket, which I thought would be is quite surprising. I would say. Then again, we've seen teams like Lowkey W over in EU be able to work around Pocket in particular, not really to be too afraid of it anymore.
Mitch, I have a very important question that go along with the sponsorship note here. Should Chipotle bless you with a burrito card? Are you using the free burrito every single day? Do you have a Chipotle in walking distance?
Real question?
How does that go down for you?
I think I'll just drive to it. I have other fast food chains that I really don't eat at. Chipotle is like one of the only like restaurant chains that I would legitimately eat at. I do it every day. I eat so many burritos, bro. Jason was actually the one who showed me my first Chipotle burrito. I think we did that in Denver back then. That was my first burrito. Yeah.
Didn't I take you to Bay Area burrito in Cologne?
Yeah, but my first Chipotle one. Yeah. Okay, Jason's been preaching burritos to me for years. Anyway, Venator is picked up. This is obviously going to be a John go-to, and they were like mono Venator last week. It looked astonishingly good, but Paradox and Victor, pretty nasty combo. We saw just how impactful Victor was in that previous game.
Also, my mind is a little bit blown here. Gentlemen, we are into the mid-stage bans. Where's Pocket? Where is Pocket? Pocket has actually achieved their goal of dropping off the grid. They're gone.
It could be a late stage ban.
Oh, good one. Wait, you serious?
Also, Rem not banned this time around as well. Bear that in mind. The Lash has been taken out as well. So Berber Clock have actually done away with 2 like early to mid game roaming threats here. So they might maybe speak to their game plan of obviously trying to like have some roam of their own with the Paradox. But yeah, Rem is open, so we're just gonna snap that up.
I'm so torn though, ZP. I mean, I don't want to hate on Ranger, but I remember watching whenever teams would ban Ivy against him in NSO, they could just not do well with Rem. I believe it did have some success last week, but
wait, we might have been. I'm seeing chat catch up now, and I don't know if it slipped by production in terms of the teams just agreeing that it was actually Pocket all along, but reportedly they're saying that Pocket was the ban and not Apollo, which makes a lot more sense. And okay, it has been fixed on the production end, so this makes far more sense for the draft we got, and as to why Melee Creeps grabbed the Abrams rather than going for the Pocket.
I'm being asked to do something real quick. Hold on. Scrumptious. Carry on.
That's it. I thought there was going to be more to it, but okay, that's
big donation for that.
What? I do it was no, it's fine.
Oh, I got a request for feet cam for me, so give me a second. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not doing that.
We just making things up. We just make things up over here, yeah.
But yeah, for Bird with Clock, Jason, they're not really deviating too much. Like, they grabbed the GT, but other than that, they're still going for a tanky setup. They're not going to be able to get the Yamato to round it up, but this is where I almost look at this and wonder, do they come out with a Warden to finish things off here?
What was the second ban, the ZP? For Birth Clock? Was it Lash? So it was Pocket Lash?
I don't remember. That
I know it was Lash in there, but I'm confused if Lash actually still was the second ban.
I mean,
all right, doesn't matter.
Likely.
Doesn't matter anyways, because we have our picks coming through. So we have Rem be picked up for Melee Creeps. I actually did want to ask, Bird with Clock with the roster they had last time, if Rem wasn't banned, how disgusting would that team have been with a Rem attached to it? Having everyone so tanky and having Rem be able to balance and burst heal every single player on the team would have been insane. Bird with Clock, I think, still have a pretty damn good composition, honestly. Like, you have guys, Viscous, Shiv, Victor, who can kind of play like semi-frontline, not necessarily Viscous as much. Greytown in the back with being able to just rain down arrows. The one thing I do see, though, is a problem into this one, Uber. They don't really have an M1 carry for late game. Well, I guess they do technically out of Geist, but I feel like Geist doesn't fit that role 100% anymore.
No, especially because she leans into more of the durability and like sometimes those spirit-based items, so probably just wants to pick up a Torment Pulse and be a massive pain in the ass. So she would be the what is it? What are those things called? The fly zapper of Bird with Clock. You know what I mean? Comes full circle, bro. It's like Ouroboros. That's when the snake bites his tail, and it's like, yeah, that's what it is. That's what I've done.
Well, I think the interesting
snake, sure, viper.
Look,
I didn't see the pregnancy joke.
No, we're too classy. We're moving along. At this point, we're gonna Mitch makes one more bad joke. He's gonna have to show up on the next broadcast with the Matt Morello special. We're putting him in a t-shirt, maybe in a hoodie. Which, frankly, you should not be taking the slander from me.
Do I have to show my incredibly chiseled physique on a broadcast? No, gun to my head. No.
By the way, I cannot throw the slander because I am wearing a t-shirt and a hoodie. Like, I am wearing the Matt Morello right now. But if people ignore this context in the middle of slander and just go, yeah, I've never seen Mitch wear a hoodie. Well,
one thing people don't realize though, Mitch, is that you're actually preparing for a Halloween show coming up later on this year, which is why you stopped gymming, you're eating badly, and you're going to be our pregnant viper.
That's great. Yeah, I've got the top half sorted. Yeah, no issue with the bottom half, so I'm told. So I think we'll be all good there. All right, guys.
But to bring it back to the game though, Melee Creeps picking up a Viper towards the very tail end of this one, which I think is really interesting because they have an Abrams, you have a Doorman, they have like a really, I think, an all-around really balanced kind of composition for Melee Creep side. And Bird with Clock, though, I still don't hate their composition whatsoever. I'm just a little bit worried, though, ZP, when we get into the late game, if we get to the late game, if they'll be strong enough.
Well, of course, do we get to late game or not? The men bringing forward into this cast, it's going to be Uber with Jason. Uber, once more, take it away.
much to management chagrin, I'm sure. Thanks for joining us, folks. Again, this is the money match of shift number 42. It's melee creeps once more, as almost always it feels, defending their throne. This is kind of what I was hinting at, Jason, though. It's a composition that feels a little bit more balanced between those power picks that Burble Clock got in the last game. We've got some more distribution. Doorman was able to be picked up by melee creeps. They get the Venator. They brought Viper in here, and also the Yamato that was frankly ubiquitous in that previous game and was very impressive.
Sometimes I don't miss casting with you, Mitch, because you say these big words like ubiquitous, and I don't know what they mean. So I have to sit there and just nod and pretend like I do, or go off context clues.
Wait, I mean, you should look this one up. Slopodopolis. That's a banger, honestly. I want you to fit that into the next card.
No, because I'm worried at what that... I'm pretty sure what I think that means is not what it means. So I'm going to stay away from that word.
I would never do that to you, Jason. No way. All right. Let's talk about our later summons here. Obviously, Venator Doorman in mid. So that is going to be a bit of a nuisance. Call Bell, very powerful. Something that obviously you don't want to be getting poked down by constantly. The Victor is someone I'm going to be tracking over the course of this game. Tanner, of course, on that same pick. We talked about the Bug Zappy, who will be putting that pressure on down on this right side lane.
Interesting enough, too. Even with Arctic on the team, it's going to be Stride on the Shiv, and Arctic's going to be on the GT. And as ZP has mentioned before, they've definitely prioritized GT when it comes to these scrims. But honestly, as I've been saying a lot when it comes to EU, is like picking a GT is all good and fun, but to properly play the GT, your whole team has to play around it. And if BWC have been actively playing with it and scrimming with it, I think we're gonna have to watch out for Arctic here and what he can apply and like what he can do, because there's definitely kill potential on melee creep side to build up early stacks.
Yeah, we might end up seeing like the other end of the spectrum for for GT in this game, if that's the case. Nice little cube here to stave off what would have been a shoulder charge. Oh, wait a minute. It was held onto. Very clever. Aura of Suffering, though, in play. And now perhaps Ida might have bitten off a bit more than he could chew. But Movement God strikes. He is trying to slip on away. Cyan falls in mid. Looks like that got hot and heavy. But here, there will not be a pick on Ido. The Abrams gets to safety.
All right, Mitch. Here we go. You ready? Torment Pulse was quite ubiquitous in the last game. I'm not sure if we're necessarily see it in this one.
That's true. I mean, you will see it.
There we go.
Yeah, it was ubiquitous. That's good. It's a cool bird, bro.
I'm learning. I've always wanted to fit Stygian into a broadcast, but there's never been like a good opportunity for it.
I don't even know what that word means. Genuinely. Stinging.
What?
You gonna tell me or what? Leave you in suspense?
Jason's
crazy.
not
It
cut
better
out
be
for
some-
pedantic language. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Pedantic's good. Pedantic's good. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep, that's getting dicey for Matt. Dudes are going to be able to catch them out pretty easily. His left-hand lane for melee creeps is kind of scary. And Shiv's going to be forced to be subject to a power slash, though. And yes, it's a parry that's baited out. Do gets himself the kill.
I'm going to look stupid. The definition was on my other phone, because I keep it there to remind myself to use it, so I don't remember Stygian means anymore. What does matter, though, is how this game is playing out. Fishcake low on HP, and also Arctic already under pressure when it comes to the mid lane. Being chased down by John, looking for this early kill, and almost had it as well. Not necessarily a good start here for Burble Clock in that mid lane if John especially gets going and feels confident.
I want you to fit anti-disestablishmentarianism into this broadcast. You're the man for the job, in my opinion.
Okay.
Bit of a collapse here on towards mid. Now, I think this is about to get problematic here for Floz. Honestly, they get a bit of distance between themselves and John, who definitely really seems to want to go for the kill. The dive is on. And yes, once again, the parry is handled. Straight under the Guardian. Floz is going to be picked up, and the Grand Talon just wasn't home. Arctic not able to have an impact on the fight. Did very quickly. The Doorman of Sire trying to extract himself.
I'm a little bit worried because I feel like there is a requirement of Snowball out of a GT. I think requirement is maybe just a little bit too strong, but I feel like if you want to be successful, you need to have that like presence, that pressure. Like imagine getting plus 70, Boundless Spear picked up, Spare Burn as well. Yeah. I think the threat that you draw from the enemy team towards you, it just kind of pays for itself, especially if your team can protect you. You're really good at positioning. It's not necessarily like an ultra hella necessity, as I haven't heard hella in a very long time. But I think it is a necessity to some extent to be the late game threat.
I have a follow-up on that. We'll see if we have time to get there, though. Again, there was Flying Strike made use of here on this left-hand side lane. Fishcake's healthy enough here. There's definitely a fight. Shadow Transformation. Do is the first one to build it up. He is generally very far ahead in that farm. It might just be because Fishcake was sort of ducking out the lane here and there. They're trying to go for a pinch on this left-hand side. So there's still something brewing to that effect. Rotate back to mid for Floz, who was dove by 3 players earlier on. Maybe feeling a little bit more safe. And Sire's just stepped up into one of those traps. Perhaps intentionally. Yeah, you know what I feel like? Greytail at the moment feels like their baseline, they're kind of ending up like a Mirage in the late game. Like you feel like they've been there, but maybe not attracting a lot of the spotlight. But then you look at the damage count at the end of the game, and you're like, wow, they did an insane amount of, damage to heroes, even if you don't see them featuring heavily on the kill feed. But then there's the potential, obviously, to get that far ahead. But I feel like that's a really edge case.
And that's why I was saying before, like, I feel like I've been really blessed casting a lot of the EU games, watching Cosmetical play it, because I think we haven't seen it in NA to the level that he plays, or to the extent that Lowkey W can activate a GT in particular, because he's a threat to the entire game. And when these power shots are hitting you for half your HP, you're kind of screwed, and you can't really itemize against it, especially with the comps that Lowkey W would typically run with a GT for protection. But Do at the moment, on fire. 4.8k souls. It's already a scary sight considering we know how much impact Do has in every single match he plays.
Yeah, I mean, he is doing very nicely in terms of that farm, significantly ahead, comparatively speaking. There's a nap time cubed off instantly, and apparently you still get slept inside of that. Boom! There's that hard landing as Tanner gets taken quite low as the Seismic Slam did connect. But again, where's the kill pressure outside of that for the Slate? I'm not really sure where the follow-up on that is supposed to be. Arcane Surge obviously in the infantry, so there's, some hitting power here for Ido, but I think the jig is up for this Melee Creeps attempted 2v2.
Coming back in here, a little bit of Siphon Life action. Trying to gain some ground, maybe close the distance here up against Tanner on that Victor, who's looking worse for wear, to be honest. Being shoved back quite a bit, and you kind of see that. Technically, Melee Creeps, I feel like, have been, at least on the left-hand side, have been losing that. Guardian being down low HP, though they're continuing being aggressive on the left-hand side, as we do see a kill come through on a stride onto Fishcake. Look at turn this one into a second onto Do, but I think they immediately respect him. Also, maybe expecting a rotation to come through.
Arctic also right now with a Hotel Stay active. Nice little power slash there. Wall deftly dodged by Do. Doesn't really seek to push the issue any further. John also kind of struggling in this lane. Callbell not quite connecting, but the baggage cart does. Arctic, though, is still able to make short work of John, and Sire was on the wrong side of that threshold, Jason.
Yeah, not a good start here for Arctic, man. Able to
Gentlemen, I need the cut in. We have breaking Deadlock news directly from OCs. Just posted on X, quote, kicked from Leviathan, cannot play normal in new high ego team atmosphere, not for me. That is a wild roster change after 1 day of play with the new Leviathan roster.
Holy.
Back to you.
That's interesting. Because now they need... How do you fill an OC's spot?
I mean,
like,
where does
best
he...
M1 in EU.
Yeah, where does he go? That is... Oh, I'm sure that's going to develop over the course of the week. Also, a pretty spicy little, departure letter there. Either way, back to the game in hand. We are still here on this right-hand side lane. We actually noticed that Ido and Ranger, even if they didn't have the kill pressure, they were able to force Berber clock back, and they already really hard to kill. It's probably a double monster, bullets combo. They are just looking to shove this lane back and keep their Guardian alive for as long as humanly possible. We're back in mid after things went horribly, though, for Melee Creeps, as both John and Sire got picked off in a previous fight.
And the Do is still alive, and Do is still gunning for kills here, Matt. He's dead for sure. Lethal Venom coming through. Petrifying Soul as well. I mean, Fishcake wanted to lock down that kill for himself, but Dude's going to get it at the end here, and yeah, maybe Stride's going to escape, but Dude's going to continue on this pace, man. 7.8k souls.
I got to respect Matt's use of the paradoxical swap, though, Jason, for an escape. Didn't quite get him away from the Yamato, though. That was a problem. Okay, Ranger gets flattened inside mid, but Sire's hitting pretty darn hard. Tanner falls, obviously, without an ultimate available left to deal with. And that was obviously an emergence on the right-hand side with the Doorman getting in there. In order to find 2 eliminations, Gibbs and Tanner both went by the wayside. Jason's on. Iridomini is also available. Gut shot could be instrumental here, but John was simply looking to rattle the cage a little bit. 3 players for Melee Creeps are set up here in mid.
Yeah, not enough damage to take down guys, but that true damage is so effective once you max it out as well. I think I'm looking towards these next buffs. You talked about before last week, taking every single buff, getting double buffs consistently in their series. And I want to see if they go for something yet again here. Maybe Burger Clock won't actually deny this one away. Especially when we get to the Urn as well. At Burger Clock, they don't really have the composition based around Urn turn-ins like we saw in the last match up against FPS Lounge.
Or maybe
I also
small
been trying to spend a lot of
skirmishes
time
might
here,
favour
Uber,
them.
figuring out how I can fit anti-disestablishmentarianism into a sentence. And I had to look up that it's a noun. I have an idea, but it's not looking good. I'm just going to mess it up. So I might have to just back out of that one.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I'm happy to sort of table that for later. Honestly, it's also
I have the workings of something good.
okay. All right. Look, listen. Good things come to those who wait. I'm a patient man. He's a life drain. Gonna be slurping John down, trying to dance the door. Ow, catches on though. Nice little stun. Is it enough to get John out of there though, or rather catch onto him? Here's Sire turning up, and Aussie's been coming to the rescue with some pretty good timing into these fights. I think that's all she wrote from Flaws there. Even with the help of the owl wasn't quite enough. Gibbs is down though. Sire does get that elimination. Sire was pretty dangerous right now, and John's gonna be a slip away.
He heavy meleeed around that puddle punch, so he didn't die from Gibbs. That's dirty, man. John for sure was going to die from that one. But I think what's important to me right now is looking at the fact that Sai's on 10K with casting, but Du's on 9.7 with survival. If it wasn't already hard enough to kill this Yamato before, it's going to be that much more disgusting. You know, it's not disgusting. The 10-month sub here from V8. I thought it was 10 gifted, so I actually like jumped the gun there. I think V8, you're going to have
Just
to give
as valid
something
and
out because you
appreciated, of
messed me up.
course. V8. Appreciate you. But yeah, that's PB and J in terms of the buffs and who they've been picked up by our melee creeps. But it's like we mentioned, Jason, is that each buff rotation, don't know how many we're going to get. I'm going to be looking to see if Overclock can actually contest these, because melee creeps always seem to be in the right place, applying the right macro pressure across the map. Speaking of which, Ern's going to be up in just a moment. What transpires though before that is my question. This right side lane here was so well kept by Ranger and Ido. Yeah, they took some Guardian damage, but they ultimately kind of win it out. I'll use air quotes there. They sort of outlast and outpush that lane. Now, of course, it is dangling in front of Overclock's face. Can they pick it up? Life Drain here on the John. Watch out for Iridomini. That could be a little bit dangerous. Of course, Soul Exchange is waiting for that burst damage to come down from the Venator, and John doesn't really want to reckon with that possibility right now, because here's Sire. Talk about PB and J. Sire and John combine for a nice little pick off, and now the chase is certainly on. Paradoxical swap catches on the range. He's got nobody to tag along to. I tell a lie. In fact, Ido is here in the lane. The cavalry has indeed arrived. Ern's going to be in the hands of Clock for the time being. And now there's another chase afoot. Clock trying to get on away from this, and it's their Shiv of Stride under extreme pressure. No ultimate left, and simply awaiting his demise.
Can't 1v2 this time. Here for Clock, even though it's Stride picking up the Shiv here. The Ern's still being run on over. And it looks like many creeps are going to actually give this one up, instead prioritizing potentially some of these objectives, keeping 2 players on the left-hand Guardian. That's going to be Fish Cake there. Looks like the rotations had come on through here. The rest of the melee creeps, they won't give it up for free, though they might see a catch happen on a Fish Cake, using that Petrifying Bullet to get away, but the bird comes on through and stuns him up. I don't know if the kill's going to come in time to get the stacks.
Okay, Dispel Magic though.
Wait,
that
what?
gave him a bit of a stake. Yeah, that's huge. He's able to cleanse off some of those CC abilities. And yeah, okay, the Viper should go down here. But obviously there is a shield active right now, and they might have just slipped far enough away. Healing right to get your top back up, and that's it. That is up, bro. There is no reason that Fishcake should have escaped there and got a kill.
He went for Slither Max, so he gets the extra shield on his like slides, which is exactly what saved him in that fight too. Like that's obviously Ido coming on through with the shoulder charge helped save him as well. But man, we don't really see, I think, Vipers go for Slither Max. You usually go for like Petrifying Bull, which gives you a lot of control in these objectives. Is exactly what we're kind of waiting for here right now, as Aaron was dropped and picked back up by Ranger, as the melee creeps are the ones to actually put the pace on here for a turn-in. Ido teleporting on over. They're still leaving Fishcake here to continue to farm up against Tanner. I think melee creeps wins this fight on the right-hand side.
It's brewing, that's for sure. Ern still looking to be turned in. Hotel stay at the ready. Here it is. Flawless is going to be low health coming out of the Baroness. This could be a little bit ugly. It's a fight for the Ern here. Both teams neck and neck, but melee creeps have that extra player in place. It's going to be tight. Floss goes down here. They didn't survive the stay. They could check out, but they could never leave, apparently. And the Paradox is in deep trouble. Corbell catches on, and now melee creeps are going to steamroll their way out of this fight. It's only they know how. There's an owl there from Arctic, but unfortunately, it just comes a little too late in the day, it seems. We'll have the Ern turn in, and melee creeps start to get out into a healthy lead.
4 kills and Ern. Yeah, that's pretty healthy. That's pretty decent, I'd say, man. Like they're now
Buffs up, by the way.
13K.
Buffs up. 20 seconds. Get on that one. Jeez.
This is rough, man. This is. I think that's like the worst case. You're fighting over the first Ern, and I think melee creeps get more souls from the 4 kills than they actually get from the Ern turn-in from that dunk. You're just like feeding souls over to melee creeps.
Oh, man. It is rough out there. 13 AP difference, buffs galore. Thank you for illustrating that for us there. You can see Do is popping off. I know, about to get a call from MI6 here. Pretty solid over the course of this game, and we just saw what Fishcake was able to pull off. So basically, melee creeps are running like the well-oiled machine we've known them to be.
I have to look at Bird with Clock here and really think, what can they do to get themselves back in this game? Because it does feel not lost necessarily, but 13K is quite a bit 15 minutes in, especially with Do on fire, Psy on fire. I'm thinking to myself, I mean, flaws, like I don't think you can solo carry as a Geist in these games. I think Arctic, can we actually maybe get a check-in with him and see how many stacks he currently has on GT on the Owl? I think that's going to be a determining factor. The thing is, they need to continue to stack him up, and I think Stride has to pop off somehow in this game as well. But it's proven to be hard, man, because melee creeps are just everywhere. Every time you try to make a play, you think you have a man advantage. Ido shows up out of nowhere on Abrams.
And these are the kind of leads, by the way, the melee creeps, they rarely blow. There was an Owl, by the way, that caught onto Fishcake. It looked like it barely slowed them down even for a second. And they didn't have to use the spell magic either. They just tanked it and kept chasing.
And what's disgusting is, like, I think with the Slither Max, it's kind of their way of saying, or Fishcake's way of saying, I'm just going to solo lane farm, and you can't really 1v1 me anymore because I get a 200 barrier every like 5-6 seconds, and that makes it very difficult for everyone to fight against you. A parry comes in out of Saya, you're onto Tanner, force out the shocker animation, not going to get the follow-up stun, but John will be here off to the side, maybe to look for a gut shot. At least the Walker had gone down though for Bird Clock, so they get something back for themselves, but they're still down 16k.
I mean, at 16 minutes into the game, Jason, not a good number. Intensifying magazine now picked up for Fishcake. Tanner, far from the high impact player on Victor that he was in this previous game. And like I said, these are the leads that melee creeps don't tend to give up, I should say. Ido's also just found a couple of important items as well, just to make it that much more potent. There's a bit of group up here for melee creeps around mid. Earn in 50 seconds. We've got a split push underway for Bird with Clock, so melee creeps have to feel like this is theirs for the taking. Whoa, that was quick.
Very quick, and realistically, how can you contest this one-shot transformation? I mean, yeah, you just pretty much take it for free. You have the door there as well. Like, there's nothing you can do to contest this one. You don't have a comp based around contesting, and melee creeps getting a very easy take, plus 2 kills, and they might not even lose left lane Walker. I think Fishcake might be able to get there in time in a 1-on-2.
I mean, if he does this, it's cooked. Bird Clock must extract some value here in the form of the Walker, and that's gone down. No, that is devastating stuff. There's just no exchange here for Bird Clock in the macro sense. Now they're going to shut down mid and maybe find themselves getting another Walker. Yep. Oh, buddy. Arctic put on ice. And now that Walker is going to get cooked. All the melee creeps now found themselves even a bigger lead to work with. Golden statue buffs, no problem here, of course. We've seen Ranger scoop up plenty of those. Ido as well. Melee creeps are going to be hitting like an absolute Mack truck. Did Walker down, and the right one also might begin to be worked on because Dew is one of the bigger players on the side of melee creeps and is looking to pressure it.
A little bit surprised to see Arctic be on 0 golden statue buffs. I don't think we normally see GT as one of like, the main absorbers of those, but like the extra spirit you get from that, I feel like is like so important from all your charge shots.
Yeah, sat in lane a bunch, or maybe like the allocation towards Ranger is considered more important here. I don't know where this guided out is headed. We'll find out before the timer expires. Catches on to 2, but no +10. Sadly, not even close.
Apparently he's on +0, as ZP was telling me. I thought he got 1 kill earlier on in the game.
Oh, I don't know.
With it. But if it's not 0 now, 19 minutes in, then what's the point of having a GT?
Oh, catcher on Ido. Who's going to burn a redo credit, but I think Ido's ready to throw down after the fact. The chase is certainly on. Arctic yet again will fall. Reju buff still on the entirety of melee creeps, and they're going to get themselves another walk here. There's an earn turn, and you have to hope that Bird Clock can get something out of this situation, but the game might be too far gone for an earn turn to implicate you. That's if it's even possible. Yeah, it is, a comeback earn, of course, at this point in the game, and melee creeps look like they are going to let it go, but they're going to wreak havoc in reprisal.
I thought Fishcake was going to almost 1v3 at the earn turn in right there, but he does back way to mid lane and eventually give up the Walker on the left-hand side. So at least Bird Clock get themselves 2 Walkers now. If they lose everything outside of their base, even potentially some base gardens, because there's still 1 rejuve left available here. Yeah, this is, I don't know how you defend against this. They don't really have a comp based around this. At least you have like poke for Arctic, but I didn't even check if he has rapid recharge, just constantly be the artillery from the back lines.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Well, yeah, Tank Buster, of course, is going to be pretty high value pickup for you. It has some degree of burst, but yeah, it just doesn't have the excuse me, repeatability of that charged shot. 2, 4, and 1. There's this Grey Talon. And yeah, I'm not seeing any owl stacks, Jason. That is brutal.
I'm just waiting for it to come off cooldown to like 100% confirm. God, I don't remember if like the plus values.
Plus that doesn't show when you're
while on
tapped. Yeah.
cooldown. I don't remember.
Okay.
It's sometimes weird with that sometimes. It's also like kind of annoying when ability's on cooldown, you can't see what rank it is as well.
We're looking for something here. We're fishing. Carbine. No catch. Last time it was either they got picked off, and that was a Riju credit that was burned. This time, though, he's going to be able to slip away. Now you feel like the net's starting to close. We've got some lane curation happening here. Sire's just shoving that right-hand side, but we are seeing wall-to-wall pressure here from melee creeps.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much their game to lose. I think keep this pressure on, deny as much jungle as you possibly can. Force them to, I don't know, get out of position so you can get another kill. I think I don't think we're going to see like a big push of the melee creeps until maybe the next rejuve comes up, or maybe the next urn. I feel like melee creeps are going to have pretty decent control of that position, especially considering there's not really any objectives to take in the side lanes. It's all about the mid lane walker, which you can rotate to very quickly when it comes to an urn turn-in.
So this is a lull by design. Melee creeps just tending to some of the neutral camps to counterspell here in the inventory for Stride. Survivability is definitely been an issue for the Shiv at this point in the game, but right now should be feeling pretty darn tanky. The issue is that your opposing Venator and Yamato are extremely fed, and Feshcake is ready to absolutely dominate you. Melee creeps have correct soul allocations, and there's the Phantom Strike into the inventory for Ido.
Is that Phantom Strike and Warpstone?
Yeah, bro, he's gonna reach you. Yeah, he'd be knocking on that door.
He's gonna pin you up to that wall, and I don't think you're gonna survive it.
No, I won't. Honestly, I won't make it. All right, baggage car connection here, and a quick Warpstone away. Perhaps Sai doesn't like what he's seen there, but he's gonna double back because there's still proximity from his teammates. A chance to fight here. No paradoxical swap catching onto the Rem. Ranger gets blown to smithereens, but melee creeps might still be able to fight this. Gibbs rolling on out of there with a goo ball. Might have seen the Viper coming. He didn't want a bar of it. Melee creeps instead just going to posture a tad more aggressively in mid, but all the while, we got a side lane shove here being put together by Stride.
Yeah, you see the emphasis of melee creeps here. Make sure to keep that mid lane pushed, even as like a full 5-man squad, just so, because they know that's the only objective that could be taken. And their side lanes, realistically, I don't think Burger Clocker are going to look to push base guardians by themselves. So they can always go back, clean up the side lanes, and prepare themselves for the next mid boss or urn that is coming up. And honestly, if you're melee creeps, if you're going to lose one, I think you're happy that it's Ranger, because it's just really not going to have much impact in the game. You don't want to lose a DPS and then give like a situational control to BWC here.
Stride there pulled up on Sire, who had a door in place for just such an occasion. And that left lane is now being shoved back in the direction of Boba Clock. But obviously, rejuves have all expired. It's going to be an urn for mid-boss exchange maybe here. Boba Clock, do they want to fight for it? They got a good comp, to Death Ball Life to sort of throw down. Obviously, this alchemical fire is being used liberally by Gibbs to try and push this mid lane out, but it's tough. Melee creeps have set up shop and they've drawn a line of scrimmage pretty deep into Boba Clock territory. Oh, what a charge. That is filthy stuff. Now they're inside the spirits there. Somehow Gibbs has been able to get away with this. The chase, not possible, apparently. Still, might have been a swap there. At least pull through the time wall. Silence on the Yamato. Ranger actually going to be able to find elimination there. And now melee creeps are in a great spot. Urn coming up now. You can set up around mid-boss here potentially. Or both, if you're feeling it.
Yeah, the thing is that's a pretty decent kill, because that's the only one who could, I think, realistically contest you when it comes to mid-boss if you want to go for it. They're not done just yet. They want to finish off these kills and just pretty much give a full advantage to melee creeps. They're almost up 30k right now looking at chase down flaws.
Dollar exchange in play. And it's going to drop the Yamato pretty low. Oh, there's a shadow transformation, though, used pretty late in the day. Nap time caught onto Tanner and Stride, respectively. There's a shrine picked up amidst all of this, and the door used to get Sire out. He's being chased down by Tanner right now, but at this point, I feel like Bro could fight him. Tanner is 5k souls behind, and there's a mid-boss being taken at exactly the same time. This is not assisted by the doorman util, as Sire's already committing war crimes on the right-hand side of the map. and Berber Clock are just not going to have really enough warning for this. They might come in with drips and drabs chasing 4 Berber Clock players in the vicinity, but a preemptive Shadow Transformation is in play, and 3 rejuves go to melee creeps.
It looked like Tanner tried to go for contest. Is thrown to the Baroness Hotel, pinned up against the wall by Ido, and wow.
He had that hotel,
exploded.
motel, holiday inn, bro. Great people, by the way.
You're
Great
really
people.
bringing out some bad thoughts of me that I have to bite. Like
you want to send us, on journeys around the world to cast Deadlock? I'm super down. Boundless Spirit now into the inventory, so Sire is going to be hitting extremely hard.
Headed to York.
Rejuve's obviously now in the hands of melee creeps. It was an earn take, but no turn in yet for Berber Clock. So this feels awkward because they can't really forge out to a turn in location while being forced to defend at the same time. And Floz, they just cease to exist.
Yeah. Yeah. And Saya's gun hurts, as well as the rest of his abilities, and they're going to continue to shove on through. Even diving, oh my gosh, now pinning Stride up against the wall. Phantom Strike is just so deadly on Abrams, man, that you really can't feel comfortable here, especially with the movement capability that Ido has individually as a player. Just looking to chase down one of these kills, and Stride, he's having to use ultimate just to escape.
Yeah, he's hitting insane shoulder charges without the assistance of like Phantom Strike or Warp Stone up until this point. So now it's deterministic. Like, you are probably going to get shoulder charged by this Abrams, and you've got now a selection of target, right? You can go after the Grey Talon early on if you can sort of get them low to the ground. I like this door just to shrug off the spirit snare to some degree. And Tanner says, I just need to be where the action is. I need to be in this fight. Torment Pulse expansion, obviously, in the infantry. And still, this might be more than he can handle. He doesn't want to have his ultimate pop for the time being, or at least just wants to stay stuck to the Yamato. Do caught out there. That's going to be a rejuve credit burn, but the Shrine was taken. And our Stride is down. We be chilling in Spawn, folks. It is tough out there for Berber Clock fans as his patron is about to be mulched.
Yeah, John getting chased out a little bit, getting actually quite low here. That's a shot proc, one of the rejuve, the last rejuve here at a melee creep. So Berber Clock, I mean, they realize we have to make a fight happen right now, or there's no chance we're going to defend our patron. But they need to get more kills. I mean, they need to get kills.
Soul Exchange, at least for Floz, can they make reasonable use of it? You've got Doorman, though, so you can always extract yourself in a situation in a pinch. Arctic Gibbs, Tanner, all down. There's only Floz and Matt standing. There's a Soy's Mix Slam for you. Boosh! And I think that Ido's just trying to make a point, punctuated by the crater that he just created. Very durable, able to shrug off much of that damage. And it ends up being almost a 50k soul lead at 27 damage. That is going to hurt in the morning.
And that'll do it. Melee creeps able to take it to Bird with Clock, and I gotta say, as I review how this happened in this game, Bird with Clock, they came in, decided we don't want to have quite as many tanky players. We're gonna go with the GT. It's gonna be our first pick. We'll even give up the Doorman in favor of the GT. And Jason, as I look at what transpired, you see a GT with no stacks and just a miserable time over the course of the game. And this feels like the dark side of when you go for a GT. Is that the upside is that if you have a snowball game, things go really well. The downside, and not that GT was the only issue here, but man, you got to get more of your first pick character.
Yeah, you really do. And I think that's kind of what GT, would you be safe to say that he's a little bit feast or famine? Because that's kind of how it feels like.
Buff GT, I'm saying it now.
Oh, okay.
This has gone on long enough, guys.
I mean, do you consider it a buff if GT gets a really good model? Because clearly at some point GT is going to get a model upgrade. It's not if, it's when. And that will increase GT's play rates. It's not going to change his power level at all, but hey, every little bit helps.
I mean, GT is venerable, distinguished. These are all, qualities that some people seek in their main. Having ours that connect is also good. No plus 10s though. I think we checked in at least with Arctic. We didn't see a lot of those, and we've been kind of talking about the spectrum of the Feast of Famine that Grey Talon can provide. It's probably going to be 1 billion hero damage for Arctic though, in fairness, at the end of the game. But I'm sorry, melee creeps dominated the buffs. Had great macro pressure. I also think Ranger and Ido, I think being so stalwart on that right side lane, being impossible to shift, it was impossible for Berber Clock to get good Guardian damage early and actually try and set up a situation where they can leave a solo player there to fight. I'm sorry, but it's like that stupid movie where they sort of curve bullets around walls. Can't be doing that.
Yeah. Wait, what was the movie? Was it Wanted? It was the movie? Yeah. I don't even remember.
Yeah, Wanted.
Sounds accurate. Yeah. Which, by the way, is wild because my movie knowledge and recall is not good. I'm not.
You're friends with hexagrams, though. That's why. I think it's rubbed off.
It's true. Like, you do absorb a little bit by osmosis, even though I'm terrible at actually watching recommendations because I just don't watch that much movies. But Jason, as I look deeper into this game and where things went well for Melee Creeps, I mean, yeah, Melee Creeps got some classic comfort picks like John on the Venator, where you're never really going to complain about. But I think the one thing that goes undersold as a pick that has worked out really well for Melee Creeps and at some points has actually gotten banned because teams know about it from scrims is Fishcake. Lowkey has a very, very good Viper.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing too many Vipers go for like a Slither Max, which is her 3, which gives you the extra barrier whenever you slide with like a 6-second cooldown. And we saw it be so important earlier in the game when we saw Ido come in and actually save Fishcake with like a shoulder charge coming on through. But that, again, as I was saying, during the broadcast, I feel like that was the game plan of just let Fishcake kind of split push lanes, force 1v2s or 1v1s, which we know he can probably win out on. You can see 36,000 souls leading the way here when it comes to souls, even putting down 32k damage too, which is actually kind of insane considering I don't know, I'm not used to seeing Vipers be that high up on damage compared to the rest.
All right, Mitch, for a moment, before I get your thoughts on something here, I just got to say, Lightbringer, thank you for the host. I hope that's a host and you're tired and not just, I've seen one game of NA Finals, I'm out. That actually could have been the take from currently the winning coach of EU. But, Mitch, what I want your opinion on here, just to give some praise to where things went well, is that, we've seen Do become an impact player for Melee Creeps over multiple roles. And, Yamato coming back in the focus today, and Do certainly put up some numbers.
Yeah, obviously like a pretty heavy like spirit focused builds we've seen on both occasions here, and they've looked fantastic, right? Obviously Spirit Snatch is pretty central to that pickup, but we know that Yamato's laning is highly effective. She pokes very, very well, a lot of kill pressure, and Shadow Transformation has the ability to flip those fights. Do is also just continue to impress us, a consistent standout player on this roster, a roster that's full of them. So no notes for me on that Yamato performance, and it's kind of nice to see our Cyber Ninja back in the mix.
Jason, floor is yours. Any other things notable for you on the screen?
Let me think. I'm looking across the board here. I think we came to a conclusion. Arctic finished with +0 right on the GT. I think the Spirit Snatch, as Mitch was mentioning, I think it's so interesting as well because it's such a, like, Shred doesn't, I feel like, get talked about enough when it comes to these matches and how important it can be. I remember in some of the EU games we were looking at some Shred, I think it was like 7 weakening headshot, but Spirit Snatch here just amplified not only your damage but like even Saya's damage. 32,000. I wish we had a breakdown of where that came from. Was it mostly gun damage? Was it like the call bell? But you just really amplify everyone else on your team to really burst even harder. And going into the next game, I don't know really what Bird Clock can change here necessarily. I think maybe just scrap the GT and play more of like a standard style would be maybe my guess.
That'd basically be where I'd be agreeing with after seeing this. I mean, it's kind of odd though, because Bird Clock did have a lot of success with GT and scrims. I mean, maybe this was just a low roll sort of game. But as I look at it, the one hero that has had very consistent performance, even when you don't do things right, I feel like has been Doorman. The reason why Doorman has been banned so often, along with Pocket. And I don't know, to me, as I looked at this here, Mitch, I don't necessarily feel like the GT for Doorman trade really worked out here. I mean, maybe it could have worked out with a different set of circumstances about a snowball, but Arctic, there was no snowball, there was a heat wave.
Yeah, I think it was pretty clear to see that Sire is out of control on this character, or anyone that sort of is like able to roam effectively. And also, like, generally was like really, really strong by the end of the game. Like getting the Boundless Spirit like relatively early in the inventory. This guy was everywhere. I don't know if you could afford to just let him pass through the bans, and maybe GT not so instrumental here for Berwick Clock, because now 2 games in a row in NA we've seen Great Talent unfortunately just fail to measure up.
And also, final note on that scoreboard, the KD was a little bit imbalanced between both teams, so that'd also be a reason why you're not getting a whole ton of stacks. But that was map number 1, Bird with Clock. They have looked fearsome against Melee Creeps, even within the last few weeks. Can they put together a better draft, take the fight back, and force us to a map 3? Well, to find out, you gotta stick with us right after this break.
I see, guys. I see guys.
Your support will
Oh, no one's getting in our way.
Well fought. Quite
Well,
sorry, doorman. Wasn't prudent. I see great talent. Let's take out Geist. I see Geist. Let's push blue.
let them win. They will not see.
I see Geist. I see victory. I see Geist. I see Viscous.
See great talent. Snap your fun.
I see Geist.
See shit.
I see.
See great talent.
Talent. Take out Geist.
The Mighty Match continues on here in North America for Night Shift. Melee Creeps taking the first map, Bird with Clock. Again, caught a little bit lacking. ZP here with Uber and Jason and Mitch. The question we have to ask now, does Bird with Clock change things up for the next draft? Because the strategy last time around, it just simply did not pan out.
Again, I think that the power picks got a bit more distributed across both teams this time around. It's another game where we just don't see the great talent, even though they're high prioritized really highly, and we understand what the premise is, that they have the potential to really take over the game, especially in the later phases where you have like this amazing poke engine, which didn't really come online. I also think that they're contending with Melee Creeps just being very, very solid in the macro game, making sure that everything lines up perfectly. They get both buffs. They run a successful earn fight into a mid boss time and time again. It's been difficult for Bird with Clock to contend with them, I think, outside of the first 14 to 16 minutes.
Jason, you are currently coaching Bird with Clock. What do you change up going into the next game? Do you have any ideas to go around Melee Creeps, who do have like one of the deeper pools in NA? Where do you try and get a different field of battle here for map 2?
I think I love seeing Matt on Pocket. I don't think we're gonna have that happen. I don't know. Do you let Pocket through and you ban Doorman, and then they'll either ban Silver or Pocket, and then you take what they don't ban? Is that maybe the play?
I don't know. Let Silver out, honestly.
I would rather. I think is GT was not successful enough for them to warrant first picking. I think that's like the problem for me. Because they also let like Doorman go through. Why not? I don't know. It was so odd to me that to not just like grab Doorman then right away, because you're gonna deny a big pick for Melee Creeps. Instead, you bank all your money on a GT, which just wasn't successful, whether it was Arctic or not. I think maybe like try to go for like a Pocket Silver pickup.
The draft is underway, Mitch, and the question is, do they close the door? No, they take down the pocket, so it's going to be up to melee creeps to potentially take down Doorman or take down Silver. Bird with Clock, they've engineered a scenario, Mitch, where they're going to get one of the two.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if your melee creeps, like what Bird with Clock can do with Doorman.
Sorry.
It's going to, yeah, okay, they're going to leave it open. So Silver is going to be banned away here. I think just too broadly effective over the course of the game, and she fits right into front lines as like another really like durable threat that has like gap close and obviously has a health steroid when they're in that Lycan curse. So I wouldn't want to deal with her either.
Ooh.
Run it back, baby! Run it back.
I had faith, Jason, that it would actually be a change up and go Doorman. I did not think we'd be going down the same path yet again, but maybe this is a case where Birth Clock looked at the last draft and said, look, we low rolled this time around, we're going to get stacks. But if you're melee creeps, you don't change a thing. You go in, you grab Doorman, and then you back it up with an Abrams pick, because why would you change what worked so well in the last game?
What was the lane? What was the Grey Talon lane last game, guys? For BWC.
I can take whatever they throw.
That's right. That's my point. It was so unremarkable. Nobody remembers it. But again, like I do think like if Grey Talon can get a good lane partner where they can be truly oppressive and actually have that like opportunity to get a nice little lead around that 8 to 12 minute mark, then could be a different story. But Abrams, okay, I mean, this is scary. I mean, I don't want Abrams again. Likely, that's going to be very potent.
Bird Clock ban Lash the second time around, or in the first game as the second ban. I don't think Rangers Rem did anything crazy that would warrant banning Rem instead of letting Lash on through. But is this the same 3 picks for Bird Clock from the last game?
It's looking very similar. The one thing I do want
fully,
in terms of change-ups here, I would like to see them ban either the Viper or the Yamato. I actually think the Viper, because Fishcake has some of his most outsized impact on the game with Viper. So I think you've kind of have a problem here in that Ven has gotten, rather John John's got his comfort pick on Venator. You're up against Doorman. You got a GT, which looked a little bit lackluster in the last game. I think at bare minimum for bans for Bird with Clock, you have to take down the Viper. But we'll see who melee creeps denies in turn. And once more, they just run it back. They take down the Billy, because again, why would you change if you're melee creeps?
Well, they want to win the frontline monopoly as well. Like they want their Abrams to be virtually uncontested, especially with Silver also banned out. Like, who are the good tanks now? Who are you playing?
Time for bed.
You still got Shiv. Like, Shiv is going to come in the focus here again. The problem is, though, Jason, even thinking about comfort picks, when they run GT, they don't run Arctic on Shiv. And I don't think, like, Stride is a bad player by any chance, but I think of the two, Arctic's a much better Shiv player than Stride is, from what I've seen on the eye test. So I almost feel like it's a self-nerf. And in this case, melee creeps, they take the Shiv away, too. Jason, this draft may be worse for Bird with Clock.
Now who are the tanks?
Yamato. This is when you bust out the Viper Yamato or something like that to really mess with them. Oh my god! All right, that was a kind of complete guess there. Now you go Viper, and you're just like, okay, you take away our ship, we're gonna take away your heroes, and you have to play something else.
No, they did ban the Rem, which Ranger, of course, was able to keep people up in the last game. So there is a bit of a change up for Bird with Clock in terms of bans. And they grabbed the Viscous. So you think what's Ranger likely to play? I do wonder how much of this is Ranger going the old comfort picks, which if that was the case for Ranger, it'd actually be an Ivy for the first time today. But either way, Ranger isn't coming back to the Rem.
Okay.
You were looking to
So,
summon a god, right?
all things considered, the Lash slings through.
Oh no!
Yeah, this is
I feel like Lash
pretty
is so
scary.
good with the new urn, man. Can't you?
Yeah.
No, you can hide, I guess, under the urn,
Yeah, under the
right?
bridge.
That works.
Under the bridge, right? But it's not. It's not a lot. It's not a lot.
You can like pull
in
them
terms
off
of-
the urn turn in and then just kill them.
What I do.
Yep. In theory, right?
Oh,
Ivy here
wait.
for Ranger.
Have we ever
chilling.
seen an Ivy Death Slam where you carry Lash around with airdrop and he pops his ultimate to give him an angle you wouldn't have?
Normally the Lash usually gets his own angles there. I can't think of actually seeing, like, we've seen Ivy's Stone Form after Death Slam, but actually using airdrop on the Lash has been a little bit of a rarity. But Bird with Clock, they're going to round out their draft with Geist, so it's not just we run Geist with Shiv, they're also going to run it with Yamato. But of the two teams, I just look at this draft here, Mitch, and all I can think of is that melee creeps got so many heroes that are both comfort for them and objectively strong. You get John on the Ven, you get Saya on the Doorman, where he's looked really good, Ido on Abrams, and of course Ranger and Ivy, where, you know, Ivy hasn't been picked all day, and we were able to basically predict, okay, it's probably going to be Ivy with Rem off the board because we know that Ivy is probably Ranger's favorite hero. So I don't know. I feel like melee creeps got something that was both strong in general and also strong for them specifically. And when you get both of those things, it tends to be a tough combination to fight.
I think the only way this comp gets any better is if there's a pocket here for melee creeps, but that would mean they'd in theory have to give up the Abrams. I think this is about as good as it gets. They banned or picked all the premium tank picks. And Boberclock are yet left to sort of make use of the Yamato. If they want to run like another super high sustain kind of like pool noodle lane with the Abrams, they can run Ivy alongside them. That's sort of fine. Just make that part of the map really hard to shove in by monster rounds and just do the thing again. Shiv is going to be very hard to kill. Lash is going to be so effective in a lot of those grouped up team fights. And John didn't even have to carry the tits off that last game, but he sure as hell can if he needs to.
We heard that right, ZP. Right?
Think about it. Let it percolate.
No, I did. I laughed. You know, I didn't do an official acknowledgement of it, but I did laugh. Was my contribution to that afterwards.
Listen, bro. As long as I stay out of the pocket zone, I'm untouchable. Y'all can't do nothing.
Jason, your thoughts here that may be occurring as, you know, we've let this draft marinate a little bit. To me, as I look at it, I think it's a story as it is with any GT draft that, you know, there's ways that Bird with Clock wins this game, but most of them probably come from Arctic having a vastly different game than what happened last time. And again, not saying it was all Arctic's fault in the last time. It has to be a team effort, but one way or another, stacks need to happen. And if you're going to prioritize GT to the extent that you give up Doorman, your GT needs to actually be running a lot of the early to mid game, but yeah, you could save the response. Because we're about to get in.
I don't think GT is necessarily. I mean, I can't say it's not first pick worthy because we've seen it done with Lowkey W quite a bit. But I think Lowkey W and melee creeps are quite different in how, and BWC are quite different on how successful they can be with a GT. But I see potential out of GT Yamato combination. Or if GT gets someone low, you can easily have like Yamato dive in, pick up that kill, and you can start to transition into like a 6v5. Like there's potential there, but I think again lacking like a ranged M1 where like Geist wants to be a little bit closer so you can use the drain life to sustain in some of these fights does worry me a little bit, but they do have a hefty front line, and I would imagine there's gonna be some bigger contests.
All right, well, we're getting into the game. What could be the final map of the night. Melee creeps looking to put away Bird with Clock. It is championship point. On the mic, it's going to be Uber with Jason. Uber, once more, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to be on the left side. We were briefly on the left side to start with. We saw it be a Paradox Yamato look there, which is pretty terrifying. Doorman and Venator. It's John and Saya. Yeah, Batman and Robin. They are here to cause no shortage of issues. Up against the Geist Grey Talon lane. So curious to see how that one eventuates. And yeah, it will be this pool noodle-esque combo of Ido and Ranger on the right.
Pool noodle-esque.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like they don't do a ton of damage, but they're just impossible to kill type beat.
I'm just trying to think if I've ever seen you swim. I'm actually asking myself, can you swim?
Yeah. Can't everyone swim?
Okay, but like doggy paddle doesn't count.
No, I can. I mean, I'm not. Look, I wasn't the most athletic in my youth, but when you live in Australia, you're taught to swim. Everyone does it. It's a rite of passage. Like no one is not taught to swim there. Yeah, we're big on water safety. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty good in board chores. I'm just putting it out there. I don't know. I'm certain of it, bro. I don't want to say. I'm certain I've seen you in pool attire. You know what I mean? I'm trying to keep it family show here, but yeah. Surely, bro.
I think Z-Peak is actually probably like low-key like a legit swimmer.
Yeah, I bet bro's like a marlin in the water. You know what I mean?
Like Michael
I bet
Phelps.
He does, honestly, he does look streamlined. I think he wears the glasses to hide the fact that he's actually perfectly hydrodynamically designed. That bro cuts through like a swordfish.
I mean, I have at least somewhat of an advantage when I can swim because my nose cuts through the water.
Yeah, it's true. You would make for an intrepid seafarer. Like you got the prow of the boat. You know what I mean? You got the shark.
Yeah, my nose is a fin.
I'll keep some mystery to this, but what I will say, as people know from events, is that you can usually find me at the hotel hot tub if the schedule permits.
Surely at a BlizzCon, boys, we've gotten the rig out for each other. Surely, those spa runs were where it was at. Anyway, we're gonna fight here on this left side. Dude, getting beat up a little bit now, of course. Matt looking dangerous. Flying Strike was looking to connect there on that ship. You can see where the lane is pushed. Resto shot as well being picked up for Matt, so definitely wants to play the aggressor.
Yeah, get an extra sustain in lane here would be quite important. I think they have like a good amount of poke here with a power slash paired along with the kinetic carbine. It can be a lot of damage, especially it's like to shiv early on in this game. I think the tough part is like obviously fish cake probably gonna flog max. I would probably lean towards here for the extra sustain in lane. The wet noodle lane not really doing much on the right hand side. I think maybe we gotta turn our attention towards mid though, especially towards Arctic, as we were talking about, like the big linchpin for the team. Like this, I think the success falls and rises with him here on the GT, and if he can have successful early game.
Hopefully more the latter than the former this time around. So far a bit more of a placid early game, at least it seems that way. Pressure here from Tanner. This time once again on the Viscous. Yeah, high sustain lane on this right hand side of the map, but despite that, Clock have been able to put pressure down on the Guardian to the tune of about a quarter of its health. Not too shabby, 3 minutes 44 in, but there's a fight to be had, and I don't know if Stride really phases it. Pops the move speed steroid, and is trying to hunt, or at least try and get Tanner out of danger.
And trying to use that jump start to kind of help him out. As Tanner, actually, you know, interesting enough, it's normally like Gibbs we see playing the Viscous for Burbot Clock, so quite a big switch up because Tanner's usually used to playing like the front line, like an Abrams in particular, or obviously like a Victor. Is that actually correct on our UI? Now I have to question myself because Tanner would be playing the Victor in this normally.
Yeah,
big
I
switch
guess.
up.
I think, okay. Not like we haven't seen it before. Slam comes on in. Flying Strike, though, might have put more pressure on Fishcake than he had bargained for here. Ido has dealt with Tanner, though. That is pretty big pickup on the other side of the map. And the Shiv Lash lane for now has been kept at bay, but for how much longer? Good connection for that extra sustain, and Stride will also succumb.
Oh, so we do have the confirmation. Isn't ND going to be Stride on the Victor? So, I mean, we talk about like hero pools and talking about teams who really are successful, like for instance, Lowkey W. Having deep hero pools that you can kind of swap around is super important. But as we saw, you know, obviously with the Shiv last game, as ZP mentioned, you know, Arctic on Shiv or Stride on Shiv, it definitely seems to be a clear winner for Arctic. Now it comes to who's the better Victor between Tanner and Stride. But at least we're seeing these adaptations in their compositions based off heroes. But we haven't seen the kills come through just yet. And that's the part that's going to worry me here. Would you see some sort of life out of Burbot Clock if we wanted to have them have the potential to take it to a third game here in the series? But at least the casting buff has been picked up. About 100% buff right here for melee creeps this time, Uber.
Yeah, no, that's a good look, frankly. Okay, airdrop coming into play. Seismic Slam. Jeez, this game does not get much easier for Stride, does it? Once again, flattened and Tanner forced to, frankly, just look on in dismay. We just saw a fantastic sequence from Matt there on that left side of the map that managed to take Fishcake rather low. Now the pressure's being aimed at the Shiv instead. That's going to be being forced to give a bit of ground. This is a winning lane for Burbot Clock right now. This Yamato Paradox look is extremely oppressive.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's so much poke, and it's really difficult to fight against this because if you get aggressive, run into a time wall, also mitigate a lot of the damage. But I think also, to be fair, I feel like Lash just isn't really that strong early until you get the ultimate online, which he does have now. But with the Guardian already down, there's no room to really go for contest. Also with the fact that they had enough poke damage down to really go for the fight. But the action's kind of breaking off in towards middle as rotations come on through. Gibbs is rotated in towards mid to look for a Guardian. At the same time, Fishcake's done the same.
Stone form for safety. I did a bit of survival. Buff is able to get away comfortably enough. Gibbs actually gets caught, so Fishcake finding success on that left-hand side. It might just mean that, yeah, the rotate in the mid was good for melee creeps. The Lash problematic to the degree that it was banned in the previous game. Burbot Clock let it get through this time, and Fishcake is looking to do some damage. Again, a tougher early game for melee creeps across much of the map. They've lost the left side Guardian. The mid Guardian is down below half. The right side also has taken a bit of a licking, but rotations in the mid like that are going to put them in good stead. Unfortunately, the crackback from Burbot Clock, it's a big group up and a take of that mid Guardian.
We do have a breaking news update. Per OCs on Telegram, Hapix is also no longer with Leviathan. The roster mania continues. Back to you, Jason.
All right, Hapix and OC is going to join Hydration over in NA with Lord and M, Erebus, and I don't know who the six would be.
Just a goated.
There's a limit of one
team.
import per NA team, as a reminder.
So we actually have
Hydration coming over to EU.
Exactly, bro.
Hapix and OCs.
Brazilian in Bulgaria. Honestly, that would be a great sitcom. Al caught onto Fish Cake there. A lot of pressure on this right-hand side of the map. Melee Creeps are done here with the pleasantries, but Fish Cake lingers a little bit too long, perhaps. Stride able to take the elimination, and back behind them is the Ivy. Not sure what Ranger's plan is here. Ah, I see. To turn Tanner into a gelatinous pancake.
What do you think Viscous tastes like? And would you spread him on like a piece of toast?
Would I spread? You had me. Would you spread? Sorry. No. The color is a bit of an off-putter for me, I think. I mean, it's fine if it's like,
like green
it's just like it's like hospital jello, right?
You live in the US, right? You're used to like crazy dyes in your food.
I just try and pretend they don't exist, honestly. But yeah, I guess I do. Your salmon is unbelievably pink, for example, or orange. It's like the Aztec Thanson or whatever. I don't know how to pronounce it. Anyway, I don't know, bro. I wouldn't eat that. Not on toast, bro. Green apple on toast. Come on, bro. I'd rather eat green eggs and
Don't
ham.
you have like Vegemite on toast? Come on, or Marmite.
No, bro. That's a stereotype. We just say that to frustrate everybody because obviously, who's going to eat that stuff? Only the Brits do. They call it Marmite, but it doesn't excuse them from the fact that it is horrifically bad combination of brewer's yeast and some other nonsense. Anyway, here's Hotel Stay. That's going to be Arctic locked away. Already low health, by the way. Floz also straggling. I don't think Arctic's getting out of that. Tries to get some air, but is forced to dump altitude against his will very quickly. Gibbs caught by the stone form. The Ranger doesn't want to hang around there either. Titanic Magazine, Alpfire in the inventory so far.
Yeah, it's going to turn to circle lock when we get to these objectives with Alkfire being picked up. Also the entangling thorns as well on the ground. It's going to be interesting to see how this is all going to break down here. And here at the Bird Clock, they did bounce things back here, particularly with Gibbs, as a good death sign comes on through. And Stride does not have shot animation to get alive, and Fish Cake cannot survive on 4 HP. Tanner closes it out from downtown.
Honestly, that's kind of dirty work, though, from Fish Cake. I think enough time port for Tanner to come in, save the day, or rather, John rather save the day in this Guardian. Still, in general, I feel like Berber Clock across the map been pretty successful, and they've had a great lane on the left. They also dealt with the Doorman lane pretty well through mid. The Doorman Venator hasn't really, gotten out of control. It's actually Ranger with the lion's share of the soul allocation, and we're sure a fan of this. Outfire thrown down, stone form, and it looks like that's enough for man. He's out of there, and he's going to concede this buff.
That's an algae. Okay, that could be fair. Going back to the viscous comment of spreading them on a piece of toast. That would be pretty disgusting if it's algae. It's also disgusting that Fish Cake might lose his life yet again here. Another time. That's 2 deaths in basically a minute and a half of time here. And Berber Clock, they have massively bounced back.
Gibbs gets picked off, but that's an acceptable loss for Berber Clock. Are we going to get away with this one? I'm not sure. Bloodletting keeps you just alive, and we are playing Ring Around the Rosie, but yeah, apparently Floss wasn't born yesterday. Still unkillable. I like the parry attempt, but I think that the road is starting to run out here for this Shiv, who is just Radiant Regeneration. Pretty good item, not gonna lie. Bro does not want to die. That's crazy.
Heal up almost 400 HP from that. Just hitting those knives, saving his life. The die comes back in onto Ranger. He's in a 1-on-2 here. Needs some backup. Actually, isn't it a 1-on-3? Strides there as well.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very tough to do. Power Slash doesn't quite hit. Oh, okay. I like the Alkfire. Fortunately, it's not going to be able to protect this Guardian. Again, macro pressure's been A-okay for Berber Clock so far. Also, Melee Creeps without ultimates, all of them. Flying Strike here catch on the Venator. That's a little bit closer to the Cyber Samurai than he'd otherwise like to be. And we'll have to trend it backwards a little bit. Oh, I like this in from the top rope. Full RKO here. Gibbs is the target. The squishiest for sure. Barrier active on them right now, though. And Fish Cake is really going for this. But who is with them? No, it's pretty much a solo endeavor now. They'll be hoping to contain Floss here in this lane as the cavalry arrives. But I don't know if Idorian has the spacing to get there either. Still going to try and go for a fight. Ranger's going to be here. 3v2 potentially. Fish Cake's constantly trending back, though. Ido's caught in an airdrop, and they're not fighting.
Yeah, I wanted to airdrop Ido away from this fight. I think there's almost no point to fight ahead of your walker like this unless you can confirm to get these kills. But I think a couple people were maybe missing on the minimaps. They weren't fully understanding of who was here on this left-hand side. Also with the Urn Spine on in, you want to be careful. As Urn will drop on down from the heavens. And looks like being picked up by Melee Creeps, especially to get a kill on a Stride. He does a shocker animation, so popping this now would be a massive win for them going into the Urn.
Okay, Ranger with an Urn take. Don't worry too much about your boy Ido. Right has got sustained 4 days. Walker pressure is an option here for Berber Clock, such that they kind of give away the Urn, or at least aren't worried about it for the time being. Sire somehow still alive. Owl caught onto him, should have executed him. Doesn't quite get there. Now collapse on towards mid. Melee Creeps can turn this into something. It's a Sire for Arctic trade. That's worthwhile. Sire was very low coming into that exchange. Well, we are watching Do try and escape, or rather chase after the Paradox, if I'm not mistaken. This sets up for a pretty good earn situation now. If localized 4v2 in the works for Melee Creeps, I don't think Tanner's going to have much to say about this. Quickly, Gibbs is trying to speed back into the fight, but he doesn't have a paradoxical swap either. Can Stride be a difference maker? It is go time. Obviously, you get a little bit more notice now to contest this earn location. But there's Iridomini, and Gibbs simply vaporizes. That is disgusting burst coming down from John. And who's supposed to contest this? Okay, so Yamato is in the vicinity now, and they are very, very deep. Outfire thrown down, and yep, Circle Lock is well and truly at play. Arctic is down, no owl availability, but there's Matt going nuts. Ranger and John are taken down. A Death Slam opportunity from above. Pull them off their location, and Ida's able to get in there on Floss. Cube, they're going to be used straight away for the Yamato. This is Matt still at large, still a problem. Shadow Transformation, though, no longer available, and they are barely alive. Eventually dragged down by Fishcake. Stride as well, lingering far too long amidst the splatters, will be dealt with. Okay, we have a Carbine catching there on towards Fishcake now, and it looks like an opportunity for Clock to turn it around. A 1v1 for the ages, but Gibbs has the health. Callbell might be able to switch this around. There is a Hotel Stay active, but it looks like Sire doesn't fancy dicing with it. Nice catch though. Callbell followed up, and he cleared the Paradox away to get the earn take. That is insane.
He also somehow dodged the owl coming through out of Arctic, which probably would have been enough to actually finish Sai off because you had the damage out of Gibbs. But the card away into an earn take here for Melee Creeps, that was... I don't even know how many kills happened in that fight. I mean, Matt, he pulled off, I think, a quad kill in that one on the Yamato with 14,000 souls. But Sai comes out the real MVP, and Melee Creeps, they come out with a 6k lead in this one. But it seems like the fighting's not done just yet. We had a very calm early game that's exploded into a bloodbath.
This is where Melee Creeps look at their best though now. Things have started to break down into a volatile mess, and this is where mistakes can be exposed and capitalized on. Matt is the front runner here for Clock in terms of that fight impact, but it has gone down, picked off now. Another 15 seconds with no Yamato on the field. Nobody's safe, not even Stride here. Fishcake more than happy to duel with him up here. Needs some cooldowns though. Connection, immobilization, Cube got to be used now, but now it's a nice stone idle timing to flatten Stride and take Victor out of the equation.
Out comes on through, but again, it's just not enough damage. Fishcake is not low enough on health, and speaking of low HP, it's going to be Tanner who gets away from the ground strike, but he can't get away from the bullets from Lash. And Fishcake will finish him off. In the meantime, they take down another Guardian as well on this left-hand side. This lead has just exploded into 9k.
Yeah, again, it's one fight that ends up being close, and that's not really where the big lead sort of originates from. It's after the fact. Oh no, Flaws, just a second. Not able to quite get out of the Baroness in time. And the chase is on. Obviously, Gibbs the one being, ironically, insta-Gib for much of this game. Focus down. A nice little Carbine connection, but Do is going to make you bleed out.
Don't got any support nearby.
Serrated Blades, man. Doing some serious work. We had 3 stacks on the Gibbs, and the thing is, I don't even know if you can afford to spell magics right now for Clock with the current economy, and that's like the item to counter out what Dude's trying to do to you. Weapon shielding, Mystic vulnerability as well. Is he really going to go escalating exposure on this one, making his knives do even more damage?
Yeah, as time goes on, he is sitting pretty right now. I mean, just the way the Melee Creeps are able to draft tanks in this game is crazy, and we can just see like Paradox is legitimately terrifying right now. Imagine if even one more tank was given over to Clock. Here's how this fight broke down, Jason. Why don't you take me through it, mate, as I got to call the action?
I mean, just absolute domination coming on through, as you can see. Also, I think that was a stun onto Do from Shocker Animation out of Stride, which netted him into a second kill. He puts out a lot of work, and he actually almost gets Death Slammed on through as well, as we saw Fishcake use it, only catch onto Stride later on in that fight. I mean, Matt, if he doesn't get those 3 kills, I think this league would have exploded even further than it currently is at. And this fight is already breaking out here towards his left-hand Walker. But honestly, Melee Creeps don't have enough players here to defend.
I think there was a window where John goes pretty deep on this defense attempt, or maybe honestly gets caught out because the Paradoxical swap is off cooldown. That was the issue, I think. All right, nice little slam. You're going to respect the Yamato flying. Striker's going to pursue Fishcake up to that high ground. Bro needs a bit of healing. Here's a Death Slam, though. Okay, good target to catch, but it was post-Paradoxical swap, and yeah, that was interrupted. Fishcake not able to get the big Death Slam off, and all of a sudden, Clock are back in this game. It's still a 10k soul difference. Finally, a pressure relief valve activated.
I'm just looking for Ido, man. I see these double buffs. I see you, Ido. Survival and casting. I see you wanted to pin someone up against the wall, and I think Uber was going to volunteer himself if you can't find anyone. They might have caught in Tanner here. I mean, it's not really often you see anyone ever get double buffs. This is why it's kind of so interesting to me, because it just makes you so much stronger that I would think you'd almost want to fight with this one. I don't know if Ido has like Warp Stone yet.
Sorry, the indicator at the stack area of the owl ability, Jason, demonstrated that there were in fact none. Here's a mid-boss take.
I don't see anything there.
The cojones on these guys to go after mid-boss after a bit of an ill-fated encounter with Berber Clock, but they clearly feel like they have the edge. They've honestly got some big ultimates ready to that effect. No shadow transformation for Matt. I wonder if they track that at all. And yeah, we're going to get ourselves the 3 rejuves as Stride was very quickly stuffed into the closet. Off to Narnia with you. Cube had to be used on Tanner. He got burst down so quickly, and after the fact will be picked off pretty comfortably as Ido will be used to clean up. Yeah, it was an Erd pickup attempt for Floz, but I don't know if there's much to play off here, as mid looks like a pretty juicy option. But look at this. I love this response from Berber Clock. Both peripheral walkers being pressured in response to that mid-boss take. That is beautifully done. And it looks like they might have what they came for here. Oh, Floz tried to throw himself into it, but John reaches for the Iridomini to find the burst damage to take the Geist out.
Yeah, they defend one of the walkers at least. You can see dudes shoving out the left-hand side to make sure this Urn contestant is not necessarily going to be so free. At least the dunk for Berber Clock. In the airdrop on Ido to get him in a position to cut off this Urn. And Berber Clock, they don't feel confident enough to go for this one. They're still down quite a bit of souls here.
But they're giving map control.
Here's the problem. John, he's pushing the right-hand side.
They've got no map control at all. They've got Leo, that's fine, but they are going to have multiple walkers pressured simultaneously here. The solo push for John is well and truly alive. And I think maybe gives us a little bit too close for comfort. It's the inevitable shoulder charge connection there from Ido. However, paradoxical swap used to make a little bit of space, maybe buy some time. I guess that's one of the main components of quantum physics, really. And that shadow transformation might feel like you are hugging a cactus. Yeah, Ido decides not to go after Matt, but Matt has other plans. Trying to chase down the Abrams. Anybody, frankly. Looking for anyone to fight. But all the melee creeps able to disengage. Perhaps Ranger might not be so lucky.
I mean, someone's got to go down for this one. Surely, finally, they get the kill on Dedu, but it's just his first life. They have the rejuve available, and the first one being popped here. Just take Death Slam coming on through. He catches onto Matt. He doesn't have shared transformation to get away from this one. And the backup out of melee creeps as they get a kill on the right-hand side, opens up a free walker. It forces Arctic to go back to base to defend against it, while melee creeps still look to push on this left-hand side.
No, the Victor damage, though, was too much. You saw what happened as soon as Lash got dragged down there. His health just vaporized. Looks like melee creeps going to throw themselves at this objective either way. And there's Ido. Matt taken down. Still a rejuve credit available. Melee creeps say, we are happy to play a chaotic game. We didn't see a normal, placid game until we were already an adult. They are fine with this.
They get a team wipe on different parts of the map. Yep. They get a kill on a Flaws, they get a kill on Arctic on the right-hand side. They finish them off on the left as well. They're going to get the last walker of the game on top of this. And melee creeps 30k lead, 20 and a half minutes on in.
Jeez, that happened quickly, didn't it, Jason? That happened so quickly. I feel like I blinked, and it's an extra 20k souls difference between these teams. Bro, Urn's still there. Okay.
They defended the Urn turn in. They got a full team wipe.
They defended that walker on the right. Yeah. Kind of sick. And honestly, like, this is just melee creeps, their fundamentals where they're pushed to the limit there. You saw that. I mean, Fishcake had his rejuve credit popped. He was like surrounded, got stun locked inside the Victor AoE, so was bound to die, and still went for the fight. Knew that the rest of melee creeps were getting there. That rejuve, obviously, like it's a time buy, back in the fight, and melee creeps capitalized beautifully. Spirit burn. Okay, this is about to get nasty.
Yeah, honestly, very nasty. Especially if they can throw someone to the Brennus Hotel, going to be met with so many call bells. Owl coming on through. Again, +0 on this Owl. And I feel like you just can't play GT if you're not getting stacks. It's just not going to work in this game, especially when you're 30k behind like this. Ido even picking up like duration or superior duration. Like he dies finally. Like they're able to get a kill onto him. Yes, and actually they might be able to get more here. John, I think went for the Urn pickup, but he's going to be met with a formidable force out of Berber's Clock. I don't think any amount of movement can get you away from this one. Instead, they actually let him escape and take the Urn.
Yeah, I like this. Berber Clock know what else is coming here. They also might have spotted do well and truly across the map. Saya might be the object of scrutiny now. Okay, stun attempt here. Shadow transformation. The invulnerability frames it offers staves off any stun. Ranger though at least finds Tanner. It's a trade, probably a reasonable one if you're melee creeps, but you're concerned about Saya's inability to fight right now. But John is trying to get back into the action here as quickly as they can. Just got a recharging rush, and they want to go for a turn in here. Let's see the schmoves, dude. It's about time. God forbid a white boy get a bit of movement on out here. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, there was Bibby back on the Kings. There's Professor. I don't think he played professionally. They got some moves. It's like there's Death Slam coming on through. We're gonna catch out Matt once again.
No transformation.
No chance.
I've seen that a couple times, that Yamato ultimate kind of baited out. That is a bona fide non-plus 10 moment. Catch onto the Lash. Did some pretty reasonable damage here, but all things considered, melee creeps fine with this. Ranger is about to return to the fight. Matt is gone for the next 25. And honestly, it's pretty patient from melee creeps here, just trying to get these waves pushing. We're going to have Sinners picked up here by Do in just a moment. Not everyone's trying to fight. However, they might be forced to. Hotel Guest has bought you maybe a stay of execution, but it's going to be a brief reprieve at that. The shield activating there was quite timely, I've got to say. And help comes to the rescue. Floss brought down. Tanner also as the main instigator there eventually gets picked up. And that, for me, that little engagement, that's a backbreaker.
Can't believe Sai didn't die there. It was a good parry as well onto Tanner coming out of the Baroness Hotel directly into a stun. And after this urn has been hard fought by both teams for such a long time, as the next urn is going to be spawning in soon in 10 seconds of time. Do melee creeps go for it? I think they could probably contest this one. They don't have Death Slam up, but honestly, they have that big of a lead that it's really not that difficult for them to hold on to this.
Real seismic. Shrine's getting pressured down as well. Oh, this is so nasty. Sai here, of course, you can see, he can get quite far back down the lane if he needs to. We're just going to fight. Okay, we're going to go through. Seismic comes on in here. Yep, Shadow Transformation forced, but Yamato wants to be the one proactively making use of that ultimate, not using it for invulnerability frames or something similar, and they still got burst down. Number advantage there for melee creeps, earned them an easy pickup now, and that was a pretty elementary soul earn dunk. Now the Shrine's eventually going to be dealt with. Fishcake happy to commit a little bit more to that effect. And this game may well have slipped out of the hands of BWC.
Can we take a look at like player damage across the board here? Yeah, to be fair, Matt's doing quite a bit. I was actually expecting to see a little bit more out of melee creeps, but I think they're being maybe more efficient with their kills. I mean, they have like a 40k lead, over 40k lead if I can do math. Yeah, I don't know. I was expecting way more numbers, but credit to Do, 25k ejected damage as well. I mean, no way. Matt's like going for the full rainbow here. Also has the most ejected damage on his team.
25 minutes into the game. A likely insurmountable advantage here for melee creeps. What can they do here? Vampiric Burst. Okay. It's the inventory for John. And what is Gibbs looking for? An opportunity here, perhaps. We see airdrop, though, activated straight away. And melee creeps might even look to try and turn this around. But they don't have Do here right now. And it looks like Ido simply being relocated. Melee creeps might fancy a little bit of argy-bargy. Yep, in we go. Steinotter straight away. Well, saved off by the Q, but still there's so much more to make use of here. Very quick little warp stone out there by Ido as Tanner was the pickup. Shadow Transformation again comes in a bit of an awkward time. Burbaclock having their hand force. Matt, of course, still going to be hitting like an absolute truck. Big damage off that Yamato, and I don't know if you want to be finding him in such close spaces, but good stun there. Nice little shoulder charge connection. He is dealt with now. Melee Creeps still have 4 players up.
It honestly looked like Ido charged Flaws into Tanner's cube there. Funny enough, I mean, Ido, he's just on the chase. He's on the hunt. He can smell the blood in the water. And he's ready to chomp down onto this old man. And Arctic will fall. That's another full team wipe coming on through. Mid boss is available. And mid boss will be had by melee creeps. There is no coming back from this bar. Ido's internet striking again.
Yeah, he's looking pretty insane. Mid boss take here. I guarantee melee creeps just making sure they have guardrails up when they are going to be looking to end this game. John on 35k souls. Gotta say, like, Sai with an incredibly clutch fight around that earned Fishcake, who honestly has turned around some fights beautifully. Super impactful. You can now see why they're looking to try and ban away this Lash when at all available. Only one base guardian remains for Burbaclock.
You know, honestly, I feel confident enough to say that I don't really think necessarily Fishcake's Lash is winning the game. I think it's just, I think there's a comp difference, and I think there's, you know, don't hate me if I say it, I think there's just a bit of skill difference right now in the teams. Like, everyone's looking very good on melee creeps. Like John, have we even talked about John other than like an occasional Iradomity? Because it's all been about like Sayadu, Ido, Fishcake, and even Ranger mixed in there, who's had a fantastic Ivy game so far. Maybe it's a comp difference.
I mean, we can continue to beat the Grey Talon horse if you should choose. But melee creeps, like, you remember, like, their early laning wasn't spectacular at all. It was like a Venator doorman mid lane. They were straight up losing to the Paradox Yamato, if I'm not mistaken. So, Burber Clock, obviously, like, getting off to a good start. There's just like a couple of decisions and then a fall apart in the mid game. But honestly, oh, that is dirty door. That is a dirty door. And we are going to slash and dice our way to victory. Here it comes. Slam on in. Gives the first down. Unfortunately, that has been a commonality of the course of this game. They are squished. They are the primary target. Triad's going to have that ultimate pop now, and it's on for young and old. He'll be burst down instantly after the fact. Do is going to be virtually unkillable. Floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. And a hotel stay once more for Floz, who will take the penalty and be flattened the instant that they emerge. One more shrine to take down, and then this one is basically wrapped.
That was a dirty vortex web. I mean, that was a dirty door, but also the vortex web on top of that, so they couldn't run away. The slice nice catching multiple players with a second proc of it. You can see Burber Clock heading back to base. They're just trying to heal up so they can put up some sort of defense, but down 3 players down their front line pretty much. What are you supposed to do? 3 on 6, and they have 2 Reju charges left. He does have 10 stacks. He finally has a stack actually for Arctic. So he's plus 10.
Okay.
But he's gonna need to be a plus 1,000 at this point to get back in the game.
Yeah. No. Definitely not where he needs to be. Hero shift there used briefly. Unfortunately, when Stride pops out of it, there won't be much to look at either. I'm still buying. I respect it. Stride taken down, and now, of course, one more phase left for this Patron, and it's going to start to get some looks. Melee creeps more than happy to throw themselves at this fight. A little bit of a victory lap, if you will, as they know that they have once again secured themselves the big bucks here at night shift number 42. Beautiful showing here. The GT's surely going to be forthcoming now as melee creeps will ascend to their rightful throne. The one that, frankly, has been quite warm from their keister over the last few weeks. And they'll lock up another dub in NA.
Melee creeps making a clean 2-0, avoiding birds and frankly controlling all the doors. If you're talking about Saya, they came in with a game plan that they didn't have to really alter too much in map 2. And look, I think just a better read on the meta coming from Melee creeps. But Jason, you were talking about it mid-match. Also, I think an execution difference on top. But Melee creeps, they've broken their slump and now remain on top of NA.
Yeah, and honestly, they looked extremely strong. The funny thing is that they indirectly become stronger because of the Floorman FPS Lounge like split up. Because it's gonna take a while for them to get back on track to be able to contest melee creeps, and you kind of had 2 teams who could easily contest for the title against melee creeps just kind of disappear now, and melee creeps have a chance to put what was their streak, like 16 wins in a row. They can maybe put that to test here and maybe look to beat out on that, and maybe force us to do a bonus pay once again so we can finally have a team to be able to take him out of the top.
I mean, look, I thought this second game was like really quite close. I was impressed with it. I thought, you know, the laning from Burber Clock looked very, very solid. Some very clutch moments here. This was brilliant. Almost escaped, by the way. The splatter was very well placed by Tanner, who managed to deal with Fishcake. But here we did see Iridomini be quite effective. Yeah, the gut shot there, and the airdrop on out was pretty nice. Obviously, John doesn't get in the spotlight nearly as much because frankly the rest of his team also performing on a high level. This was one of the sickest fights that I have had the chance to cast in Deadlock. My god, it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Yamato goes out and gets one. I think it was a 4K. Like, that Crimson Slash should be studied, frankly. You know, and in the end it comes down to this moment from Saya, who you know, is lower on health than his Paradox opponent. Gibbs comes into that fight like really healthy. Saya is able to knock him off the point and basically secure it at 99 to 99. This is crazy. Like, you don't imagine winning out here, I think, if you're in Saya's position. But boy, he put this together beautifully. I mean, that is the baggage cart that shook the world.
He dodged the owl. That would have gotten him low enough and stunned him long enough for the kill to have happened too. I don't know how he dodged the owl, how the owl does not connect, but that single-handedly wins him that urn for sure.
I think the clear takeaway there is that if not for Saya vastly outperforming what you can expect from a doorman in that situation, there was a world where Matt was on track to start taking over this game, where, yeah, maybe not everything was working out well for Bird with Clock, but Matt was having a phenomenal game on Yamato before the entire building collapsed all around him. And so you have to give Matt his flowers for what was really good Yamato play throughout, you know, the early to mid part of the game. but melee creeps were just far more complete as a team, and especially, I mean, what we saw from Saya in maps 1 and 2, you know, yeah, it's easy to say, oh, Doorman's a powerful pick, but you still have to perform on your top tier picks, and as we've seen over the course of the day, you don't necessarily get this level of performance just because you're picking the top priority in the draft, but in this case, Saya, whether it be maps 1 or map 2, basically got max output out of the Doorman.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe one thing that's different is when you see melee creeps highly prioritize a hero as like a first or second pick, they always make those heroes do exceptionally well. Whoever's playing those heroes pilots it exceptionally well. And I think we just didn't see that out of Arctic with Bird Clock prioritizing GT as a first pick.
Now, Mitch, as we take a look here, what is catching your eye? I think there's a few different storylines to go on here, but you know what? I'll even guide you in. What are you thinking about Do here, where, you know, this wasn't necessarily the flashiest game from Do, but it was incredibly consistent, especially on the Shiv.
Yeah, I mean, he looked fantastic. Obviously, he gets really ahead very early on, so he's sitting on some very, very powerful items, and we saw that last fight, right? The Vortex Web into like, I don't know how many slice and dices he got, but it's like minus 8% shred, I think, if you level it up. More than that, I think. So just insane. I mean, like, you're at that point, you're running away with the game. Looked great. Looked unkillable. There was that one fight earlier on where like Do was like sitting at 100 health, and like that his 3 is just keeping him alive here. So put his kind of moving hero, put his kind of tank, man. He is going to take the game over.
Jason, you know, as you look at it here, you know, Do obviously having a great performance. You know, anything else, whether it be on Bird with Clock or melee creeps, that stands out to you before we claim, or rather we crown our MVP?
Yeah, I'll give some flowers to Bird Clock. Like I'm happy to see them, like for instance, pick up GT, pick up Shiv, and then have to, you know, see Arctic swap over to GT and Stride pick up Shiv. Tanner's been on Victor, I think, the entire day today, but then he swapped over to Viscous because Gibbs is playing Paradox. Like I'm enjoying seeing that they're not limiting their composition based off of necessarily hero pools, that they are kind of overlapping their hero pools, which I think is super important if you want to be a successful team, and probably one of the keys to success that they've had. So I want to give them credit on that, because you're not seeing a lot of teams do that in particular. I think off the top of my head, like Abraham's to me isn't one of those teams that kind of has that overlap across the board, though they do have it in certain individual players. But this has been nice to see it, and I hope they continue on this pace here, because it definitely is the building blocks to something special.
Well, of course, we got to crown our MVP, and frankly, this could have been either two players for melee creeps, but we had to make a call on one of the two. Mitch, the MVP for the match, it's Saya.
Yeah, look, obviously that moment around the urn was pretty insane, and winning the urn, I don't think is the game-changing moment, but you see the collapse straight after that from Berwick Clock. I think that certainly got in their heads. Obviously, the other person we would have given it to is Fishcake, who basically just, ran rings around his opposition, and we saw why there was a lash ban on the first map. He looked fantastic, but Saya, from both games, like you cannot give this guy Doorman. He was absolutely out of control, and yeah, honestly, a highlight reel-worthy moment on that urn fight just tips the scales in his favor for MVP.
Jason, you think about it historically, I think there's actually very few players in Night Shift history that have been able to switch roles. I mean, very few have swapped roles, period, but also had MVP level performances regularly, regardless of what role they're in. And Saya's one of the few that has been able to make it work.
But are we confident to say that maybe Saya is the NA Hoot? I think. Okay.
When we having this conversation in Discord earlier, I think.
Yeah, actually, that's funny. We did actually.
I think DDK asked, like, when you think of, like, when I say Roma, who do you think of? Like, who's the first person to come to mind? And I said, Saya straight away. I think Jason said Hoot, but yeah, nice crack.
I think it's interesting because the thing is, I know he's considered as one of the best players in North America, though we only really got to see him on like support players, support heroes. So it's nice to see him be able to flex out to different heroes. And I wonder if he was ever on a different team, or melee creeps ever changed in a way that he could fill a different role within the team, not as support, not as what he's currently playing. I feel like he would be just as successful and just as good at it.
I think, though, Saya and Hoot, to me, are definitely two different types of players. Like, even though every now and then you're going to have, like, role overlap, I look at Hoot and my baseline thought is Mechanics God. Not that he's a dumb player or anything like that, but I look at Saya and I generally think big brain. Like, Saya isn't doing well in a lot of these fights purely because he has good mechanics. Obviously, you need mechanics. You need to have some degree of, like, smart brain. But between the two, like, Saya has stats maxed out in intellect, whereas Hoot, I think, has stats maxed out more in just general mechanics of the two. That's where I, like, split the difference between Saya and Hoot.
Are you indirectly saying that Hoot has no brain? As a small
No,
brain?
I'm not. In fact, I very carefully disclaimered that because I didn't want that to be said. But I don't know. Between the two, I think Saya just has a lot of remarkable plays where it's like, wow, that was really smart. And Hoot has a lot of plays of, I can't believe he pulled that off.
Yeah, methodical versus mechanical. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I think one of the things that we always are glazing about melee creeps is their macro, like, ability. And we've heard from, like, John, remember, like, he said, like, Sire's the game plan. Sire's the one calling. I just do what I'm told. I think it's also the intangibles for me that make Sire such an important part of, honestly, the whole NA scene in general, but melee creeps as well, establishing their dominance for another week.
Yeah. Also, we hear you on chat, and yes, it was a close call between Fishcake and Saya. I just think the thing that puts it over the top was that Urn battle where, yeah, Fishcake, amazing Viper, really good lash play, but the Saya 1v1, you have a moment like that, you just gain 1 million MVP points. But we got to take a look at the NA history here as melee creeps, again, they had a long slump. It was called the Shopify slump by melee creeps, and it went from 33 all the way until Night Shift 40, but now this is their 3rd win in a row, Mitch. So they're back in the saddle, as you were talking about.
I mean, they're so back. They're in a rhythm right now. At least that's the way it feels. They've got a really good recipe, and honestly, it's still the like really solid macro fundamentals that are leading the way. They can lose lanes. They can lose 2 lanes. It almost feels like they did in that game, but they always eke out an advantage in terms of like objective trades across the map, or they'll wait for their chance. They'll stay in the running to win the game and then blow you out with one sort of big moment where like they make a great call or just have an insane mechanical team fight. Like these guys are they're the benchmark. They're the standard in NA right now. It's a very high bar, to be fair, but yeah, they're setting the pace and they're leading the pack.
Well, this does bring us to our next segment here where, yep, we're going to show it on broadcast this time. We won't forget, that's right, the hero priority for the week, Shift 42. Apologies, we didn't show it up last week, but it's here this week. And, Jason, we do have some changes from week to week relative to what we saw before. And, the big one, I think we called start of show, was saying we thought it would be the case, and it was. Abrams' priority vastly up relative to where it was even just a week ago.
Yeah, you're looking at Abrams. I was funny enough looking at Warden. Warden kind of fell off because Zergy didn't play it this week, and he seems to be the one really playing it at the moment. But also, I feel like Mina has gone up a little bit compared to previous weeks. So has Viper, so has Yamato as well. Even Geist actually going up quite a bit when it comes to priority. But towards the top, yeah, I mean, this is like the cream of the crop. I think, okay, maybe the Viscous I'm a little bit not convinced as being cream of the crop at the moment right now. But seeing those other heroes at the top, I mean, you're going to see them every single match at the moment in the current lobbies. And I wonder, is that ever going to change? Is there going to be like a big patch coming out anytime soon that would drastically change who's strong and who's weak? Because it's been pretty consistent for such a long time that we've seen Paige at 0, seen Kelvin towards 0, seen Holiday towards 0. I did see a little bit of Graves not too long ago, but even seeing Celeste at 0 is kind of surprised your ZP, where she was so heavily prioritized for such a long time.
Also, some of these things are not alike. Personally, Kelvin could stay at 0 for a while. He was simply
oppressive.
Kelvin was #1 enemy for so long in the game where, yeah, he eventually got nerfed and got to more of a degree of reasonability. But no, Kelvin can spend some time in the 0-pick gulag. But Paige, on the other hand, look, it's been a long time. And, the real sad part here is that, we finally get Mitch back to casting and there's no Paige in sight. I mean, she's gone. She got lost in the library. I mean, people are gonna find like a hidden bookcase and see a skeleton someday.
I am pining. I am pining for my thick Miss Frizzle. I'm not gonna lie. Someone needs to make it happen. Get me on the Magic School Bus. You know what I'm saying?
It's a good show. Good show. We're showing our age though, but it's a good show.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's actually that's low-key hella boomer for real.
I mean, they'll reinvent it at some point. All these properties come back, time is cyclical, but we also have our item priority to talk about here. And, nothing too much, I think, changing overall. The biggest thing is that, maybe a little bit more prio in monster rounds, but it's always still been a heavily picked item regardless for the most part. Actually, the one thing that has jumped up a bit post buffs is that the shielding items are a little bit more in vogue, particularly in this case, spirit shielding, making it on to the top list where it jumped 29 spots is probably the biggest movement that we've seen.
And that might be like just because we're seeing like GT, Victor, Yamato, obviously like a lot of these sources of spirit damage that are starting to become very more ubiquitous in this game. So I'm curious to see if we sort of follow that trend any further. Obviously, it's pretty important when like your opponents are like stacking Torment Pulse and, you know, just going for circle lock. So yeah, no surprise to see that climb. And obviously monster rounds, I kind of like that discussion we had earlier about how, like, you know, people that feel like maybe they don't want to fight so much in lane, but they want to keep pressure on them, want to keep shoving it, can pick them up. And because we haven't seen Cold Sack being super overvalued, right? It's just the early pressure you can put down and shove the wave seems to be beneficial.
Yeah, I really don't have much to say to really add to that, to be honest. I think, yeah, Monster Rounds going up, Spirit Shielding going up is cool to see. I still wish we were able to break that down into like tier 3 items and tier 4 items as well, because you typically like won't ever see those ever towards the top. It's always going to be generally tier 1s. I think, can we actually go back to that one more time? Because I didn't actually, there was another item I was looking for. Thank you so much, production. Smell Magic up there. But surprisingly enough, Counterspell not to be seen in top 10, which I thought we would have seen a little bit more of this week. I don't know if you have any thoughts, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just comes down to reliability. Is that Counterspell is a really good item, but also other things are just giving you more reliable value in a lot of cases. So I think players oscillate back and forth on it. It's really interesting where Counterspell can actually not change, and other items also don't change, but you'll just have some weeks where everyone's like, Counterspell is the greatest thing ever, and then it falls out, and then it comes back. It's one of those things where I'm not sure players can entirely make up their mind. But we are heading to the end of the broadcast. Of course, that was our final match of the day. Both champions in NA and EU have been crowned. Final thoughts, gentlemen, before we end the show, starting with you, Mitch.
I'm glad to see Yamato make her way back. I think that melee creeps really looking to ban and then pick most of the priority tanks was a huge part of their win today. So I'm sure we'll continue to see those heroes prioritized next week.
Yeah, very cool to see BWC's comp as well in the very first game of the day in North America, going for that full-on earn comp. You're not going to be able to contest this. You're not going to be able to fight us and snowball into a victory. Hopefully we get to see them back next week and see what they can show us.
All right, well, that wraps it up for us here on the Night Shift. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Of course, all our supporters, subscribers, those who help make the show possible. Thank you once again, and we'll see you next time.
I'm just empty. Great dollar.